Good morning, Prof. Hello, everybody.
Very good morning, all the participants. I just want to inform you.
Hello.
Kanchana, you can mute all.
Hello, Gandu.
Kanchana, you mute all. Go to participants and mute all.
I have muted, sir.
Yeah. So don't allow them to mute themselves. Sorry, unmute. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Under security, you can block the unmute themselves.
Yeah, block everybody. Gandu.
I think we have somebody.
Mother shot. Mother choti.
Remove. Yeah. How to block it?
I have removed that participant. Yeah.
You can adjust the security features, Subhash.
Uh,
Go to security. Unmute themselves, you have to untick.
Yeah. I have done.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Prof, maybe as a co-chair, you want to start because we are running out of time. Can I request you to start?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today is our, as a part of the Biosafety Biosecurity Month, Dr. Subhash. Thank you for organizing this. I think every participants all aware that today is our virtual poster presentation, and I would like to welcome all the participants. And when the moderator joins in, I think she will give her message. So basically, this session consists of Dr. Subhash, myself, Prof. Prof. Manika Pravichandran, and we also have Dr. Prabhakaran. He's also one of the judge for the session. Maybe you can raise your hand so that they can look at you. And we also have Dr. Annie J. Christie. She's also one of the judging panel member. And so basically you have three judging panel member, myself, Ravichandran, Professor Ravichandran. I'm the Dean of Faculty of Applied Sciences. And we have two other judging panel member. One is Dr. Annie J. Christie and Dr. G. Prabhakaran. I think I'll leave as per the plan. I think we are supposed to introduce ourselves. So I'm the Dean of Biotechnology at Faculty of Applied Science at AIMST University. I've been here for the last 12 years. I hold a master's in medical microbiology from Christian Medical College, Vellore, and a PhD in biotechnology from Anna University. I work on, I'm a genetic engineer. I know how to, I've created some cholera vaccine candidates. And I used to be the part of Academy of Sciences Malaysia, and also the committee member of the Top Research Scientist Malaysia. I think most of you know me well, and I will leave it to Dr. Prabha to introduce himself.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Prabhakaran, a techno-commercial scientist with 30 years of experience on development of botanical API, tissue culture, industrial enzymes, and vaccines. And I'm working as an associate professor at AIMST University. And so far, I secured 1.2 million ringgits research funding, filed 5 patents, and secured 5 gold medals so far on the various research work carried out by my team under the supervision of Prof. Ravi. And the real hero of my story is microbes. And with this brief intro, I wish you all success to you to excel in this poster competition. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you. I think Dr. Annie, you can introduce yourself, and she's from medical faculty of AIMST University.
Thank you, Prof. I'm Dr. Annie Jayakristi from Faculty of Medicine. I've completed my MSc and PhD in biochemistry. So in 2010, I completed my PhD, and I'm also a biosafety officer at AIMST University from 2013 and until 2017, and again from 2020. Also serve as Deputy Director at Center for Postgraduate Studies. I'm currently working on cancer biology and also on cell lines. I have few students under my guidance. So very best wishes to all the participants for your presentation in today's competition. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Annie. And I forgot to wish you all good luck for today's poster presentation, virtual poster presentation. Yeah, sorry about the delay. And I will hand over to, without further delay, I will hand over to our MC, Ms. Kanchana.
Thank you, Prof. Ravi. So before moving on with our today's session, I would like to remind some of the housekeeping items, just as shown as the screen now. Please mute your microphone and only unmute to speak when required during your presentation. Make sure your camera is on and look at the camera while presenting. Please feel free to introduce yourself to all participants using chat. No cell phone call or interruption during the session. Please treat everyone with respect. Just be ensured that all our sessions of Biosafety and Biosecurity Month will be recorded and uploaded on our YouTube channel. All the participants are most welcome to give your feedback at the end of the session. Each feedback is highly appreciated. We will be using the chat function on Zoom to ask questions and to introduce all participants. Thank you for your attention, and once again, welcome to our program organized by AIMST Institutional Biosafety Committee as part of Biosafety and Biosecurity Month, October 2020 at AIMST University. My name is Kanchana, and proudly introducing myself as final year biotechnology student of AIMST University. If there is any issue with the audio or video, please let us know through the chat. Now, I would like to invite IBC Chairman, Senior Associate Professor Dr. Subhash, to speak a few words on the Biosafety and Biosecurity Month at AIMST University. Dr. Subhash, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kanchana. Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of AIMST University and on behalf of Institutional Biosafety Committee of AIMST University, I want to welcome you all. Thank you very much for taking time and joining this special program on the poster presentation competition, because we want to get youngsters involved in this activity. We want to have engagement with the students and participation from youngsters and students. So that's why this program was arranged, to make sure that there is an engagement with the students and youngsters, because you are the future. So I'm happy there are a number of students in the virtual room and number of students participated in this poster presentation competition. So just little bit, I just want to highlight because AIMST University is observing October 2020 as a Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. The main aim was, because we are almost at the end of the month, today is 38th October, so that's what I'm saying. We have organized 12 different webinars and today's poster presentation competition. So aim of all these activities was to promote the biosafety and biosecurity among students, staff, stakeholders, and associates of AIMST University. But we have opened to everybody and call was given and we have a number of participants. But sometimes it happens because just now you have noticed at the beginning, cybersecurity is equally important. So some people sneak in and they disturb. So I do apologize. Please accept my apology for the disturbance, and sorry for little bit delay because of some technical reason. Moderator was not able to join from United States of America. Hope that she will join after some time. Once she comes, maybe I will introduce quickly. So today we have a special session on poster presentation, and so far all these activities which we have organized, we have registered participants from 12 different countries. We have participants from we had participants from Algeria, Australia, India, Indonesia, Japan, Libya, then Malaysia. Majority of participants are from Malaysia and India. However, we have participants from other countries as well as Nepal, Nigeria, Philippines, United States of America, and Vietnam too. So I want to take this opportunity to record my special thanks to senior management of the AIMST University for giving a full support to implement the biosafety and biosecurity at AIMST University. I want to thank all the members of the Institutional Biosafety Committee of AIMST University for their full support in implementing Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. Today we have 57 students. Those are going to do the presentation, the poster presentation. So in other words, I can say today we have 57 speakers. And I'm very excited. I'm very, delighted. We have a big number. So mainly the participants are from a few countries, but it's perfectly fine. We have 57 participants, and this one is a good sign because we want to have engagement with the students and youngsters. So I want to thank all the students and participants. Those are going to do the poster presentation today. So on behalf of Institutional Biosafety Committee and AIMST University, I want to thank you for your active participation. So today we have a moderator. Just now I have mentioned the moderator and chief of the judging panelist is Miss Iris Shrudhi. She is from United States of America. So later on she will join. So our co-chair is Senior Associate Professor Ravichandran. He introduced just to all of you, you know Professor Ravi. Then we have another panel member, Dr. Annie. And we have one more panel member, Dr. G. Prabhakaran. So all of them are working at AIMST University, and they have wonderful experience. They are very, very wonderful background to understand what you are going to talk about biosafety, biosecurity, because they have a microbiology background and they can understand what you talk. But I want to inform students, you don't need to worry or you don't need to put you under pressure, because the ultimate aim of this poster presentation is to promote the biosafety and biosecurity. So because I know you have not done a master or final year project or PhD on biosafety and biosecurity. So we are not expecting something what is expected from master student or PhD student or who has completed final year project. So the ultimate aim is to promote the biosafety and biosecurity. So I declare, whatever you express, it's not necessarily it's few or stand of AIMST University or Institutional Biosafety Committee of AIMST University. So I want to thank all panel members for joining us and becoming part of today's our Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. Thank you very much, Professor Ravi, Dr. Prabhakaran, and Dr. Annie. So I also want to, most importantly, I want to thank our biotechnology student. I want to tell you that it would have been very, very difficult to implement this Biosafety and Biosecurity Month if biotechnology students are not in all. So they are actively in all. They are doing wonderful job. Most of the jobs they are doing, and because of that one, everything is going smoothly. So I'm very proud of our biotechnology student, as well as I'm very grateful to them. Because of them, we are implementing Biosafety and Biosecurity Month with a great ease. So thank you. A special thanks to all the biotechnology students for your active participation and wonderful support to implement the Biosafety and Biosecurity Month at AIMST University. So once again, thank you, all of you. And without further ado, Kanchana, please lead the way.
Thank you, Dr. Subhash. As we have already been introduced with our judging panel members, I would like to pass over to our co-chair, Prof. Ravichandran, to begin the session.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can. So thank you very much for participating. And I think today is a serious event. We are going to discuss about biosafety and biosecurity. I think all of you are charged up with your presentation. And Dr. Subhash can correct me if I'm wrong. It's supposed to be 5 minutes per presentation. I think maybe our secretariat can share the sequence with all the participants. They can rename themselves with 0 in the beginning of the name. You can put 01, 02, 03. So we can get the next presenter must be ready. And the time is very strict, only 5 minutes presentation. I think let's start. I think Dr. Subhash, you have any instruction you're giving?
Yeah, so I just want to inform participants because most of them are students. So each and every student will have 5 minutes to do the poster presentation. Ms. Pong is our biotechnology student. She is going to monitor the time, and if you are exceeding 5 minutes, ring sound you will hear.
Yeah.
So that one is just alert. So I mean, it's not to make you scare or to embarrass you. It's just.
I think enjoy the journey of presentation. Actually, it's all about creating awareness. Actually, it's the ultimate thing. And we do have a marking scheme, and 3 of the judges we have. One is the content of the poster, whether it has appropriate items and information, and how poster is clean and neat and creative. There are 20 marks for that. And artwork, how the artwork is designed. And that's for the 20 marks. And spelling, grammar, punctuation, and how you put all your content in the poster. 20 marks, and overall another 20 marks. And if time permits, we might ask a question. Otherwise, the next presenter will continue. Okay, can we start with the first presenter?
Yes, Prof.
Kalidasan Vasudevan. You can share your screen and present. I think you have to unmute yourself.
Kanchana, you unmute full speaker. Kalidasan.
Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay. Can I start then?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me begin. So I'll begin with my introduction. That we all know that a CRISPR, a Nobel Prize-won gene editing tool, is engineered to insert the correct DNA sequence into the edited gene. The result is normal gene free from disease-causing mutation. In medical context, it can be used to modify somatic or germline cells. Thus, the current debate is whether to use these gene therapy in curing diseases or gene enhancements to modify capabilities beyond normal. Taking this into consideration, my poster is aimed to discuss whether is Malaysia ready for human gene editing, covering the biosafety and the biosecurity perspective. Coming into the literature review part of it, that we know that there are competent authorities related to biosafety in Malaysia, can generally be categorized at the institutional and also the national level, with numerous biosafety and governance being provided. The major document is the Biosafety Act 2007 that primarily aims to regulate the release, import, export activities, as well as the contained use of the LMO product. And this is also being facilitated by the biosafety approval and the notification regulation. In order to provide the details on the biosafety levels for containments and the safe practices, the biosafety guidelines for contained use activity of LMO was also being developed. Furthermore, guidelines for institutional biosafety committee were issued to highlight the roles and the function of an IBCs. The Malaysian Laboratory Biosafety and Biosecurity Policy and Guidelines serve as an advisory document recommending the best practices for safe conduct while work in the laboratories. And the last one, which I would like to cover, is the Code of Conduct for the Biosecurity in the framework of Biological Weapon Convention, where these code talk about the prevention of malicious misuse of biological agent and also the toxin. To discuss further about this kind of framework, I would like to dissect the pros and cons of the biosafety framework which I've discussed. First, the good part of the advantage of this framework, they're able to cater the modern biotechnology activities, as we all know about the recombinant DNA or any manipulation using the nucleic acid into the cells. So this result in the LMOs that possess a novel combination of genetic material. Something good about this framework is that the decision making is in biosafety level is done systematically in a hierarchy manner. Such we know that starting from the institutional level, we have the IBCs, and on the national level we have the Department of Biosafety, for example, and also the National Biosafety Board. And the next one is about the how this framework help to all the researchers and scientists to be having the precautionary principles and bioethical aspects to ensure there's safe use and also the well-being of human health and the environment is being covered. And the last one is the framework also gives rise to the scope of what the social economic consideration and values in making decision to the LMOs in overall decision. But talking about the cons about this framework is there are sometimes some vagueness in the framework where the word may or manner may be found in the act, which some people feel there could be a lack of clarity. Sometimes some people deem to be there are some unclear technical and scientific issues, particularly looking at the risk and the benefit when the field trial are being done for the public health. Obviously, sometimes we can also see that the act seems to be overshadowed by diplomacy and accessing information, particularly when the public wanted to know more. We don't really get some of the information being released out. And when we talk about the public, not everyone are very supportive. Some have the negative perception of what is LMO. Lack of awareness can be seen, and sometimes that could be due to lack of active engagement with decision making about certain trial or certain any new technologies that coming in. In short, we do have a good formulated biosafety framework for many biotechnological application, but there are certain rooms for improvement in this certain aspect. So in this, talking about gene editing, we can say that Malaysia is very much supportive in the somatic gene editing that also approved in this usage. But at the current stage, we all know we do not really approve the germline cell therapy, particularly for cell or gene enrichment kind of purposes. In conclusion, we do have the biosafety guideline, and sometimes it seems to be ambiguous, particularly for gene editing work in Malaysia. We need a better biosafety framework special for the gene editing purpose. We have a lot of international guidelines we can use as an example so that we can come as a good framework. And we also need more experts in gene editing issues, and the public particularly have to be educated. So if we want to move forward this technology for good benefit purpose, these are some of the consideration we can come up with. So that's all, and thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kalidasan. It was a nice presentation on LMO. If there are no questions, can we move on to the next presenter? Any question from the panel?
No, I appreciate Kalidasan's concern on human gene editing, and some of his points are really very valid, sir. Very valid. I appreciate that. Keep it up. Vasudevan. Sorry, Kalidasan.
Kalidasan.
Father name is Vasudevan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Danny, okay? Right. Okay. Can we move on? Thank you, Kalidasan. It was a nice presentation and LMO, and I think the participant would have learned something important points about what you have discussed. Let's move on to Spash.
Hello everyone, my name is Spash. I'm 11 years old, studying in Year 9 at Regent International School, located at Sungai Petani, Kedah, Malaysia. Today I'll be talking on preventing the spread of COVID-19 in schools. Firstly, we will see what is meant by a pandemic. A pandemic simply means the worldwide spread of a new disease. This ongoing global pandemic, COVID-19, has reshaped life as we all know it. Many of us are staying at home, avoiding people on the street, and changing our daily habit like going to school or work in ways we never imagined. In our daily life, biosafety has become our first priority. In other words, biological risk management is important for all of us. Through my poster presentation, I want to highlight how school students are following the government's guidelines in preventing the transmission of COVID-19. The main aim of my poster presentation is to promote biosafety awareness among school students, at the same time remind them to keep their physical distance and maintain good hygiene habits for the safety of everybody. The sake of health and safety of school children and their families is always a priority and top concern for the Malaysian government. And that is the reason the government has taken some measures to keep students physically and mentally healthy. There are several things which are required to be followed out by students and staff to protect everyone's health. Firstly, temperature monitoring. To ensure safe access into the campus, body temperature is measured and recorded at the main entrance of the school. Generally, the human body temperature is 36.8 degrees Celsius. Since one of COVID-19 symptom is fever, anyone showing a body temperature of 37.5 degrees Celsius or higher will not be allowed to enter the campus. In the case the child registers a temperature of 37.5 degrees Celsius or higher, the child will be quarantined and the parents will be called to bring the child to a medical facility for checkup. Face mask. Wearing a mask to protect against the coronavirus has become a part of everyone's daily routine. Everyone inside the campus is required to wear a face mask. It is the parents' duty to make sure that the child comes to school with a face mask on. There is also a special bin for discarding soil masks, which is placed at the main exit point of the school. Do not touch the nose, eyes, or mouth and avoid physical contact. Students are asked not to touch their nose, eyes, or mouth, as these are key entry points for viruses, bacteria, or other microorganisms to get into our body. For example, student A might have COVID-19 but is not aware of it. Disobeying the guidelines, student A shakes hands with student B. Or like student A is not aware that student A has COVID-19. Later in the day, student B might touch his nose, eyes, or mouth and get infected. However, this does not end here. Student B might also not know that he has COVID-19 when pass it on to student C, when pass it on to student D. If the chain continues this way, everyone will get infected in an extremely short period of time. Physical distancing. Everyone in the school premises is required to carry out physical distancing, which is the practice of allowing enough space between two students to reduce the spread of diseases. So in school, students and teachers maintain a 6 feet distance from one another. To reinforce these rules, the desks are rearranged to be 6 feet apart. Washing hands. Children should wash their hands multiple times a day. Sanitizers are placed at the main entrance of each classroom at strategic locations in the school, as well as the canteen and toilet hand wash basins. Students can also bring their own hand sanitizers. Avoiding crowded places. Students are also discouraged from going to crowded places, and all sports games and clubs are postponed or closed. Not sharing personal items. Although sharing is caring, students should not share pens, papers, and other items. This is not a selfish act, but an extremely prudent one to keep each other safe and healthy. For ICT lessons, students need to bring their own laptops. Exercise and healthy diet. By consuming healthy food and doing physical activities regularly, you can reduce stress and feel better, and become mentally and physically strong. These guidelines not only applicable in the school, but also effective when at home, going out with friends or playing sports with others. Just to summarize, school children should follow instructions given by teachers, which will help to protect themselves and others. But sometimes I wonder, as school children we are suffering, but who is responsible for this pandemic? The previous generation and the existing policymakers and different governments should work more towards preserving the biodiversity and making sure there will be no deforestation, so we will have less chance of having another pandemic. Because the coronavirus has escaped from the ecosystem and now the whole human population is suffering. We all know that doctors, nurses, scientists, disinfectors, and many more are playing a vital role in fighting COVID-19. By strictly following the government guidelines, we school children also play a significant role in contributing our share in impeding the spread of COVID-19. The battle is not over yet. We are remarkably close to the vaccine. So let us join hands to win this battle to make Earth a beautiful place for everyone to live and enjoy a healthy life. Lastly, I would like to thank my school and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation, Spas. I think you highlighted about sharing and caring. I think it's a good point. I'll leave it to the panel to ask any quick questions.
Very good, Pras. I'm happy the biosafety starts at your home and you carry it away to your school. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Well done. Nice points at your level. Okay, thank you, Spas. Then we go on to the next presenter, Theo Simin.
Yes. Good
Yeah.
morning, everyone. I'm Simin, currently a year 4 pharmacy student. This research project with the title of Comparative Study of UV Spectrophotometric or FTIR techniques for the simultaneous determination of amoxicillin trihydride capsule brands available in the local market has been carried out in my year 3 with my supervisor, Dr. Nabila, and also Professor Naim. So the objective of this study is to determine and compare the quality and purity of amoxicillin capsule products available in the local market, as well as to compare the analytical methods. First of all, I will have a brief introduction. Amoxicillin, which is a congener of ampicillin, provides similar broad-spectrum antibacterial activity of ampicillin, but with the advantages of better oral absorption, and also achieving blood concentration approximately twice as high as those obtained with ampicillin. Based on the National Point Prevalence Survey on antibiotic utilization among outpatients in Malaysia in 2016, amoxicillin is the most commonly prescribed antibiotic in Malaysia. Thus, the quality of amoxicillin available in the market is very important to ensure the well-being of patients in Malaysia. Moving on to the methods and material, we have used two methods. First one is UV spectrophotometry. Ethanol and 0.1 sodium hydroxide were used as solvent, and the absorbance were measured at the lambda max 272 nanometer and 247 for ethanol and 0.1 N sodium hydroxide respectively. The second one is FTIR spectroscopy. FTIR analysis was conducted in absorbance instead of transmittant, and the spectra were obtained by the Agilent Microlab FTIR software. No sample preparation was required for the FTIR spectrometer. The figure shows the instrument which is used in the UV is the Shimadzu UV 1800 UV-V spectrophotometer, and for the FTIR spectrometry, it is Agilent Carry 630 FTIR coupled with the software, Microlab FTIR software. Moving on to the result, using UV method, 5 out of 6 samples, which are the brand A, B, D, E, and F, complies with the USP official limits, which is not less than 90% and not more than 120% of the label amount of amoxicillin. They have a percentage purity of 112.07, 111.97, 114.35, 118.02, and 119.20 respectively for the brand A, B, D, E, and F. All the FTIR spectra obtained for different samples of amoxicillin have the similar absorption band with the FTIR spectrum of standard amoxicillin. This similarity between the spectra is a strong indicative of the identity of amoxicillin in all of the samples analyzed using the FTIR technique. For the FTIR technique, brand A, B, and E resemble the most to the standard. By comparing to both methods, FDR spectroscopy is actually a more accurate and reliable method as it allows analysis of drug without being affected by the solvent. Nevertheless, UV spectroscopy is also a simple, low-cost, reproducible, and accurate method which is suitable for the analysis of amoxicillin trihydride in pharmaceutical formulation. The table below shows the percentage purity of the amoxicillin standard and different brands of amoxicillin by using ethanol and 0.1 and sodium hydroxide. And the graph is showing the comparison of the percentage purity of amoxicillin when using ethanol and 0.1 sodium hydroxide by using UV spectrophotometric method. This shows the spectra of amoxicillin standard and brand A, B, C, D, E, and F from top to the bottom. My conclusion for this research project is that some brands fail to show acceptable quality by UV spectrophotometry and FDR spectroscopy. This shows that continuous marketing monitoring for quality control is necessary for all amoxicillin available in the market. UV spectrophotometry and FDR technique is comparable, and they are suitable for routine analysis of amoxicillin trihydrate in capsule in the laboratory of undergraduate study. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Simin, it's a it's a nice presentation, but a little bit away from biosafety. At least you're looking at the safety properties of amoxicillin, right? Yeah, amoxicillin. Amoxicillin. I think it's a nice presentation, and just a general comment, though it is not in line with our biosafety theme, but it's nice to look at the potency of the amoxicillin. It might have the compound, but it might be inactive. So if you have done a microbiological evaluation with a known strain, it will give you some input on its real biological potency.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll leave it with the panel to any comments.
How do you select these 6 samples, A, B, C, D, E, F? You have drawn 6 samples.
Yes.
Okay. On what basis you have drawn this A, B, C, D, E, F samples? It's a random?
Yes, random. We have taken few brands of amoxicillin in the market and we dephase them.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
What is the principle behind FTIR?
Yes.
What is the principle behind FTIR?
It's infrared.
No, FTIR method is well-known, well-standardized method for amoxicillin quantification and identification. So what is the new thing you brought in your research? What is new?
The FDIR technique, it doesn't, the instrument used in this FDIR technique, it doesn't require sample preparation and it don't need use solvent. So it's environmental friendly.
Oh, environmental friendly. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Simin. Thank you for participating. We'll go to the next presenter. Jinky. Yeah, we can start.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yo Jingxi, pharmacy student from AIMST University. Sorry for that. My topic is same with the previous.
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So I proceed. My research topic is comparative study for purity determination of ciprofloxacin hydrochloride tablets brand available in the local market by UV spectrophotometry and FTIR technique. Before that, I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Nabila Belvi, and Dean for helping me throughout this research project. So my research, the objective was to determine the purity and quality of different brands of ciprofloxacin and provide simple, sensitive, and cost-effective method. As we know, ciprofloxacin is an fluoroquinolone antibiotic most commonly used, and there are so many generic versions to overcome the budget of pension. However, the use of substance of fact ciprofloxacin jeopardize their usefulness. Therefore, the quality assessment of civilization arrival in the Malaysia is very important to ensure effective and safe therapy. The method we used were UV spectrophotometry and FTIR technique. In UV method, distilled water and HCl were used as solvent, and the absorbent were measured at maximum wavelength of 276 nanometer. In FTIR technique, analyses were conducted in absorbent and spectrum of different brands were compared. So now we move to the result. The UV result using distilled water showed two samples, which is brand A and brand C, were within the official USP limit, and only one sample passed the test according to the BP limit. Whereas for the UV method using HCl, 3 out of 6 samples were within the accepted USP range, while 4 samples fall within the BP limit. So we can see that the HCl is more suitable than distilled water as solvent because civilization is more soluble in organic solvent like HCl. Now we discuss the result of FTIR. Right side of the poster show spectrum of different brand of ciboraxazine. We can see that there is similarity in all spectrum, which consists of functional group peak indicate the presence of active ingredient compound. So on comparing of these two methods, FTIR technique is more accurate and gives better result than UV spectrophotometry. The procedure is also more simple than UV method. So in conclusion, we provide both cost-effective, simple and sensitive methods, but FTIR gives more results, so it's more preferred due to the simplicity and accuracy. Thank you.
Okay. Jinky, nice presentation on ciprofloxacin, the same like the previous presenter.
Yes.
I think, hope you know the principle of what you have done. I think it's a good work.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any questions from others? Dr. Prabha?
So, sir, you've done a good job, sir.
Good
Very
job.
clear and brief.
It's nice, actually. It's good to know the potential, see the profile.
Can I ask a question, Prof?
Yeah. I'm looking for you.
Ms. EO, I know that you have done in ciprofloxacin using spectrophotometry and FTIR. Just out of your presentation, just to know, do you know like any biosafety aspects of disposing the ciprofloxacin? Is there any regulations to follow? Antibiotics especially?
Can you unmute Jinky? Kanchana.
Yes, miss. Sorry.
It's okay. No, just to ask you, like, do you know, is there any biosafety regulations to dispose antibiotics?
So far, I don't know much.
Okay. No, this is normally regularly used, isn't it? So in laboratory, if you are using it, is there any procedure to dispose?
Sorry.
Disposal of antibiotics when you use in the labs.
We know normally you throw in the dust rush bin. We normally will keep and put in the yellow box, which is more safer for others.
Okay.
Actually, it's they normally incinerate it. Because we don't want to release the antibiotic in the environment and create more drug-resistant organism. It's an important biosafety measure. I think it's a good point, Dr. Annie, you raised it.
Okay.
I think everyone also should understand, don't throw away the antibiotics like that. It can lead to the emergence of drug-resistant organism. Okay, good. Actually, we never thought about it. We just throw things like that. Right. Okay, thank you, Jingy. Then we go on to the next presenter, Silky.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Silky and I'm studying in Regent International School in Year 9. Today I'll be talking to you about the biosafety and biosecurity in a school laboratory. To understand the topic well, we must first understand the meaning of lab biosafety and biosecurity. In a broader sense, biosafety means to ensure the protection from biological agents, their derivatives, and toxins, where the aim is to protect laboratorians from the biological risks posed while working with them. In contrast, biosecurity is essential to prevent the loss, theft, and misuse of valuable biological material, biological agents, or sensitive information. Don't forget that biochemical safety, physical safety, electrical safety is also essential. Biosafety and biosecurity in a lab require students to follow a set of rules for the safety of themselves and others. A few of the rules followed in the schools are the fundamental and straightforward ones, such as wearing appropriate clothes in the lab, such as a shirt that covers most of your upper body and preferably long pants. Wearing safety goggles as they protect us from handling potentially harmful biological agents as well as chemicals. With protective goggles, students can work without fear of damaging their eyes. Using rubber gloves while doing experiments. It helps to avoid direct contact with biological agents, toxins, as well as chemicals and protects our hands from contamination. While working in the lab, using a lab coat is essential. It protects us from biological as well as chemical spills. Because of lab coats and other personal protective equipment, we can protect ourselves and others too. In the laboratory, we should not play with the biological materials, equipment, as chemicals. It could lead to an accident. If we are not careful in the laboratory while handling hazardous materials, then it can result in a severe problem. If microbes or chemicals come in contact with any part of your body, wash immediately with plenty of running tap water. Do not sniff the biological material or the chemicals in the lab. Do not play around recklessly in the laboratory as you may break something or drop some chemicals. Do not eat or drink in a lab. It is extremely important to avoid laboratory acquired infections. Know what microorganisms or chemicals you are handling and what harm they could do to you. Some biological materials could be dangerous and some chemicals could be corrosive or poisonous. Avoid contact with microbes as well as chemicals. So do not touch your mouth, eyes, skin, or nose while working in a laboratory. If any incident happens in the laboratory, report immediately to the teacher or the laboratory manager. We follow these steps to avoid any incidents occurring in the school to protect us from variable biological or chemical agents. Our school has a log to see who enters the lab and at what time. It's part of biosecurity. It helps to keep track of the students' movement coming in and out of the laboratory. In our school, students are not allowed to enter the laboratory without the teacher's supervision or permission. To summarize, in this modern age, inculcating knowledge about biological risk management among school students is vital. We school students are the future, hence we should have hands-on experience to handle biological risk. Therefore, all schools should equip students to make them future ready. I want to thank my teachers and schools for allowing me to participate in this poster presentation competition. Special thanks to the organizers of this competition and thank you everyone for listening.
Okay, nice presentation, Silky, about the school lab safety. I think it's very thoughtful of you at this young age, and you're able to elaborate about PPE and all the important aspects.
Thank you.
Congratulations for picking up this important piece of knowledge.
Thank you.
Any questions from our panel?
Very good presentation, Shaky.
Thank you, sir.
I never expected at your age. With a clear understanding, and your poster was so clean, very comprehensive. You are on the right track.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you.
Thank you.
Good awareness you created today.
Okay. Okay, can we go on to the next presenter, Amanda Elvin?
A very good morning to my most esteemed panel of judges, lecturers, friends, and everyone present here. My name is Amanda, currently studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor's in Science Honours degrees in Biotechnology. and I will be presenting on the topic called various personal protective equipments. So firstly, let us look into what is personal protective equipments, or more broadly known as PPE. Personal protective equipment is a specialized clothing or equipment worn to provide protection against hazard. General work clothes like our uniform, pants, clothes, shirts, blouse are not intended to function as protection against a hazard and are not considered as PPE. So PPE can be as basic as eye protection like goggles, gloves, lab coat, or as complex as a biosafety level for pressure suit. So why is PPE so important? Basically, PPE protects workers against health or safety risks on jobs to reduce employee exposure to hazard when engineering and administrative controls are not feasible. It is also effective to reduce this risk to acceptable levels. When we are dealing with various hazardous or non-hazardous agents, biosafety levels can help to determine what PPEs can be used. So in biosafety level 1, skin bacteria or yeast are some of the agents that can be found. So standard laboratory coats, gowns, gloves, eye or face protection can be used. In biosafety level 2, herpes or common viruses can be found also. In PPEs in biosafety level 1 can also be used in biosafety level 2. In the third one, biosafety level 3, tuberculosis, SARS, highly pathogenic agents can be found. Thus, laboratory clothing, gloves, eye, face, and respiratory protection as needed. Lastly, the most hazardous of materials require biosafety level 4. This is required when working with dangerous exotic agents, for example, viruses such as Ebola. Thus, all biosafety level 3 practices and change of clothes before entering lab, showering upon exiting the lab, decontaminating all materials prior to exiting the facility. On the right side, we can look into the types of PPE. Firstly, head protection, eye protection, face protection, hearing protection, body protection, hand and arm protection, foot and leg protection. So as a conclusion, I would like to say that we have to protect ourselves before we can even save the world. PPE is our first line of defense against all pathogens, and it's our responsibility to wear them. And the following are my references and acknowledgement. I would like to especially thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences of AIMST University for giving me this opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. And I would also like to thank the organizers of this competition. With this, I thank each and everyone for lending me your ears. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation, Ms. Amanda. It is very nice on PPE, very beautiful presentation. I'll open to the panel for any question and answer.
Amanda, how do you dispose the petri plates, microbial petri plates after your lab work?
You have to unmute your mic, Amanda. Kachana can help.
So basically the petri dish has to be sealed with the film, and then it has to be thrown into a specific dustbin kind of thing provided in the lab.
There are 3 different colors, color bins, no? There are
yes, it's the yellow color.
Yellow bin. Then what do you have to do?
What we have to do
after that?
After that, I'm not really sure, sir. After you seal it with the film and then you throw it inside the bin, then after that, I don't know what happens, sir.
Okay.
Okay, well done. Thank you. So can we move on to the next presenter, Ching Er?
I have unmute you.
Good morning,
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela from AIMST University. I am currently pursuing Bachelor in Science Honors degrees in Biotechnology. The title for the e-poster that I want to present today is Operational Safety Practice in Biorisk Management. Laboratory biorisk management intends to protect workers, including staff and visitors, as well as the surrounding environment from possible risks to infectious biological materials. These management serve to provide as well as to ensure a safe, secure working environment for all members. The following list of operational practice outlines the general requirements for working safely in the laboratory. Firstly, eating, drinking are strictly not permitted in the laboratory. As we all know, food ingestion and chemically contaminated drinks are sources of chemical exposure. Secondly, wear proper laboratory attire with covered shoes, and gloves should be worn for all procedures that might involve contact with biological agents and contaminated materials. Also, hands must be washed after removing gloves, before leaving the laboratory, and at any time after handling potentially contaminated materials. And for girls who having long hair should be tied. Next, the laboratory is to be kept neat, tidy, and clean. Bench tops and work surface should be decontaminated at the end of the work activity or any spill of potentially infectious material. It is to ensure it is safe and non-hazardous, as well as it can help towards improving the organizational elements of the laboratory. Thus, you can easily find the laboratory apparatus or equipment that you want when you carry out the experiment or research. Besides that, paperwork and report writing should also be carried out away from areas where biological materials are manipulated. Furthermore, all chemicals should be correctly labeled with names and also warning with hazard warning checks prominently displayed. In addition, all experiment or research involving infectious materials must be conducted in biological safety cabinets and also plan in advance for response to accidents, spills, and injuries. Lastly, dispose of waste properly. For example, all liquid waste must be stored in leak-proof containers with secure lid. Solid debris must be placed in plastic bags. Do not place chemical or other non-biohazardous material in a biohazard bag. And also, keep in mind, all sharps must be collected and disposed in a commercial sharps container in order to avoid any possibility of puncturing personnel. Thus, in conclusion, good operational practice are the basis of safely working with infectious materials in the laboratory. By obeying the practice, the risk of exposure to biological hazards may be efficiently minimized. Lastly, I would like to express my special thanks to Dr. Shubhas, as well as Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University, and organizer who gave me the opportunity to participate in this e-poster competition. So here is my reference. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, Chengir, very nice presentation on safety practices, particularly the operational safety practices. I think it's very informative and the poster is very clear.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you. Any question from the panel? Okay. Right. I think thank you very much. Before we move on, and I will leave it to our moderator is back. Iris is back, and Dr. Subhash.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Ms. Iris, are you in virtual room? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear.
Ms. Iris, are you there? Sorry. I have to unmute her because it's not allowed for her, Because of security reason, we have unmuted. Kanchana, can you unmute her, make her co-host?
Sir, I can't see her in the participants list.
Oh, she just called me and she said, sorry, she misunderstood about the timing. Can you check the waiting participants? Anybody? Okay, okay. So I think, Prof, you can go to next student. Once he comes in, I will introduce her, Prof.
Okay, can we start with the next presenter, Saktivel Naidu? Even, who is the one? Even, sorry.
Yes, so I'm here. So can I start now?
Yeah, you can start now.
Okay, good morning to everyone. My name is Ang Yiwen. I'm Year 3 Biotech student from AIMST University, Malaysia. Today, I'm going to present about the biosafety, the methodology of laboratory decontamination. So what is the laboratory decontamination? It's a process or treatment that renders a medical device, instrument, or environmental surface safe to handle. Decontamination of work surface is essential to prevent the researcher exposure and contamination of the experiment. So all material taken out of biological lab should be surface decontaminated before leaving the lab. Thus, there are two objectives in this laboratory decontamination. First of all is to reduce the microbial contamination of materials or surface through the chemical disinfectant. Second is to ensure the researchers are not exposed to hazardous material and no material are improperly released to the environments. Next, for the laboratory decontamination are differentiated into 4 different levels, which are sterilization, disinfection, antiseptic, and cleaning. First of all, for the sterilization is a physical or chemical procedure to destroy all the microbial life on work surface, including resistant bacteria. Next, for the disinfection, is to eliminate virtually all pathogenic microorganisms on work surface and equipment. Moreover, for antiseptic, it is used to inhibit or destroy a microorganism by using a liquid and antimicrobial chemical to skin or living tissue. And lastly, for the cleaning, normally is required the step before sterilization and disinfection of inanimate object, as it can remove all the materials such as soil or organic material with the help of the water or detergent. So next we proceed to the methodology part. There are 4 categories of physical and chemical of decontamination, which are heat sterilization, liquid disinfection, vapor and gases, and radiation. First and foremost, for the heat sterilization, there are 2 types of heat, which are wet heat and dry heat. So for the wet heat, it provides destruction of all forms of microbial life, such as autoclaving. It will achieve rapidly with under pressure 150 pounds and with the temperature 121 degrees Celsius for 30 to 60 minutes. Whereas for dry heat, sterilization of glassware by dry heat can usually be accomplished at 160 to 170 degrees Celsius for period 2 to 4 hours. Furthermore, for the liquid disinfection, it is used to surface decontamination and when used in sufficient concentration as a decontaminate for liquid waste prior to final disposal in the sanitary sewer. The liquid disinfection can be classified as a halogen, acid, alkalis, aldehyde, ketones, and lastly is alcohol. Moreover, the vapor and gases basically is used to decontaminate the biosafety cabinet, animal rooms, and their associated system, bulky or stationary equipment for not suited to liquid disinfectant. Actually, it can categorize in aerosol, vapor, or gas phase of chlorine dioxide and hydrogen peroxide. And last but not least, for the radiation, there are 2 types of the radiation, which are ionizing and non-ionizing. For ionizing, it is used to destroy the microorganism, but it is not suitable for practical tool for laboratory use. Whereas for the non-ionizing, it reduces level of airborne microorganisms and maintain good air hygiene in airlocks, animal holding area, ventilated cabinet, and laboratory rooms by using a UV radiation. And in conclusion, laboratory decontamination is play a vital role to ensure all the material and equipment should be decontaminated to prevent the various contamination occur. And lastly, I want to thank Dr. Shubhas and the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences of AIMST University for providing a wonderful opportunity for me to participate in this poster presentation competition. Special thanks to the organizer of this competition. Thank you everyone for listening.
Okay, nice presentation even on the methodology of laboratory decontamination. You covered wide areas of sterilization, liquid disinfection, gases and radiation, aerosol and vapor, and so on. I think your poster also looks very nice, easy to read and comprehend. So I'll just open to the panel for any questions for this particular presentation.
For COVID, okay, among the 4 methods, which method is recommended?
Liquid disinfectant, I think.
Liquid disinfectant.
Yes.
So what it's made of? What's the composition of liquid disinfectant? What's the science behind killing virus or disinfecting the virus?
Mainly is alcohol.
Alcohol. What percentage of alcohol?
70%.
40.
70.
Percentage?
70%.
70%. Only alcohol, anything else is there?
I'm not sure about that, sir.
Okay, you find out and tell me. Not now, tell me later. Because common thing you are using every day with the belief it is disinfecting your hands. Right? So
yeah.
Being a biotech student, you should know what is the thing inside the hand washer and disinfectant, right? And what is the mechanism of, what is the mechanism in prevention of contamination? You find out. Otherwise, your slide, quality of the slide, content, everything is good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Evan. And before we go on to the next presenter, I would like to introduce Ms. Iris Shruti. She is able to join from Sandhya Laboratories, USA. I will leave her to give few words.
Prof, thank you. Maybe I'll just interrupt, sorry. So all the participants, I'm extremely sorry because of some technical reasons. He was not able to join this morning at the beginning, but I'm great. I'm grateful she's here finally. I just want to introduce Iris, Miss Iris Shruti in just few words, because she's extremely busy and she managed to accept our invitation, and finally she's here. I'm very happy and glad to see her in a virtual room, because I was worried what happened to her suddenly, because last night I had a meeting with her. So just a little bit about Iris. She's a senior member of the technical staff in the Global Chemical and Biological Security Department at Sandhya National Laboratories in New Mexico, United States of America. Currently, she serves as country lead for Vietnam, Thailand, and Algeria, and manages and implements laboratory virus management programs funded by the United States Department of Defense as well as Department of State. Technically, she leads virus management curriculum development activities, and I want to share something interesting, because AIMST University has developed laboratory virus management course by getting a feedback from Sandhya National Laboratories. So in that process, Ms. Iris was involved, and that's why I'm quite excited she's here. So she takes care of implementing and promoting these types of virus management curriculum development activities, engaging higher educational institutions globally to successfully establish sustainable virus management education programs that prepares the future workforce to prevent or effectively respond to outbreaks that cross human, animal, as well as environmental health sectors. means we are talking about One Health Security. Prior to working at Sandia, Iris worked as a project manager for Iraq. Iraq's scientist engagement program at CRDF Global, supporting non-proliferation program with a focus on biosafety and biosecurity, which is agenda of the Department of State, United States of America. So in addition to that, she has over 10 years experience working for various NGOs as an international development and emergency response and humanitarian assistance program manager, designing and implementing USAID, OFDA, UNICEF, and other donor-funded development programs. She has provided leadership and oversight to programs in Europe, then Middle East, various parts of countries in Middle East, then Caribbean region, as well as some other countries with various range of technical focuses from rural community development, youth education and development, infrastructure development, and emergency response and humanitarian assistance. So country experience includes, she have experience of working with Iraq, Haiti, Kosovo, Vietnam, and she holds a master's degree in international development from the American University in Washington, DC, United States of America. So with this brief introduction, she will join us as a moderator and as a chief of judging panelist. So on behalf of AIMST University, on behalf of Institutional Biosafety Committee, I welcome you, Ms. Iris. So thank you very much for joining us and becoming a part of our Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. So we have completed just let me check. We have completed 9. So you can call student number 10. So floor is yours, Iris, please. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Subhash, and my deep apologies for the late entrance. I know all the students have worked very hard during this difficult time, pandemic, to put all these posters together, and it is admirable that all of you have worked so hard to put these posters for the Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. Dr. Subhash, thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here. I would not have missed this opportunity, and I apologize for the late entrance. I'm very excited to see what the students have put together. Just a little bit about myself. I am very involved with Vietnam One Health University Network, and we have engaged in 6 successful remote engagements on biosafety, biosecurity, where students like yourselves have developed cases that relate to biosafety and biosecurity. So I just want to say I really enjoy working with the students and the academia, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the posters that you all have put together. Thank you so much, Dr. Subhash, for this opportunity. I appreciate it. We can start with, I suppose, with
number 10. Number 10. Yeah.
Number 8. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, number 10 student can start. Kanchana, you can project the slide.
I think Saktivel Naidu.
Yeah.
Okay, so greetings to all the fellow judges present today for this amazing event. My name is Saktivel Naidu from the Faculty of Applied Sciences, AIMST University, Malaysia. And today I would like to talk about the topic of biosafety, specifically biosafety strategies to protect global health. So in fact, when this pandemic started, I was actually stranded in the capital state of Malaysia, which is Kuala Lumpur. Haven't been able to return to my university due to travel restrictions. I realized that one thing that the pandemic gave me was a lot of time for reflection. And it got me thinking whether this pandemic would be just a temporary crisis, which is something that would go quick and easy, or would it be a more deepened and profound change to the global state? Well, I believe that this is just not a temporary crisis, but rather a paradigm shift in the economy, and which results in many different operational changes in all sectors. For example, the travel industry, which we all know has received a huge impact, as well as the medical industry and the education industry as well. So speaking of this pandemic, it actually leads us to talk about how the future can be more secure for us. Being occupants of this earth, it is essential that we bind together and join forces to further implement long-term strategies for the stability of our biosafety framework. The fundamental objectives of the global biosafety strategies is the ability to constantly evolve the approach towards the management of biorisks. So, for example, over the past few years, detection speeds of virus was about 6 months to find it. For example, during the Ebola outbreak, whereas nowadays detection speeds have reduced drastically to from about 6 weeks to less than that. And by detection, I not only mean finding the virus, but also knowing what it really is, like the composition of it, the origin, and the susceptibility. To deal with these biological risk and challenges, international partnerships have been formed to assess and reduce the risk. And we all know that we are all part of this global community that has been called to action to fight against the novel coronavirus. And this is actually a community working together with respect to proper biosafety and biosecurity measures, with advanced equipment as well as laboratory infrastructure to help contain and control this pandemic. So speaking of a controlled pandemic, the measure of a successful and sustainable control is usually a risk-based and a locally driven process in our local countries. So the main body that has taken lead in this fight is the World Health Organization. As we all know, they have implemented international guidelines that has been thoroughly adapted into our national requirements of many other countries as well, based on their risk assessment as well as their local conditions. Now, we've also got amazing scientists working at the speed of light, providing the world with antivirals, vaccines, as well as test kits to help in the complete eradication of this virus. So as we speak of all this progression, we should now think ahead of time, and we should actually plan the biosafety strategies for the future, given another pandemic scenario that we are going through. We should start off by actually not over-exaggerating the possibility of the outbreak, nor underestimating it. So basically, we have got to set up the perfect balance between the frontline defense, setting up the frontline defense, as well as early screening and detection process. This is actually the most important part of risk mitigation when it comes to a pandemic. So implementing biosecurity measures is the key. For example, we've got to increase biosecurity awareness among the front lines by keeping them updated on the latest threats and the advancements in our technology, keeping track of people entering and exiting prominent research facilities. That is also a step up in the right direction. We also do not want to have too many unnecessary samples laying around in labs all across the country. You know, for example, during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, as soon as the thing was controlled, researchers found that there were too many orphan samples laying around, and they had to have a major cleanup all over in many different countries. So that would be a step in the right direction if we actually monitor all the samples being tested in all the research facilities. Decontamination should be a staple practice in all red zones which possesses a threat to contamination and spread of the virus. Finally, and most importantly, is the formulation of overall and national laws on biosecurity. This process should actually be accelerated, and in my opinion, it should be passed among the Senate of every country, because this is the key for everyone being safe when there is a threat or there is another pandemic which is possible to happen in the next decade or so. So in conclusion, it actually takes a global community to fight and conquer a global pandemic. And we all have to believe that we are in this fight together, and anything less than believing that is actually unthinkable. Thank you very much, everyone, for this opportunity, and thank you very much for listening.
Okay.
Satyavel,
Yes, sir.
excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I never expected from at student level, thinking the global issues and coming out your wisdom thoughts.
Thank you, sir.
Good, happy. But your slides were, if you look at the slides,
Yeah.
that's not reflected in your talk.
Yes, I
If
want
you
to
some
capture the
points,
audience in my speech, sir. I don't prefer putting too many information in the slides. I want to explain to you all what I really think.
very good. But the too many information is there in the slide.
Oh, okay.
Poster.
Okay.
Okay. Bring in more picture, reduce words,
Okay.
then it will give a very powerful impact.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Good job. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Nice.
Well done, Shaktivel. It's a presentation. As said, when poster, your presentation should equal weightage for the poster also.
Yeah. Okay, doctor.
Okay. When it's oral, I agree that more when with respect to oral.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But if it's poster, equal weightage for your poster also.
All right. Thanks,
Okay.
doctor.
Good presentation on global. Good.
Thank you.
Naidu, I really enjoyed your talk. I think it was quite interesting. You touched upon the main topics.
Yes.
You mentioned risk assessment,
Yeah.
risk mitigation, and biosecurity awareness. So my question to you is, what goes into a risk assessment process? So how should these countries or institutions or universities or laboratories, what is the process of that risk assessment in your mind?
Well, risk assessment, I believe we have to begin from the source of the problem. So if we take in context of the current pandemic, COVID-19, I believe that assessing individual people based on what their background, where they have been, places they have visited, and also taking swabs to see if they are positive or not, as well as containing the virus as much as possible. And it begins, like I said just now, it begins at a very local level. So it starts off at every small town, small state, and then it moves on to the country, because we cannot underestimate a pandemic. It spreads very fast, especially with a virus that multiplies in, it takes 6 days or so. So I believe that starting off small individually, it would actually give us a head start in controlling the pandemic.
Yeah, excellent point. So if you were to be in the laboratory setting,
yeah,
what would be a step of conducting a risk assessment? In your opinion?
Setting, I would say maybe personal protection. Everyone should be aware of their surroundings, and they should be aware of what they're doing, not overdoing what they're supposed to do. Just stick to their work and make sure that they keep themselves safe to avoid further contamination.
Yeah, excellent. I really love your points. And also we have to keep in mind when we do a risk assessment in laboratory is to identify the hazard. And that hazard is the pathogen. What sort of pathogen you all are working with. And in the general context, you're talking about COVID. And so assessing the hazard, assessing COVID-19, what are the implications of it? And then, we can identify the mitigation measures based on the risk assessment as well, and then evaluate at the end if those risk mitigations are valid or not. So we have assess, mitigate, evaluate process.
Yes.
This was a very good overview. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for taking your time to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Thanks.
Love it. Thank you. And Professor Ravichandran?
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you have anything to comment on?
I think it's a good presentation. Actually, Saktivel Naidu gave a very good points about pandemic and also the future pandemic. And,
thank you, sir.
Yeah, it is a nice nice talk on how we can combat or fight against the current pandemic and the future pandemic. And also, like Ms. Iris said, that you also need to know how to do the risk assessment very in a systematic manner. That's what you learn in your course.
Yeah.
So I think that those things need to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
So the next person we have, number 10, is Mrs. Yi.
Okay, hello, good morning,
Yes,
everyone.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So my name is Choi Hong Yi, and I'm currently studying for the Bachelor of Science honor degree of biotechnology in AIMST University, Malaysia. And today the presentation title of mine will be the Global Trends in Biorisk Management. And so I'll do a brief introduction about the biorisk management. So the biorisk management is basically an effective management of risk posed by working with all kinds of infectious agents or maybe pathogens and toxic in the lab. And it basically covers everything from the standard operating procedures to the individual procedures. And it basically places a responsibility on the facility so that they demonstrate that appropriate biorisk mitigation strategy exists and then is documented, implemented, and most importantly, is continually improved. And next to the objective of the current biorisk management is that to protect the workers and the animal and the environment from exposure or spread of pathogens. And it also minimizes the occurrence and consequences of human error within the lab environment, like some kind of human error such as the speed working, which can cause a lot of danger. A lot of things can go bad from there. And then poor training, maybe fatigue as well. And next is to provide an agreement between the authorities, the public, and the scientific community, establishing trust and also societal safety and security. So it's like making promises to the community so that they do not worry on what you're working on, especially those pathogens. So move on to the AMP model, which is the three key components to the biorisk management. First one will be the biorisk assessment, biorisk mitigation, and also the biorisk performance. So the biorisk assessment is basically practicing the CWA 15793 standard and also identifying the hazard and evaluating the risk associated with the biological agents and toxin and deciding whether the risk is acceptable or not. And for the biorisk mitigation is action and control measure used to reduce the risks associated with biological agent and toxin. And the biorisk performance will be improving the biorisk management by recording, measuring, and also evaluating the actions and outcomes so that it can improve and reduce the biorisk. And next, we'll move on to the agency and international organization that are monitoring the biorisk, which is first will be the World Health Organization, WHO, and then the International Federation Biosafety Association, IFBA. They basically just provide sustainable, cost-effective biosafety and also strategic planning. And the World Organization for Animal Health, OIE, they don't involve in those bioweapons and stuff, but they are important on the development of the generic biosafety and safe transport guidance, and specifically targeting the animal-related field. And for the challenges that we are facing in the current biorisk management is that the implementation of a systemic biorisk management approach remains uneven globally, and then poorly understand biorisk continue to emerge, challenges the biosafety and biosecurity. And also it requires a significant investment, both financially and intellectually. It requires a lot of money to build a laboratory and also sustain it. And it's not a part-time job for anyone. It needs to be trained so that it is qualified to work in the lab. And the training has been hampered by the lack of training materials in the appropriate language that can be provided to the local trainers, emerging pathogens with increased virulence or expanded host range, like the current coronavirus. And last but not least, to the future opportunity that the biorisk management can bring us is that more opportunities for international collaboration between laboratories that work with the biological materials, and more education and training opportunities in the field of biorisk management are available. And most importantly, some additional career option for the youngster, specifically on this biorisk management field. So that will be all for my presentation. Thank you. And I would like to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University for providing me this opportunity. And a special thanks to the Dr. Subhash for the guidance through the presentation. And that's all for me. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you, Choi. I think that was a fantastic summary of biorisk management, what it is. I love your poster. I love the pictures. I love that you mentioned the AMP model. That's very critical, especially, assessment is one of the key components. My question to you is, since you put this poster together, what do you think are some challenges that Malaysia is facing or students are facing if they were to implement a biorisk management system?
So the first challenges I think in Malaysia is that some of the labs are not as I think, how to put it in words, it's like not as fine as other countries, like not the top tier. It's like so that we can't work on many things. Infrastructure is not completed in some lab, and also a lack of the the money, the financially and also intellectually. We don't have people much interested in this field at all, only a little bit, comparing to the whole population in Malaysia. Only like few of them are interested in taking of this biotech and only know about biotech. Few of them know about biotech. So that's the challenges I think in Malaysia.
Do you think it's a lack of understanding biorisk management, or so, like with the Ebola outbreak that happened in Africa, countries are even more poor than, in Malaysia, what have you. So we saw cases where healthcare workers or technicians, laboratory technicians, they worked in laboratories that were level 1, and they're working with an Ebola pathogen, which is a very dangerous pathogen. But they didn't have to have a big, fancy laboratory to be safe and secure. I think they did practice biosafety and biosecurity concepts to keep themselves safe as well as the community around themselves. So yeah, I do agree with you that, having a good laboratory, fancy laboratory is great, but really, it's not really that necessary unless everyone understands risk assessment, protects themselves and protects the environment in the right way.
Okay, so it's the people that is most important, that the training they have undergone.
Right.
Sorts, right.
Thank you so much. I really love the effort that you put in it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hangi, it was a nice presentation. I think you covered the area of biorisk management, particularly BRM. As you mentioned, the awareness is lacking, and I think I like to see the. I was looking at your last point in your poster, career option for youngsters. I think this is the time we can teach the others. I think you are the future graduates, and you can go and spread the message of biorisk management. And I think you nicely elaborated the AMP model. I think that's the fundamentals we need to teach the people. What we have, the pandemic we are facing now actually the whole community is learning in a passive manner on the damage of the biorisk. So I think it was a nice presentation and you elaborated it well. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof.
I think we can go to the
Good morning and hello to everybody. My name is Chong Li Sheng and I'm studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor's in Science Honours degree in Biotechnology. My presentation title is about policy documents required for biorisk management systems. The document that I'm going to talk about today is the policy document for the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine's biorisk management policy. So first of all, biorisk is the combination of harm occurring and the severity of the harm when the source of the harm is a biological agent, a GMO, or a toxin, whether genetically modified or not. Biological agents are defined here as viruses, bacteria, fungi, parasites, or any other microorganisms which may cause infection, allergy, toxicity, or otherwise create a hazard to humans or to animals. So GMOs, also known as genetically modified organisms, are all viruses, bacteria, fungi, parasites, cells, animals, or plants that have their genetic material altered in a way that does not occur naturally by mating, selective breeding, or natural recombination. Biological toxins are toxins originating from an animal, bacteria, fungi, plant, or any other biological source. So this policy applies to all work with biological agents, GMOs, other potentially infectious materials, and biological toxins conducted by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, staff and students, including the Medical Research Council at the Uganda Virus Research Institute. This policy applies to the storage, handling, or disposal of biological agents and GMO of any classification, biological toxins, and of materials that are known of being contaminated with any of these. This policy does not apply to live animals or plants except when genetically modified or when deliberately infected with a biological agent or GMO. So what are the topics that are covered in biorisk management? So firstly, it's not using hazardous biological agents, GMOs, or toxins where safer alternatives are available. Protect staff, students, contractors, visitors, community, and environment from biological agents, toxins, or GMOs that are stored or handled within LSHTM. Reduce the risk of exposure to or release of hazardous biological materials by conducting adequate risk assessments and implementing the required control measures. Provide competent staff with adequate resource so as to manage the biorisk at LHSTM. Ensure the provision of all necessary levels of health surveillance, health screening, and vaccination before and during normal work activities, and the provision of all necessary health support in the event of an exposure incident, and also to continually improve biorisk management performance. So as for the discussion, the LSHTM biorisk management policy conduct its work activities so as to comply with all the national legal requirements applicable to the biological agents, toxins, and GMOs that will be handled or stored. So as the conclusion, this policy document describes how the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine will conduct its work with such material in a safe and compliant manner. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chong. I really enjoyed this informative poster. My question to you is, why did you choose this example? You know, what prompted you to look at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine?
Well, because it's a school of hygiene and tropical medicine, so it emphasized about hygiene first, you know, to reduce contamination.
Right. But I mean, is there a reason why you chose this school in particular, or is it because you love what they do, or because there are so many universities out there?
Yeah, it's just a random out of the other universities.
Yeah. And so what do you think from this study or this, the research that you did, what do you think would be some concepts that you think universities or your university should apply?
I think every university should be well equipped. Every laboratory should be well equipped, so that they could actually follow the protocols, so that to reduce contamination. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Chung. I appreciate that. Professor Ravichandran.
Yeah, I think Chung Lishan, I think that's a good effort. I think you've done this as like a kind of an example or a case study. I think that should, if you take it like that, I think that's appropriate. But I'm glad to know that you're taking effort to do this. Chung Lishan, congratulations. Yeah, we can go on to the next present.
We can go to the next one. Great.
Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Clement Xiang Yuang, and is from Faculty of Applied Sciences in AIMST University, Malaysia. So today I'll be presenting a topic about the guidelines of WHO to have proper biorisk management. So first and foremost, what is biorisk management? It is a combination of both biorisk and biosecurity. So biorisk targets the protection of humans and the surroundings from unintentional exposure of pathogens and hazardous materials. So biosecurity is referring to the protection of high pathogenic biological agents from intentional release and use as biological weapons by terrorist organizations. So in simple terms, biorisk protects humans and facilities from hazardous materials, whereas biosecurity protects pathogens and hazardous material from falling into the wrong hands. So why is biorisk management relevant? It can reduce the risk of accidental exposures of toxic materials. Not only that, it can also prevent the loss or misuse of the hazardous materials. So usually when large facilities and organizations handle samples, they are in huge batches. This makes it impossible to make sure that the specimens retain 100% of its initial amount. Therefore, there must be accountability for VBM, which is valuable biological material. It is easier to minimize the consequences by establishing protocols and controls to protect the VBM and personnel working with it as well. This not only results in a lower risk of accidents occurring, it can also guarantee that personnel performs in an efficient way when dealing with future accidents. Protocols must ensure which materials exist in a laboratory, the locations of the materials, and the person in charge at the moment. Accountability here does not necessarily mean it has to know the exact quantities of the sample, because it is simply unrealistic. It just means to be responsible for the materials you are working with. While it is true that bioscience research has helped us move forward in terms of development of drugs and vaccines, however, there is a flip side, as it possesses the potential to harm us as well if it is not used correctly. If it is misused, this can lead to a global crisis due to its potential to cause harm. Therefore, we must acknowledge the potential risk of it being used in a negative way by setting up selective access in certain areas. This confirms the loss of valuable biological material is at its minimum. Here I actually have an example of MERS coronavirus laboratory test that is conducted in 2014 and its procedure. First, we have the indication for testing. Clinicians must follow a WHO guideline to determine which patient should be tested. Next is specimen collection, where samples are collected, followed by laboratory biorisk management, where the samples are tested with appropriate equipment. Once the MERS coronavirus, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome coronavirus infection is detected via the unique sequence in RNA sequencing, diagnostics will carry out an immunofluorescence test that will detect an antibodies, and neutralizer serum tests will come alongside as well. Lastly, all test results, whether positive or negative, should likewise be immediately reported to the authorities. So in a nutshell, biorisk management is crucial when it comes to lab practices. And finally, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Subhash and to the organizers for providing me this opportunity to participate in this poster competition. That is all from me. Thank you all for listening.
Clemens, that was a beautiful summary of what is biorisk management, and citing the WHO, it's very important. WHO has very strong guidelines on biosafety and biosecurity. So thank you so much. I really love the poster. Professor Ravichandran, I'm so sorry.
I think it is Clemens Yo Hong. I think you did a good presentation on how to have a proper biorisk management. I think it's a good initiative. At least you take an effort to learn, and then you presented it. So it's a fundamental concept. I think it's useful for all the listeners. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor.
Is there someone else in the panel that would like to comment? Miss Annie, Sam?
Yeah, it's a good presentation. Like he has presented the overall WHO guidelines on biorisk management. Good, well done.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Prabha?
Yeah, it's a good layout of poster and very clear, even without any explanation. One go, we can understand the content of the biorisk management. I enjoy this presentation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really like the graphics too. Less wording and more visual. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Richard, you are unmuted. You can start talking.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Kanchana. So, good evening, Miss Iris. Good morning, Dr. Annie, Prof. Ravi, Dr. Prabha, Dr. Subhas, and everyone. Hello, I am Wicket, a final year biotech student at AIMST University. Today, I would like to present you all about my poster, which is Importance of Performance to Biorisk Management. Before we talking about the main topic, let me introduce the biorisk management and performance to you all. Biorisk management is an effective management of risks proposed by working with infectious biological agents and toxins in laboratory. Next, performance is one of the components in AMP model. AMP model has broken into three parts, which are assessment, mitigation, and performance. So why performance is important to biorisk management? It's because performance is able to control, reduce, and eliminate identified risks. Besides, it provides the opportunity to make system better by modifying goals and objectives. Performance also helps in determining effective control measures and allow redistribution of resources to other strategies. Moving on discussion part, I would like to talk about the PDCA concept. What is PDCA concept? PDCA concept actually is related to the AMP model. First is the P. P stands for the plan. First, we need to identify the problems, plan the solution, and set the goals. Second is do. We carry out the plan, conduct the process, and test the solutions. In this stage, we can observe the solution, whether it's work or not. And then the third one is the check. So we can able to inspect the actual results and compare it with the expected result. The last one is the act. We can identify out the corrective action to issue the difference between the actuals and expected results. In conclusion, AMP model is the key success of the biorisk management. In addition, I would like to acknowledge US Department of Health and Human Services provide material to refer. Therefore, I would like to acknowledge Sandia National Laboratories inspire me the ideas to create this poster. Last but not least, I would like to special thanks to Dr. Subhas for his guidance and passion on this Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. Below is my reference link. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ang. That was beautiful. I think I agree with you. Performance is very key to the AMP model. And I love the way you explain the Plan, Do, Check, Act. Again, assessment is key in biorisk management. If you don't do a risk assessment, then we wouldn't put the right mitigation measures in place. And performance is the last action item to make sure that everything is working. Do the risk mitigation measures work? Did we miss anything? Do we have what do the audits say? And so I think your presentation was excellent to highlight the importance of performance. So thank you so much for getting the resources and everything, for putting this together. Beautiful.
Thank you, Miss
Professor
Iris.
Ravi?
Wicked. It's a very concise and precise poster on AMP. I'm happy you understood the AMP concept. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Wicked, it was a good presentation.
Okay.
On virus management, particularly the plan, do, act, check. It's a nice concept. I think you learned the fundamental, but you also conveyed the message very nicely in the poster. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Annie, did you have anything to say to Ang?
And yeah, it was excellent presentation. You did well. Is there any further changes that you would comment on, like plan, do, check, and act? Any improvement you would like to have, or is this sufficient model?
The question for Ang.
Unmute him.
Ang, you're muted.
Besides the PDCA, the chart, actually, I think it's nothing else, but this concept is better when we want to plan to do something like we are carrying out the experiment. We just like recheck again.
That's right. You have to check all the time. You cannot just quit. You have to evaluate all the time. So the plan, do, check, act is the same as the AMP model. So the plan is the assessment, and then the do, whatever you're doing, and then checking mitigation, performance. So yeah, it was very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ang.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Iris, and also Dr. Annie. Thank you.
So we'll see the next presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eunice. I'm studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor in Science honor in Biotech. So my title today is Biosafety Level. I hope I can make a good performance today. Okay, first, we have to know what is biosafety level. A biosafety level is a set of bioconvenient precautions that used to identify the protective measure that are needed in a lab setting to protect worker, environment, and the public. So there are 4 levels of biosafety level. There are BSL1, BSL2, BSL3, and BSL4. So for the BSL1 is the most basic. Normally we will do in our university lab, like cell culture. The culture is not infectious bacteria, example E. coli, Bacillus subtilis. The BSL2 will be the bacteria and virus cause mild disease. Example will be a HIV, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, and hepatitis C. So the next level will be BSL3, the microbe that will cause severe disease via inhalation. The example of this, it will be a yellow fever virus, SARS virus, and now the common pandemic like COVID-19 is under BSL3. The last one is the most serious disease, can say that is BSL4. The treatment and vaccine is not available. The example will be Ebola virus, and Marburg virus. So how do you know how the virus or bacteria include in differentiate into BSL 1, 2, 3, or 4? Actually, it's based on 4 factors: pathogenicity, route of transmission, infections dose, and the ability of effective prophylaxis. Okay, that's all from me. But last but not least, I would like to thank all the audience for lending me your ears. And I would like to thank Dr. Shubhas and the organizer for giving me the opportunity for this poster presentation competition. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Eunice. I think this was great. I love hearing about biosafety levels and how biosafety and biosecurity fit into those levels. So a quiz question. What level is COVID-19? BSL 1, 2, or 3, or 4?
BSL 3.
Why?
Actually, I don't know more. I know BSL 3 because the webinar 12, Mr. Joel has stated like COVID-19 is under BSL 3. Although it will transmission fast, but it's under BSL 3.
That's great. Oh, thank you. Dr. Annie, do you have anything to
poster
say?
itself. You check, the answer is there in the poster.
Oh, is it will cause disease like that inhalation?
Oh, SARS-CoV is COVID.
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
COVID is a SARS virus.
It is.
Oh, I just remember. I only remember like the last webinar, Mr. Joel like told us COVID-19 under BSL 3.
Good. And what BSL facility is available in our lab?
In Malaysia.
At our university, what BSL level cabinet is available?
Until BSL 2?
BSL?
1?
2.
2, right?
Yeah, 2.
Okay.
Is there any BSL 3 facility in Malaysia?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay, it is available it is available in Veterinary Research Institute, IPO. In IPO, Veterinary Research Institute, they got BSL 3 facility.
That's great.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Eunice. Dr. Ravi, do you have any?
It's a good presentation, Eunice. We enjoyed your presentation actually. One thing which gives us fulfilling is that you all are learning about biosafety different levels. Okay, that's a fundamental concept I think we all should learn. And the awareness is there. You know what COVID which category it belongs to. So I'm happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. And Dr. Annie, do you have any comments?
It's a good presentation. Like she has listened to the webinars and she has understood about the basics of biosafety. So it's very good. Keep it up, Eunice.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I
Doctor.
agree with you. Thank you, Eunice. Thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Miss Iris.
Thank you.
So we'll go to the next one.
Right, hello everyone. Good day, I wish to all. I'm Fazilaini binti Muhammad Farid, and I'm currently studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor of Science Honours degree in Biotechnology. So for my presentation today, the title will be Biomedical Waste Disposal. So I would like to talk about the various ways that is carried out to dispose the biomedical waste, and for today's presentation, I would like to highlight about the sanitary landfill. So without further ado, I would like to start off with the definition of what biomedical waste are. Biomedical waste is defined as any waste which is generated during the diagnosis, treatment, or vaccination of human beings or animals or in research activities. So some examples of this biomedical waste are human body fluids, microbiological waste, human blood products, pathological waste, animal waste, and sharp waste. So the most common method for the disposal of this biomedical waste include incineration, autoclaving, chemical disinfectant, microwave irradiation, and also land disposal. So here I'm briefly going to explain about what incineration and autoclaves are. Incineration is a controlled process in which the waste is burned at very high temperature. Incineration has the benefit of reducing the waste volume, sterilizing it, and has been found to be effective in neutralizing potentially infectious agents. The end of the incineration process, ashes will be produced and this will be disposed at the sanitary landfill. Next is autoclave, or also known as steam sterilization. It is the most dependable procedure for the destruction of all forms of microbial life, and the final product will be disposed at the sanitary landfill as well. So this process uses extremely high temperature and pressure to kill the bacteria or pathogens. So moving on to the sanitary landfill. Sanitary landfill is a landfill that uses clay liner to isolate the waste from surrounding environment using a system of layers designed to allow waste to decompose safely. To put in simple words, the sanitary landfills operate by layering waste in a very large hole. As materials decomposes, the landfill gas expert will be continuously monitoring the groundwater to detect if any leakage occurs. So let's dig into the layers. The first layer is the liner system, which is the bottom of the modern landfill is typically lined with very compacted clay, dense enough to prevent any liquids from penetrating it. The second layer is the drainage system, which is some waste produces liquid as it decomposes. So the landfill is engineered in such a way that perforated pipes is installed on top of the liner to collect these liquids. This liquid is known as leachate, which is this contaminating substance. The leachate will be funneled to the treatment facilities. Moving on to the third layer, which is the gas collection system. The decomposing waste in landfills will naturally produce methane gas, and if it's released to the atmosphere, it will contribute to global warming. So the gas is collected through pipes and is sent to a facility for conversion to renewable energy. The fourth layer is the trash itself. In the main area of the landfill, trash is delivered and then compacted to take up less room. Every day, the new trash is covered with a layer of soil which helps to contain the odors and deter pests. So once the landfill is full, it will be kept or to say covered. The landfill capping is a containment technology that forms a barrier between the contaminated media and also the environment, thereby shielding humans and the environment from the harmful effects of its contents and perhaps limiting the migration of the contents. The layer made up of synthetic material covering with 2 feet of compacted clay, and the site will be continuously monitored for at least 30 years to ensure if any the surrounding environment is safe from the contamination. So to end my presentation, I would like to conclude that we have to manage the biomedical waste have to be managed very carefully because if anything wrong happens, major problem may occur. So I would like to thank the Department of Biotechnology for Faculty of Applied Sciences of AIMST University for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this post-presentation competition. And thank you, Dr. Subhash, for guiding us throughout the process. And thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fazila. I think this was an excellent topic. I think biomedical waste is such an excellent topic to address in this forum. So I really love the way you explained everything in a nutshell. My question was, I have a question for you. What about sharps? How would you dispose sharps?
Sharps materials.
Needles, the sharps. I mean, that's something common, right, in a laboratory setting?
Yeah. Sharps are disposed through chemical treatment, where they are. Yeah, through chemical treatment.
Okay. Great. Thank you. I think this was an excellent poster. Thank you, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, I think it is a nice model. Fazila, it's a nice model on biomedical waste, how it has to be processed. I think this is one of the way to dispose, and but most of the biohazard and tissues and all, mostly they will be in our current settings, they will incinerate. That's one of the way to dispose biohazard waste after chemical decontamination. You are right. You have to chemically decontaminate, and then you have to dispose it in a proper way. It's a good presentation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha.
It's a good presentation you made, Fasila. You understood the biomedical waste disposal methods. And please remember, there is a big business avenue. If you really take care of this update your knowledge, enrich yourself. The super specialty business models are available to exclusively handle biomedical waste. Keep that in your mind. There is a career option.
All right. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Annie, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Ms. Fazila. It's an excellent presentation. Just one thing, your objective was to create awareness in the society, isn't it? How can you carry this information to the society? I mean, you are attached to the university, so you know about biomedical waste disposal mechanisms and all that. So how will you transfer this information to the society where we are living here? They might not be having much information about this waste management, isn't it? Disposal mechanisms.
So maybe we're one of the platform is maybe we can use the media, social medias, by creating this type of posters, and maybe we can post them to the social media, and also we can, yeah, we can just contribute, pass it to the, we can.
Okay, so do you think our parents are very well versed in using social media?
Yeah, but yeah, for now I think yes, because most of us are using online media for.
Okay, good. Actually, every student, like when they know about this biomedical waste disposal, they can carry this information to the society where they live. So that is one way of transferring the information so that everybody are educated about the biomedical waste disposal. Even as we seen earlier, like Prof also said, the antibiotics that we use, okay, that should be carefully disposed. Otherwise, as Prof said, it will create resistant organisms. So every individual in the society should be educated about biomedical waste. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That was excellent. Shall we go to the next?
Okay, good morning and good evening, everyone. My name is Fazla. I'm proud to tell you that I'm a final year biotechnology student at AIMST University, and I'm going to present on key performance indicators to demonstrate that safe practices are being used in the laboratory. So the future will rely on key performance indicators, or KPI. It's an essential part of digitalization of laboratory. It addresses safety challenges, for example, how you log, transfer data, perform experiments. So the term safety performance indicators, or SPI, according to the OECD, it's used to define as observable measures that provide insight of the concept of safety, which is very complex to measure directly. The SPI ensures that organizations will use appropriate data determined from collection, analysis, and assess the bioresource management system. In order to implement as seen as figure 1 cycle, you are required to define the two types of SPI in your laboratory: outcome indicators and activity indicators. These two types of indicators are illustrated in the Swiss cheese model here. Outcome indicators, are also known as lagging indicators, are what makes the holes of the cheese. It measures the failure of the safety performance or the change over time. Thus, the hazard able to pass through these holes and cause harm. An example would be accidents, incident, near misses, and enforcement actions. These are difficult to measure. However, the smaller loss of containment accident will predict a bigger one. If we look at history in 1976, a chemical plant in Italy had a chemical accident causing diffusion of dioxin. It's a deadly poison, injuring 220,000 people. After an operator disregarding their operation instructions, stopping an operation incorrectly. On the other hand, activity indicators, also known as leading indicators, is what makes up the cheese or the barrier of the hazard to cause harm. It proactively measures safety performance such as deviation of tolerance level, type of policies, behaviors, protective barriers, processes, or practices laboratories described in the established procedures. It highlights improvements to the system, providing means of checking on regular and systematic basis. Therefore, activity indicators are necessary to lower risk. By having KPI in check, you will produce data of high quality, and the proactive approach to risk management will avoid potentially costly incidents, and enterprises can also benefit in terms of business efficiency. I would like to end the presentation by acknowledging CWA and OECD 2008, and to thank AIMST University of Applied Sciences, especially Dr. Subhash, for giving this opportunity, as well as Sandia National Lab, Ms. Iris, for participating in this event. And I would like to share a Don Brown quote saying, "An incident is just the tip of the iceberg, a sign of a much larger problem below the surface." Thank you.
Wow, Fazla, this was excellent. I just loved it. You are absolutely right. An incident is the tip of the iceberg. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is sometimes in settings or at work, employees can be also afraid of the manager and reporting those incidents. Sometimes it's not easy, but the workforce, the managers, they need to make a safe environment where those incidents are reported, because if they're not reported, then they become accidents such as the one that you just mentioned. A bigger issue. So I love your poster. I love the presentation. Thank you so much for your time. Dr. Prabha, do you have any comments?
I never expected this from Fazila, because this is finally a student talking about KPI and talking about two concepts of KPI. One is outcome performance indicator and activity performance indicator. And she broadly covered with the picture, the whole concept, she covered with a good picture. Very good, excellent, Fasila. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
It's a good presentation, Fazila. It is nice to see the KPI. It's a managerial word. And you also gave a good example of a case, what happened. I think proactive measures and so on, you have explained it very well, actually. It is very informative. And I'm very glad that your understanding on VRM and on this area is quite deep and advanced.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Annie?
Yeah, it's a good presentation, like a detailed one on KPI. Okay, relating KPI to biosafety is really appreciable. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fazla. So shall we go to the next? Yes.
Okay, may I start now? Hello?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Fong Ziyan, and I'm very proud to say that I am a biotechnology student at AIMST University, Malaysia. So today, my topic is Laboratory Biorisk Management Standard CWA 15793. So what is CWA 15793? So it's a laboratory biorisk management system standard published as a document, also as known as CWA 15793 2008. It is published by CN Workshop in 2008. So it was developed by 76 people from 24 countries. They developed this document in order to approach biosafety and biosecurity in the laboratory. So this document contains terms and definitions, requirements, and notes for guidance. So the purpose of the standard is to improve overall laboratory biorisk performance. So there are many topics covered in CWA 15793. So first is biorisk management policy, then hazard identification, risk management, and risk control, roles, responsibilities, and authorities, training, awareness, and competence, operational control, emergency response and contingency plans, inventory, monitoring and control, accident and incident investigation, inspection and audit, and finally the biorisk management review. So the picture on the right-hand side is the cover page of the particular document. So So the picture just below there, figure 2, it shows the standards that should be followed by an organization for the inspection and audit part. So basically, it tells the organization should ensure the program of inspection and audit should be conducted appropriately, should be conducted at planned intervals, and shall not be done with delay. So moving on to discussion. So CWA 1793 is a document that provides the management system standard by covering the topics on what an organization should achieve to maximize the biosafety and biosecurity in laboratory. So moving on to conclusion. So in the nutshell, CWA 15793 is a management system standard that provides a framework that integrates the best practices and procedures. It makes sure an organization is able to achieve all of its objectives effectively. So before I end, I would like to acknowledge CN Workshop for publishing CWA 15793 for my presentation. So, and then I would like to thank AIMST University, Dr. Subhash and the organization for giving me an opportunity to present my e-poster. So and thank you for all listening to me. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Fong. I think this was a very good presentation. So the CEN workshop agreement now has become an ISO standard. So the CEN stands for European Committee Agreement. And so the CWA was more as a framework, more as a guideline a year ago. And recently, it has become an international standard for biorisk management, and that is ISO 35001. And so this was a very good summary of the previous CWA agreement. So thank you so much for giving some thought to it and for putting this poster together.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Iris.
It's a good presentation. Actually, it is new to us. We learned about that CEN workshop agreement. Fong Tizan, very nice presentation. Good initiative.
Dr. Prabha?
I'm glad you took a regulatory title, and I'm happy that you understood the concept behind this system. And it's totally new for some of your classmates. Good, keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Annie?
We appreciate your exploration, like you have found out CWA 1793 for a presentation today. Good. Keep going on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Ms. Annie.
Thank you. We have a new...
Hello.
Hello.
Good day to everyone. My name is Pok Lun Singh. I'm a biotechnology year 3 student from AIMST University, Malaysia. Today, my title is Biological Warfare. Biological warfare, which is also known as germ warfare, is the use of biological toxins or infectious agents such as bacteria, viruses, fungi, and insects with the intention to kill or incapacitate humans, animals, or plants as an act of war. Detection of biological warfare agents can be done by advanced detection device found after specific testing or found by a doctor reporting a medical diagnosis. Besides that, doctors must be able to identify early victims and recognize patterns of disease and report to public health officials. Some protective measures can be implemented when biological warfare happens, such as wearing masks. Currently, the masks available for keeping individuals safe in biological warfare are military gas masks and HEPA filter masks. After an aerosol attack, the removal of clothing will get rid of most of the surface contamination. Medical personnel should use latex gloves, wear gowns, and protective eye shields. Victims of biological warfare might be given antibiotics even before the specific agent is identified. Currently, protective vaccines are available for anthrax, botulinum toxin, tularemia, plague, Q fever, and smallpox. Immune protection against ricin and staphylococcal toxins may also be possible in the near future. In the past, an early example of biological warfare takes us back more than 2.5 millennia when Assyrians infected their enemies' wells with a rye ergot fungus, which contains chemicals related to LSD. In the 1300s, Tatar or Mongol warriors besieged the Crimean city of Kaffa. During the siege, many Tatars died at the hands of plague, and their infected corpses were hurled over the city walls. During World War II, the Japanese Army Air Force dropped ceramic bombs full of fleas carrying the bubonic plague on Ningbo in China. While in the present days, there are some biological agents considered highly possible to be used to initiate a biological warfare, such as anthrax, smallpox, plague, cholera, and tularemia. Experts believe that today, Bacillus anthracis that causes anthrax is the most likely organism to be used in a biological attack. It is widely found in nature, easily produced in the laboratory, and survives for a long time in the environment. Another potential agent of biological warfare is smallpox. It can spread from person to person. In addition, the plague or Yersinia pestis is passed to humans through the bite of a flea that has fed on infected rodents. Some believe that it could be used in the modern world too. And cholera does not spread easily from person to person, so it needs to be added to a major water source to amplify the effectiveness of being a bioweapon that causes deadly gastrointestinal disease. Tularemia is also a potential bioweapon because it causes fever, ulcerations, swelling of limb glands, and sometimes pneumonia. While in the future, a gene editing technology called CRISPR has made the defense community alerted. It is a technology that allows researchers to edit genomes. In the right hands, this tool can be utilized to correct genetic defects and to treat disease. But it has the potential for evil if it is in the wrong hands. CRISPR technology is becoming cheaper to run, and so many individuals can access this technology easily, including anyone that has the intention to start a biological warfare. That's all from me. Thanks everyone for listening. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Phuc Long. I think this presentation I just really loved it because in the previous presentation we talked about biosafety, and now you're just talking about why biosecurity is important. And from your presentation, you just gave a nice overview that pathogens can have a long history to be misused, starting with the Syrians poisoning the wells, up to current days, with anthrax. And I'm sure some of you are thinking, well, anthrax letters in the US Senate. And I think you're absolutely right. CRISPR technology is getting cheaper. The potential to misuse is there. And I really love your overview of, as I said, why, again, biosecurity, not just only biosafety, but also biosecurity, why is an important element of this dialogue or discussion we're having here. So thank you so much for putting this post together.
Thank you, Miss Iris.
Good job.
So King, I think your presentation is very nice, and particularly on biological warfare, you have mentioned about the PPE and the protective measures. The flow, like past, present, and future, I think it's a nice way to understand. I think it's a fundamental concept. You have presented it very well. I'm glad that you learned more about it.
Thanks, Prof. Ravi.
Very informative and educative post presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha.
Well done, Phuc. Your concerns on the future is really appreciated here regarding the CRISPR technology. Good.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Annie.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're going to go on a break and we'll be back in 7 minutes. So thank you.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I hope all are back to our session. So before moving on with our session is just a short reminder. Please do not mute yourself after your presentation. Please wait for the Q&A session, then you may mute yourself. That's all from me. So I would like to pass over to our today's moderator and chief guest panelist, Miss Irish Rudy, to resume the session. Miss Iris, please.
Thank you, Kantana. Welcome back to the second part of the session. So we'll start with the presentations again. Kantana, shall we start with the next presenter?
Yes, Miss Iris.
So we have Ms. Goi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gui Kemin. I am from AIMST University. My presentation title is Global Biocrime. Biocrime is a crime in the domain of biology. It is a deliberate act of assault directed at a person and is similar to an assault crime. Biocrime uses a pathogen or toxin instead of a gun or knife as a weapon. It involves altering the DNA sequence or causing disease using microbes such as ultrasound letters, and HIV needles. The development of this document is to increase the knowledge of and awareness of biocrime to public. The example of biocrime is 9 people died and 714 people were infected with Salmonella typhimurium after consuming peanuts products shipped from the companies. In Texas, 12 laboratory workers became ill after eating muffins and donuts tainted with Shigella dysentery. And the assassination of a Bulgarian accused in London using resin, which is a toxic extracted from castor beans, which was delivered to him by using an umbrella. There are 7 types of biocrime. First is spam. Example of spam is the bulk transmission of unwanted genetic information or organism. Second is phishing, which is an attempt to obtain sensitive data such as password by impersonating a trustworthy entity such as DNA and biometric scanner or clinics will appear to trick people into allowing the collection of their genetic materials that can be put into illegal or criminal use. Third is identity thief. It's the acquisition of private information such as a person's name or card details for fraudulent use. Next is spoofing, which is passing off fake pharmaceuticals and therapies, mislabeling fish meat or other ingredients, and cloning or synthesizing DNA markers to plant at crime scenes. Piracy commonly is the copying of creative works without paying the owner a fee, such as using the genetic code of an individual or organism, whether natural or engineered, without permission or fee. Spear phishing is the personalized biological attacks, for instance, viruses, cells, or nanoparticles that have been engineered to active only with a specific target. Lastly is DOS attack. It is a reaction using biological agents such as anthrax. Even releasing less harmful agent in a coordinated way would be enough to disrupt a city. There is a new law enforcement discipline for biocrime. It's called microbial forensics, which combines principles of public health, epidemiology, and law enforcement to identify patterns in a disease outbreak, such as determine the pathogen involved, the time, and trace the organism to its source. As conclusion, biocrime implies the use of biological agents to kill or make ill to an individual or small group of people which is motivated by revenge or the desire for monetary gain by extortion, rather than by political, ideological, religious, or other beliefs. Even if the number of casualties is likely to be limited, the impact of a biocrime can still be high and will affect many lives. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this overview again of why biosecurity is important. And from your presentation, we got that people have different motives to misuse science. So this was a very nice overview again of why biosecurity matters. So thank you very much for your presentation. Professor Ravi, do you have?
Yeah, it is. Kirkman, it's a nice presentation and it's a good overview of biocrime, and you also covered the spam and phishing and so on. I think identity theft and so on. So it's a good effort, Kirkman. It's a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Dr. Annie, are you on?
Yeah, it's a good presentation on describing the concepts of global biocrime and also the incidents that have taken place. So, well done. Keep it up.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall we go to the next presenter? Excellent.
Hello, good day to everyone. Can everyone hear me?
A little bit. Do you mind speaking a little bit louder?
Hello, good day to everyone. Is
Excellent.
it clear now? All right. My name is Sai Karthik. I'm studying at AIMST Institute for my Bachelor's in Science Honors degree in Biotechnology. Today, I'm here to present about the importance of biosafety and biosecurity. So the main purpose of this presentation is to raise the biosafety and biosecurity awareness among the students in Malaysia. So biosafety is basically the maintenance of safe conditions in biological research to prevent harm to workers, non-laboratory organisms, or the environment. Biosecurity refers to measures that are taken to stop the spread or introduction of harmful organisms to human, animal, and plant life. Biosecurity is important to reduce the exposure of bacteria, viruses, and other harmful organisms. The procedures are encouraged to maintain a high sense of awareness for unusual occurrences of animal diseases in their communities. This is also due to reduce the risk of pathogens being transferred from farm to farm. In general, we can say that biosecurity constitutes of three major components: isolation, traffic control, and sanitation. Isolation refers to the confinement of animals within the controlled environment. Traffic control is not only about the supply of birds and goods, also about the visits of people to your farm and the traffic patterns within the farm. Sanitation addresses the cleaning and disinfection materials, equipment, and people entering the farm. Biosafety also aids the team that is involved to properly handle the infectious organisms and hazardous biological materials. This keeps the lab safe and protects anyone else that comes in contact. Biosafety also helps to understand and implement the risk management that is unique to each facility. By this, the best way to move forward while minimizing the occurrences of unforeseen problems. There are two biggest factors that comes into the forefront of biosafety, which are containment and risk assessment. In terms of containment, there are three main components: lab practices, safety equipment, and lab design. Within primary or secondary. Primary containment is designed to protect the people within the lab from the exposure. This may include biological safety cabinets, fume hoods, enclosed containers, and more. Personal protective equipment such as masks or gloves also can fall into this category. Secondary containment prevents biological hazards and pathogens from escaping the lab and exposing the outside. The design and architecture of the lab and building are crucial for secondary biological risk assessment. Proper risk assessment not only considers the biological agent, it also determines the potential consequences of certain activities. In doing so, you discover aspects of your lab that could increase the likelihood of exposure, giving you the chance to resolve an issue before it causes major harm. It also includes ventilation systems, hand washing stations, and airlocks. In conclusion, I suggest that every college or major high institution should recommend having this biosafety and biosecurity month. This motivates and educates students to be more insightful regarding the training in biosafety and biosecurity. Lastly, I want to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences of AIMS University for participating in this poster presentation competition. Special thanks to all the organizers in this competition, and special thanks to Dr. Subhash for allowing me to present today. And thank you everyone for listening.
Your mic is,
Hello.
yeah.
Yes, I apologize. Thank you so much, Gudlur, for your presentation. I think it was very good. You
Please
touched
don't tell
upon.
me no one heard what I just said.
I heard what you just said. You talked about, you gave a good overview of the importance of biosafety and biosecurity, and obviously the risk assessment is an important component, and good laboratory practices and laboratory design are important biosafety, components. And I really liked your overview of those concepts. I just wanted to also add that biosecurity risk assessment is a little bit different from biosafety risk assessment, and also that is a very important component to add to this forum as well,
Okay.
because I think while laboratory biosafety and laboratory design from a biosafety perspective deals with the safety of workers, safety of the environment, but biosecurity deals, how do we keep track of those dangerous pathogens that can be misused, and also how do we trust people who are working in these laboratories that information doesn't get leaked out? So, I mean, again, both risk assessments for both biosafety and biosecurity are very important elements. But overall, I thought it was fantastic presentation. Thank you very much for the time to put this out there.
Thank you.
Professor Ravi?
Yeah, Sai Karthik, it is a nice presentation, and I think you gave a good overview of biosafety and biosecurity. And I think nice to hear your comment about Biosafety Biosecurity Month we have been doing in AIMS University for the last 2 years. I think you all are going to be the messengers of this. Actually, we want to educate the whole country and whole world on biosafety and biosecurity. I think it's a good beginning. I think we are happy that we ignited the spark. It will spread.
Yes.
Thank you, Sai Karthik.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Annie?
Yeah, Mr. Sai Karthik, your recommendation for Biosafety and Biosecurity Month is interesting. Okay, but my concern is like how to encourage the student population to attend the webinars or whatever is being conducted in that select month. So how will you encourage the students? Like not all students are interested to participate. So in that case, how will you incorporate the importance of biosafety and biosecurity among the students? Any other means?
Okay, first of all, I think that many students, they won't attend the webinar because they think it's boring, or they think that just a
Speak louder.
person's going to talk and keep talking without doing anything else. So I think that if we include like games or make it more or something like that, or with another special guest, so I think will like the importance of the biosafety and biosecurity.
Okay. So you suggest like activity based
Yes.
events for biosafety and biosecurity month. Okay, your
Yes.
suggestion is well taken on from the student perspective. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Annie. Dr. Prabha, do you have anything to add?
No, I appreciate students' comment. It should be activity-based engagement of students on biosecurity and biosafety month. That will give more impact. So I agree with him. His opinion is good.
Yeah. Thank you. Me too.
All right.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Shall we move to the next one? Hi, Hema.
Okay, hi. A very good morning to the honorable judges, respected lecturer Dr. Subhash, and my fellow participants. My name is Hema Malini Balasubramania. I am proud to tell you that I am currently studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor in Science Honours degree in Biotechnology. I am here today to present my poster in conjunction with the Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. The title of my presentation is 5 Steps of Risk Mitigation Measures. Without further ado, let's get into the topic. Do you all know what is biosafety? Biosafety is use safety procedures and technology to prevent accidental release of biological agents or toxins. Examples of biological agents are bacteria, viruses, and fungi. These agents are harmless, and however, some may have potential to cause ill health. Next, biosecurity is to prevent the loss, theft, misuse, or intentional or unauthorized release of biological agents or toxins. Combination of biosafety and biosecurity known as biorisk. Therefore, biorisk is to determine how likely a biological event or a biological toxin is to cause harm or urgency of the threat. Moving on to the 3 main objectives of the presentation. Firstly, it's to explain the 5 steps or ways of risk mitigation measures. Next, to create awareness on the importance of biosafety and biosecurity. And finally, to find whether additional controls need to be identified and implemented. In the literature review, I will talk on the overview of the whole poster presentation. Hazard mitigation tools have specific goals and are able to apply in hierarchical manner. as ordered below in the discussion. In general, it's best to rely on effective engineering and administrative control to minimize hazard risk. Lastly, only after all responsible engineering and administrative control have been put in place, further protection using PPE is needed for the remaining. Next, we will look into the major part, which is the discussion part. Identifying and mitigating exposure to occupational hazard before work begins in the objective of all safety and health professionals. National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, known as NIOSH, offers a basic outline through its interpretation of the hierarchy of control. The hierarchy starts with the control perceived to be most effective and move down to those considered as less effective. As defined by NIOSH, it flowed as follows, begin with the elimination, substitution, engineering control, administrative control, and lastly, personal protective equipment, which is PPE. As we all know, COVID-19 pandemic are all over the worldwide. I will explain the steps and give example based on the pandemic we are facing together now. Firstly, elimination is physically remove a hazard or known as isolation. As an example, practicing isolation to prevent the spread of the virus is the most effective control measure when combating COVID-19. Next, substitution is use a less hazardous material or find a less hazardous way to do the work. As in this case, social distancing is effectively can be substitute the hazard associated with COVID-19 and practice social distancing. Then engineering control are any device that is used to prevent contact with or exposure to the hazard. As an example, physical barriers or air handling system. Physical barrier. Physical barrier is to separate people, and air handling system can move or displace contaminated air away from people who may be susceptible to COVID-19. Administrative control is change the way people work. As an example, training individuals to properly wash their hands in an effective administrative control in dealing with the pandemic. Moving on to the final step, which is personal protective equipment, where to protect the worker with PPE. PPE is your last line of defense. The most commonly used protection for individuals exposed to COVID-19 are face masks, as all of us know, glove and eye protection. I have come to the end part of the presentation. As the conclusion, bio-risk mitigation are nothing but action and control measure based on the lab risk assessment. The elimination step is also most protective control measure. I have also included my reference below. Lastly, in conjunction of Biosafety and Biosecurity Month hosted by Dr. Subhash, I have attended all the webinars where I gained a lot of information which aided me in completing this poster. I would like to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University, and Dr. Subhash for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster present competition. Special thanks to the organizer, and thank you everyone for your time and attention.
Wow. Thank you, Hima. I think this was a great presentation. Thank you for talking about risk mitigation measures and for talking about the hierarchy of those measures. I think was very important. My question to you is, so PPE is at the bottom here. So how does that relate? So it's less effective, but we are all wearing PPE. Is that a good mitigation measure for us? It should be in the high or in the low?
It's the last line defense where we can protect ourselves. So PPE is like essentially anything you can wear that will protect you against a hazardous condition. And also like it prepares you for any health and safety risk and give extra protection. But that is in the last line defense protection.
But why is it the last line of defense?
Last line.
For someone would say PPE, it's great. It's the first line of defense.
I'm not very sure about it.
It's all right. So PPE protects just the person, just yourself. You know, it doesn't protect the environment. It doesn't protect your colleague. It doesn't protect anyone else. So that's why it's at the bottom. It's not on top, the least effective measure. But I think this was a great presentation. I think risk mitigation is an important element. And as you stated before, based on the risk assessment, you choose the right mitigation measure. And based on the risk assessment, PPE might be on top, the most effective measure, but everything is again based on that risk assessment. But this was a great explanation. So thank you very much for this poster. I love the graphics. I love the way you have put this all together.
Thank you, Miss.
It is a Miss Hema. It is a nice presentation. Good articulation. Good
Thank you,
soft.
Prof.
It's nice, both visually, and then you have presented very well on the 5 steps of risk mitigation measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Dr. Annie?
Yeah, it's a very good presentation. Fantastic. Your presentation style was also good, very explanatory.
Thank you, Miss.
Dr. Prabha?
Yeah, very good presentation. Very informative and educative.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hema.
Thank you.
So next we'll hear from Mr. Hugo.
All right. Hi, good day, everyone. I'm Hugo from Degree of Biotechnology program, AIMST University. And I would like to share with you some insights on the future of biorisk management. So first of all, I'm sure most of us came across the term next generation sequencing, or NGS, at some point of our life. So it basically is a technology which allows us to determine a portion of one nucleotide sequence in hours or not days. So why I talk about NGS now? So because this technology can be used to detect any pathogenic DNA or RNA sequence. So it's observed that with recent rapid advancement in NGS, the sequencing cost per megabase is declining greatly, as seen from the figure here. Okay, so with this trend, I suppose we can come to a point where sequencing costs are no longer a bottleneck for surveillance using metagenomic analysis. So for instance, novel pathogens can be flagged by regular sequencing of condensation pan in ventilation system of individual building. And often infections caused by new or unexpected pathogens are not identified until there are too many unexplained infections to ignore, which then triggers the local hospital to send samples to a lab that has better instruments. By that time, it will be too late. I believe that if we use metagenomic sequencing that I mentioned earlier as a tool of primary diagnostic, this issue of late detection can be curbed. So maybe we can start with large urban hospital, and then we can expand the coverage bit by bit. The novel pathogen could be identified and flagged within hours, giving authorities situational awareness of the scope and scale of the event. And presently, today we can see that many biotech labs are transiting into so-called smart labs of the future. So automation system, energy management software, they all can be commonly found in modern labs today. So with this much of digital transition, the systems might be vulnerable to cyber attack. This includes stealing of data by insiders or hacking of organizations' network system by outsiders. Just think of the consequences. For example, creation of superbug by alteration of electronic genomic sequences, or maybe release of dangerous air to the environment by adjusting the fan speed of the building ventilation system. The death toll can be catastrophic. Next up is about the biorisk and the fate of our very own existence. So GCBR, or Global Catastrophic Biological Risk, basically it refers to any biological event that can get worse if left unchecked. How bad? Probably extinction. So if let's say that there were fixed 0.05% risk each year of a GCBR, then the chance of an eventual event approaches 1 over the millennia. So if let's say the extinction level GCBR do occur, that would set the life expectancy of our civilization to only thousands of years. And add to that, the artificial GCBR are a category of increasing concern. So this are basically due to the advancement of biotechnology we are making, and also the increasing risk of its misuse. So here are some examples that I've listed for this potential artificial GCBR, like the gain of function influenza experiment or the de novo hotspot synthesis. And then toward the end of my presentation, I would like to assert that the joint effort of real-time public health surveillance NGS, good communication, and contact tracing is vital for us to manage and lower biorisk effectively now and in the days to come. So as well-known French biologist Louis Pasteur once said, fortune favors the prepared mind. At last, I would like to express my utmost gratitude to Dr. Shubhas and my classmates for their continuous guidance and support, and the judge panelists and audience for their patience and attention.
Hugo, thank you so much for this presentation. I think you touched upon cyber biosecurity, and this is like kind of a new field and recent field that has gotten a lot of traction or is getting a lot of traction. So I thought this was a very good presentation, and thank you for bringing this aspect to the Biosafety Biosecurity Month. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Dr.
Yeah,
Professor
Mr. Hugo, it's a nice presentation, very futuristic, as always.
Thank you, Prof.
I think you touched upon the area of aerobiology, where you just gave a guidance how we can use the genomics to monitor the risk pathogens from the atmosphere. It's a new concept. Nice. Enjoyed your presentation, Hugo.
Thank you, Prof.
Dr. Prabha.
Yeah, Hugo, I enjoyed your presentation. As Prof said, it's very futuristic. I'm happy you analyzed the global issues on biosecurity. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha.
Dr. Annie.
A very good presentation. Your analysis, the future analysis on future perspectives are really good. Your presentation is a new concept, like you did a very innovative presentation here. I mean, instead of going on through the literature review and introduction and all that, your key concepts were very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Annie.
I agree with Dr. Annie too. So thank you so much, Hugo, for your time and putting this together.
Thank you.
Next.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Kaliselvan Tanaskodi from a year 3 student from Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences, AIMST University, Kedah, Malaysia. Okay, today I'm going to present my poster on emergency responses and contingency plan. Okay, first I'll start with the intro, where laboratory biosafety and biosecurity, biocontaminant agents are essential to public health. Responsible laboratory practices, emergency responses, and contingency plan will prevent from loss, misuse, intentional release of biological agents. The main objectives are to create awareness towards the workers and public regarding the emergency execution, and also to protect the workers from accidental and intentional exposure of the contaminants. In emergency response plan, the organization established plans and protocol to identify the possibilities for incidents and emergency situations involving the biological agents and toxins. This is to minimize the impact of the situation, and the general measure that can be used if there's any release of hazardous toxins are access control, sheltering, evacuation, decontamination, medical surveillances, and quarantine. The possible emergency scenarios that may occur if there's any outbreak are infected or high chances of infected workers, explosions, loss of biological agent and toxins, excess spillage, fire, and flood. Now we look into the procedures to follow. First, to give warning to the employees and the visitors, communicate with the personal and external responders, for example, fire services, healthcare department, environmental authorities. Then perform evacuation and protect the vital documents. Emergency call lists are mandatory in the workplace. Follow the emergency escape protocol and routes. Next, contingency plan. This plan should be clear, accessible, and concise. This is to reduce the impact of unforeseen events that may disrupt the usual operation. Shut down all the operations in the organization and sterilize the material and workplace to avoid the spreading of the agents. In conclusion, public must aware the seriousness of the biosafety and biosecurity at early stages to prevent from the major destruction that may lead to pandemics. Strictly follow the protocol provided by the organization. And finally, I would like to thank Department of Biotechnology, Department of Biotech, Faculty of Applied Sciences for providing me a wonderful opportunity to participate in the poster competition. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this. I think this was wonderful. I love the topic, emergency response and contingency plan. We have heard so many topics, and I think being prepared, and staff being prepared is an important element as well. So I really liked your presentation, and
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
yeah, I really do. I do have a question, since you're talking about emergency response. Do students at your university have student outbreak response teams where they talk about biosafety and biosecurity?
In my university, like we have a biosafety officer in our lab. So they
Mhm.
usually always give us, like, they tell us to wear all the PPE, like lab coat, gloves when using all the chemical items. So they will give us the proper instruction in order to prevent from the outbreak or something hazardous toxins.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
That's
Ms.
good to
Harris.
know. Annie, Dr. Annie, what do you think? Do you have any comments?
Actually, as some students, like I'm not sure about other faculties, biotechnology has a course on biosafety. So I know that you all are prepared well for managing the laboratory outbreaks. But what about other faculties like medicine or pharmacy? I mean, I'm talking to in relation to our university.
Mhm.
So what do you think?
But I think we are sharing all the common lab, so hopefully everyone will adapt to it. It's
Yeah.
dominated by biotechnology, but I think as a collectively we learn together. Yeah. So.
All right. And Dr. Prabha, what do you think?
The good, he has highlighted the team effort in emergency response and development of contingency plan.
Dr. Prabha.
As such, as Dr. Annie said, biotech students are more familiar with most of these aspects. So I think we have to bring in the awareness among other faculty members also.
Yeah.
Well, Chelvan, it's a good presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So shall we go to the next presentation?
Hello everyone, my name is Kamini Ganapati. I'm proud to tell you that I'm studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor's in Science Honours degree in Biotechnology. Today my e-poster presentation entitled Difference Between Biosafety and Biosecurity. Biosafety aims at protecting public health and environment from accidental exposure to biological agents. Biosecurity deals with the prevention of misuse through loss, theft, diversion, or intentional release of pathogens, toxins, and other biological materials. As people used to say, biosafety is to keep bad bugs away from people, while biosecurity is to keep people away from bugs. It is considered that biosafety and biosecurity are complementary to address biorisk issues. The objective of this title learn how to assess risk for biohazard in the laboratory setting and the strategies to appropriately manage the risk, and also to understand the overview of critical aspects of biosecurity, biosafety, and biocontainment. Moving on to the title, biosafety is important for containment, good microbiological practices, safety equipment, and waste management. Safety for human health and environment, including the protection of biodiversity during the use of genetically modified organisms and during contained use of pathogenic organisms for humans. A combination of procedures, containment measures, and construction technologies with the purpose of minimizing the risk of contaminating laboratories up and prevent escape of GMO or pathogens into the surrounding environment. Biosafety and Biosecurity is differ from biosafety in the term of protection, control, and accountability. The protection, control, and accountability for valuable biological materials, agents, and toxins within laboratories in order to prevent their loss, theft, misuse, diversion of unauthorized access, or intentional unauthorized release. Accountability ensures that valuable biological materials are controlled and intended by formally associating the specified materials with the individuals who provide oversight and are held responsible for them. To conclude, biosafety and biosecurity serve different objectives but address together the risk assessment and management practices, regulation guidance dealing with handling storage, containment measures, waste management, transport, packaging, labeling of biological organisms under continuous. Finally, I want to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences of AIMST University for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. Thanks to the organizers of this competition. Thank you everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamini. I think this was a very good poster um, highlighting the difference between biosafety and biosecurity. I really thought it was very good. I love the graphics, so it was very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I too love the graphics. Very nice presentation, Ms. Kamini. Very attractive.
Dr. Annie?
Yeah, it's your presentation is fantastic. Your poster is so attractive, and the colors you have used and the infographics that you have used is really, I mean, so interesting to view your poster. Thank you very much, Kamini.
Thank you.
Dr. Prabha?
Yeah, it's a very impressive poster, very self-explanatory, and good presentation made by Kamini. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Ms. Kamini.
I think it's time to switch my role. To start off this story, my name is Kanchana, final year biotechnology student, and the topic I chose for today's presentation is laboratory biosecurity practices. My main idea of choosing this title is because the term biosecurity is not given importance as much as given to biosafety. In my personal view, I would have not known there's a term biosecurity if I was not a part of laboratory biorisk management. After enrolling into the course, I learned that there is actually biosecurity which combines with biosafety to make up a biorisk management concept. So moving on with my presentation today, what is laboratory biosecurity? It's defined as the protection of valuable biological materials designed by an institution to prevent unauthorized access, loss, theft, misuse, or intentional release of pathogens. This is a definition given by World Health Organization. To put it in simple words, biosecurity is to prevent the pathogens or biological agents falling into bad hands. Why is it so important to protect the biological agents? Because it can turn into dangerous due to its property which can be used as bio-warfare agent and also due to the dual-use research concern. Dual-use research concern is where the knowledge about the biological agents are misapplied to create a public health concern. A small agent like pathogen, if used as a bio-warfare agent, it can kill a nation very fast than a terrorist attack in a very short period of time. So the main objective for us to doing this biosecurity practice is to control and manage risk of biological agents in the aspect of biosecurity. As an example, we can have the anthrax attack which occurred in 2001. It's still observed as the most dangerous biological attack in US history. So continuing from that, the biological agent practices comprehenses the 5 elements, which is physical security, personal security, transfer security, information security, and material use. So the best strategy of approach for continuing the good or effective biosecurity practice is to have a series of approach in which the level of protection compensates the level of risk and level of threats existing in the research area. So high technology equipments like camera, doors with lock, password pin, car reader, biometric using fingerprints, sensors, alarms, and magnetic switches on doors can really safeguard the biological agents. This also provides a full-time observation on the storage and research room. Responsibility of a researcher do not end after completing the research and storing in the storage. He has to know what is happening with the agents in the storage room. Thus, this kind of equipments can help him to observe, and even the institution can have a full-time observation. What can be the result? Definitely to protect and keeping the biological agents in a safe environment while reducing the biosecurity risk is the best outcome of the biosecurity practices. In a nutshell, infection-free environment is the ultimate source of effective biosecurity practices. Poor practice in a research laboratory can lead to a high biosecurity risk. Thus, developing a functioning biosecurity system is very important and should be looked into more seriously, as it can really prevent unnecessary events like bioterrorism attack. Last but not least, effective biosecurity practices is a societal value that maintains public confidence in biological science. Thank you very much. These are my references. That's all from me. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing team for giving this wonderful opportunity for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kantana. You've done a fantastic job for summarizing biosecurity. I really love the poster. It's very concise, very easy to read, and you summarize all the importance of biosecurity in a very great manner. So thank you so much for your time for putting this together.
Thank you, Ms.
Professor Ravi.
Yeah, a nice presentation, Ms. Kanchana, on biosecurity. I think you have highlighted the importance, how important it is. Everyone talks about biosafety. I think biosecurity also equally important. You've done it well, and thank you very much for constantly involved in all the Biosafety Biosecurity Month and supporting. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Dr. Hani.
Yeah, it's an excellent presentation. You have highlighted the importance of biosecurity practice in the laboratories, and your methodology on giving the examples is good. I think every laboratory should implement all this in practice.
Kanchana, I appreciate your concern on dual use research concern. That is something different. And your 5 elements to be implemented in our laboratory towards biosecurity. Good one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kantana. That was wonderful.
Yeah, I'm muted. You can continue with the presentation.
Thank you. Can we have the next guest speaker? Presenter?
Good morning, everyone.
Please.
My name is... Yes, I cannot proceed with my presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is KB Sari, and I'm currently studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor's in Science, honors degree in Biotechnology. So I'll be presenting about the laboratory work risk assessment. So basically, this assessment describes the overall process of identifying the hazards, analyzing and evaluating the risk that is associated with the hazards, and then taking some actions to prevent the hazards. So the risk assessment must be performed and documented by the researcher in consultation with the supervisor. So the risk assessment should identify the potential hazards to reduce any risk to the health of the workers. So the main objective of these risk assessments are to create awareness of hazards and risk to the people, to prevent injuries or illnesses, and also to prioritize the hazards and control measures in order to identify which risks the most serious and which one to control first. So there are altogether 5 steps to control the workplace hazards and also to make sure your risk assessment is carried out smoothly. So the first one is identifying the hazards by looking for those things at the workplace that have the potential to cause harm. The second one is decided who may be harmed and how by identifying the workers who may be exposed to the hazards. So the third one is measuring the risk and then taking some actions in order to protect the people from harm. Moving on to the fourth one is record your findings, and your findings shows that you have identified the hazards, decided who could be harmed and how, and also it shows how we have planned to prevent the risk and the hazards. And the last one is review assessment to ensure the agreed safe working practices continue to be applied. Such a record can be used as a basis for the information to be passed to the person concerned and monitoring to assess whether necessary measures have been introduced. So by doing so, you would create a safer and healthier workplace. So as a conclusion, this assessment is a very important element for health and safety management and also to protect the laboratory workers, the public, and the environment from potentially hazardous biological agents. So lastly, I would like to thank Dr. Subhash and Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences, AIMST University, for giving me this opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. Special thanks to the organizers of this competition and thank you everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Girisari, for your presentation. I think you highlighted very well the point that risk assessment is key to biosafety and biosecurity. So I really like your poster and your overview of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
It is good, Katiswari. Nice. We appreciate that you understand the fundamentals of laboratory risk assessment. Actually, we appreciate your effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Ms. Ketishwari. Okay, so my question is like, it's a good presentation actually, you have understood it. Just a question to you is that whose responsibility is to maintain this risk assessment in lab?
Someone who's
You
expert
said
in
like
it.
identifying the hazards, you have listed 5 steps, isn't it? So whose
Yeah.
responsibility is that in a lab?
Someone who's expert in it.
Huh?
Maybe someone who's expert in it. Maybe like the supervisors.
Sorry, it's not clear to me. I'm really sorry for it.
I mean, someone who's expert in it. Miss.
Kadiswara, you can type it in the chat because sometimes the voice does not come very clear.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So someone expert in this field.
Yes.
Someone expert in this field. Excellent.
Okay. Okay. It actually lies the risk assessment, the person who performs the experiment. Okay. He should be,
The individual.
yeah, he should be, the person should be familiar with the risk, possible risk in the experiment. And it is a shared responsibility with who is present in the lab and also with the supervisor. Okay. And also the person who conducts the experiment. Okay. Good.
Okay, Miss.
It's a good presentation, Ketishwari.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you for your time. So we'll go next to Ms. Kaur.
Hello everyone and hello from Malaysia. My name is Kaur Yin Ting. I'm proud to tell you that I'm a BSc Biotechnology degree student at AIMST University. The title of my e-poster is How to Transfer Biohazardous or Infectious Material in a Proper Way. Before start, let me give a brief introduction on what is biohazardous or infectious material. Biohazard is a biological substance that will bring threat to the health of living organisms, especially humans. It could be a sample of a microorganism, virus, or toxin that can adversely have affect human health. They commonly found in the hospital, healthcare facility, laboratory, veterinary practice, and research facility. There are basically two types of transport for biohazard, which are on-site transport and off-site transport. On-site transport is when the biohazard is transported within the hospital or other facility by means of roll trolley, container, or cart that are not used for any other purpose. Well, the vehicle should meet few specifications like easy to load and unload, no sharp edges, or easy to clean and also disinfected daily with disinfectant. But for the off-site transport, the biohazard needs to be safe packaged and adequate label for authorization of its destination. The packaging and labeling should comply with national regulations. And below shows some different types of vehicle used for biohazard transportation. The objective of this e-poster is basically to ensure the public familiar with the proper method of transporting biohazardous or infectious material. Apart from that, is to prevent a spillage and accidental exposure of biohazardous or infectious material to the public. Next, proceed to the methodology of transporting biohazards. First of all, Biohazardous or infectious material that are generated in the field must be segregated and collected using the same principles as outlined for the lab environment. Secondly, bags of waste and shop containers should be closed before removal from the site. Please note that bulk quantity of liquid waste should not be transported if at all possible. After that, use a university or vehicle whenever possible for transport. Store and secure the transport container in a location in a vehicle whereby, if an accident were to occur, the container or its content will not be an exposure risk to the driver or the environment. This can be done by secure the container with bungee cords or belt to keep the container upright and stable. Last but not least, when you arrive at the destination, transport the waste into the facility using the shortest available route and move the material with the aid of a car. Remember, do not use a public elevator if at all possible, and avoid traveling the waste through the common public areas. Besides that, do not touch the door handles, elevator buttons, or other common contact surface with gloved hands. Below part is my references, and lastly, acknowledgement. I want to thank Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences of AIMST University for providing me this wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. Furthermore, my special thanks to Dr. Subhash for the guidance along the way. That's all from me. Thank you everyone for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was a very good summary of how to transport biohazardous waste. I love the graphics and it looks very nice. So thank you.
Corinne Singh, it's a nice, good presentation. It's a new area you covered. You covered on infectious material, how it is transported internally and externally. Good presentation, very nice. Thank you. Thank you for your support during our whole workshop,
Yes. Dr. Annie?
Yeah, it's an excellent presentation summarizing the transportation of biohazardous or infectious materials. So good.
Thank you, Dr. Annie.
Core, you have distinguished from others by selecting this topic, and good presentation, but please add in the regulatory systems. But there is a regulatory SOP is for specific for your Malaysia and for international transport. So in your reference, please add on that thing, then it would be, make a complete picture.
Okay.
It's a major topic because it's a logistic thing. Is how to say, during COVID, the importance is so realized for this hot area. So please bring in the regulatory information inside your presentation, then it will become complete set.
Okay, sir.
Good, very good presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha. I agree with you too. But it was a nice effort. I think she did very well. Yes. Thank you, Cor, for your presentation. Shall we have the next presenter?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lim Chia Jing, Year 3 student from Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University. Today, I would like to present about biomedical waste segregation guidelines. Biomedical waste is defined as any waste generated during the diagnosis, testing, treatment, research, or production of biological products for humans or animals. According to World Health Organization, WHO, high-income countries generate average up to 0.5 kg of hazardous waste per hospital bed per day, while low-income countries generate average 0.2 kg. However, healthcare waste is often not separated into hazardous or non-hazardous waste in low-income countries, this making the real quantity of hazardous waste much higher. Every year, an estimated 16 billion injections are administered worldwide, but not all of the needles and string are properly disposed afterwards. Therefore, Segregation of waste and safe storage is the key to whole hospital waste management process. Segregation of waste is important to prevent the risk of infection obtained from sharp injuries that can lead to infections. It is also important to segregate for public health. Hazardous waste can cause long-term health problems, so it is very important that they are disposed correctly and safely and not mixed in with the normal waste. Color coding makes it easier for medical staff and also hospital workers to put waste items into the correct container, and also to maintain segregation of the waste during transport, storage, treatment, and disposal. Color coding also provides a visual indication of the potential risk posed by the waste in that container. Following biomedical waste segregation guidelines are recommended by World Health Organization. Yellow color leak-proof plastic bag or container with biohazard symbol is meant for infectious waste. The plastic bag or container should be additionally marked highly infectious for highly infectious waste, whereas yellow-colored punctured-proof container that mark sharps with biohazard symbol is for disposal of sharps such as needle or any other contaminated sharp object that may cause punctured or cuts. Furthermore, brown container labeled with appropriate hazard symbol is meant for chemical and pharmaceutical waste. Besides that, lab box that label with radioactive symbol is meant for radioactive waste. Lastly, black color plastic bag or container is meant for the disposal of general healthcare waste. To summarize the key point, biomedical waste must be disposed properly to prevent infections and disease from spreading and also keep the earth clean and green. Last but not least, I would like to thank Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University for providing me this opportunity to participate. Especially thanks to the organizer of this competition, and thank you everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this was a wonderful poster. I really love the pictures. As they say, pictures speak volumes. You don't need to have a lot of words. And I love the way you explained everything. So thank you so much for...
Thank you, Miss Iris.
Yes, wonderful. Dr. Prabha, what do you think?
Lim Chai,
yes, sir.
I want to highlight there is a business potential in handling this waste material in Malaysia. Hardly I see 3-4 agencies only available in Malaysia. If you really gain knowledge and expertise, I think there is a big business avenue waiting for you, for the biotech students.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, sir.
It is, I think, Chiajing, we did a good presentation. As Dr. Prabha mentioned, there are only 2 or 3 players in the country who can handle this waste. So there's a good potential entrepreneurial opportunity to start. Good. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ravi.
It's a good presentation with poster is so clear presentation. So thank you very much, Lim Chia-jing.
Thank you, Dr. Annie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Iris.
Thank you very much for your time. So next we'll go to Mr. Lim Jianda.
Okay, thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Lim Jianda. The title of my presentation is Distinctions Within Valuable Biological Materials. Before that, I will explain what is Valuable Biological Materials, VBM. Valuable biological materials is the biological materials that require protection, control, and accountability to protect their economy and historical value and the population from their potential to cause harm. The objectives of the presentation are to identify and classify the valuable biological materials. According to the Biorisk Management Laboratory Biosecurity Guidance that published by WHO during September 2006, there are total 9 groups of valuable biological materials. First, collections and reference strains. Most laboratory-derived materials fall into this group. Materials contained within this group can be divided into collection strains, biological specimen, or material that have feature worth preserving, and a whole collected materials. Second is the group of agents that have received most attention and indeed require protection in the context of laboratory biosecurity are pathogens and toxins. Pathogens are natural or genetically engineered biological agents that may cause epidemic or pandemics. Toxins are poisonous substances produced by living cells or organisms. Pathogens and toxins are potentially capable of having a mild to severe impact on public health and public health service and may cause social disruptions and economic damage. Third, vaccines and other pharmaceutical products. Another significant group of VBM with respect to laboratory biosecurity are the microbial strains used for the development and productions of vaccines and other biopharmaceutical products. Fourth, food products. Microbial agents have been used for the development and productions of food products, for example, to improving bakery and brewing processes. Mainly yeast fall within this group. Fifth, genetically modified organism, GMO. De novo viable viruses that have been constructed was categorized into this group. Next is the non-pathogenic microorganism. Non-pathogenic microorganisms comprise the group of microbes for which no harmful health-related features are noted naturally. The term typically refers to organisms that are part of the normal flora colonizing specific biological niches and that performs beneficial functions for its host or environment or is not known to cause disease-borne infections. 7. Extraterrestrial samples. Due to the rapid and increasing developments in the aerospace industry, VBM may also include biological or geological samples taken from other planets and transported to Earth. The uniqueness of such agents or samples and the potential health and biological risks their release represents are compelling reasons for them to be safeguarded, protected, accounted for, and appropriately secure. The next group of VBM is cellulose components and genetic elements. GNA or RNA containing the genetic instructions specifying the biological development of all cellular form of living, including viruses, may be a legitimate member of the VBM family. Lastly, radio-labeled biological compound. It refers to the radio-labeled compound used to trace specific cellular element diagnosis of non-infectious disease. As a conclusion, VBM should be highly protected against diversion and misuse or destroyed. Besides that, they should be inactivated and discharged with follow the guidelines that set by WHO for preventing it threat to people, agriculture, livestock, and the environment in the future. Before coming the end of my presentation, I want to thanks to Department of Biotechnology of AIMST University for providing an opportunity, and also special thanks to organizer of this competition and Dr. Shubhas. Besides that, another special thanks to Zian, Charging, and Wei Yang for their help and advice. Last but not least, thank you to everyone for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lim. I really liked your presentation, and you just gave a good overview of valuable biological materials. So thank you for your time. I really liked your poster. Dr. Annie, what do you think?
Yeah, the classification, identification, so your presentation is good. Overall, it gives a summary of valuable biological materials. Okay, so good.
Thank you,
Dr. Prabha.
Yeah, it's a good layout for classification of valuable biological materials. And student is very clear in his presentation. Very good. India, keep it up.
Yeah.
Professor Ravi.
Yeah, it's a nice presentation, Lim, and you have summarized the principle of understanding of your valuable biological material and different type, and you have used infographics for each one. Good presentation. I'm glad that you have learned the fundamentals.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Iris.
So good morning, everyone, and good evening. I am Lim Wei Yang, Year 3 Biotechnology student studying in AIMST University. Today, I would like to share about my poster presentation entitled Inactivation of Biological Agents and Toxin. So actually, this is the one of the topic that have been discussed in the CWA 15793 in 2008. So in brief, I would like to talk about some of the definitions of the term. Actually, a biological agent is any microorganisms, cell culture, or any endoparasites that usually genetically modified, which will cause toxicity, allergy to human being and even though the environment. So while toxin is actually substance that produced by a biological system, which might cause an adverse effect in human, animals, and plants. So besides, according to the CDC, Center of the Disease Control and Prevention, inactivations of the biotoxin means to render the toxin non-functional so that it's no longer capable of exerting its toxic effect. So for this topic, I have listed 3 objectives. The first objective is to explain about the laboratory biorisk management in order to minimize or reduce the risk associated with the biological agents, toxins, and its accidental release. The second objective is to establish and maintain the procedures to ensure that appropriate methods for disinfectants and decontaminations are chosen and implemented effectively. And the third objective, which is the most important one, is to protect all of us, including the staff, students, even though the environment, which the biological agents might be a biosecurity and biosafety concern. So next, I've listed few sources of the contaminations. For example, personnel, clothing and the personal protective equipment, glassware, for example, the burette and pipette, equipment, cultures and associated materials, and possibly effective infectious microorganism, toxins, and biological agents, and a list goes on. So next, I would like to discuss about the aspects of the validation measures. The first one would be the nature of the materials being treated. For example, the volume of the materials, or is there any presence of the protein or any inhibitors? Second, contact times, material compatibility issues. For example, the interaction between the materials and with the containers. The third one would be the potential health hazards associated with the disinfectants. And the last one would be the need to maintain the required level of the active compound. So additionally, during the planning and conducting the decontaminations of the activities, we should consider about the first, providing enough or sufficient facilities and procedures for the storage of the waste. Second, the monitoring measures should be implemented to ensure that the methods that have been used are effective. The third one, we should also ensure that enough and sufficient and appropriate methods and resources area are available for any incidents that may be happened. So for the conclusion of this topic, I would like to say that all authorities should establish an internal SOP for the inactivation of the biological agents and toxin for removal to a laboratory operating at a lower biosafety level. And the most important is each and every one of us should equip ourselves with the good practices of the biosafety and biosecurity. So here come to the end of my presentation, and I would like to thank everyone who have helping me and AIMST University Malaysia for giving me this opportunity to participate in this poster presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lim Wei. I really liked your topic. I think it was a good topic, and it feels like this is more of a mitigation measure, the inactivation of biological agents. And one step that I would add to it is the validation of those of the inactivation. So what are some validation methods as well? But I think it was very good overall presentation, and I really love the whole picture that you put together. So thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Dr. Annie, what do you think?
The conclusion on individual responsibility, like self-motivation to maintain. Okay, so I like to practice biosafety and biosecurity is good, appreciated. Overall, your poster and your presentation is very good.
Thank you, Doctor.
Lim, your presentation is more informative and educative, and the layout is good. Keep it up.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha.
Professor Ravi, you are muted.
Okay, sorry for that. Lem, it was a good presentation on inactivation of biological agent and toxin. I think I think you learned the fundamentals of it, and it's very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, a very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lau Wing Hong, but you can call me Jason will do. Okay, currently, year 2 biotechnology student in AIMST University located in Malaysia. Okay, what is dual use research of concern, which also known as DURC? Okay, currently, US government definition of DURC is life science research that, based on current understanding, can be reasonable, anticipate to provide knowledge, information, products, or technology that could be directly misapplied to pose a significant threat with broad potential consequences to public health and safety, agriculture crops, and other plants, animals, that environment, material, or national security. Does your research involve any of the following agents or toxins? There are about 15 types of different agents or toxin that's shown at the right side of the poster. If so, your research may be subject to the policy of institutional oversight of life science dual-use research of concern. As a scientist, you have a responsibility to consider the dual-use implication of your work and the various ways it could be misused. Secondly, implement measures to minimize the misuse of your work when appropriate. Third, ensure that you and your staff are educated about DURC and the requirement of the policy. And what is the consideration for identifying dual-use research of concern? Anticipate to be a very small subset of life science research. The second one is characterization of research as dual use of concern should not be viewed pejoratively. Okay. Applying the criterion is subjective and can be challenging. To assist in application of the criterion, NSABP identified categories and example of information, product, or technologies that it produced by research might make that research consider dual use of concern. As shown below in the biosafety is the guideline of the dual use in life science research. Okay, as you can see, the first one is the education and the development. As the education example,
I think Mr. Long
as established. Sorry.
Yeah. We can repeat again.
Continue.
Okay. As the established research program and institutional. The third one is how we planning to our project concept and the study design and review of the research. Okay. The next one is approval and funding for our research. And the last second is about the research. What are the ongoing research are we doing right now? Okay. The lastly is about the result. The result about our new research and the new product that we have made. Okay. As a conclusion, dual use of concern, known as DURC, denotes beneficial life science of research whose result could be misused by those wishing to cause harm. Okay. Lastly, I would like to thanks by having your attention, and thanks to all the moderator and lecturer giving me this opportunity to participate in this poster competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this topic is very important, dual use research.
Yeah.
The reason it's important is because we are dealing with universities, and a lot of universities do research. And I wanted to ask you, so what is the process at your university if you're doing research with any of the toxins or pathogens that you have listed in there? Is there a committee? Is there a DIRC committee that supervises that research? What is the process? I'm kind of curious to know from your perspective as a student.
Okay, at first we will doing research about what are we doing for this ongoing research might be using, or what are we doing. Okay, and then we will making a proper decision to make this research. As if we are using the agents or toxin, we will be doing it in the chamber, so the toxin will not be misused or been diffused out from that.
Mm-hmm. So is there a body in the university, a committee that oversees the research that you probably as a student are doing?
Annie can answer.
I'm not quite sure about that.
Okay, that's a good answer.
Okay.
But thank you. I think it was a very good topic. I think it's a very interesting topic and quite relevant for universities and research as well. So it's a very good awareness raising.
Yeah.
Dr. Prabha?
Yeah, Jason, good you have highlighted the responsibilities of scientists on dual use research concern. Yes, at our university, we got different level to monitor this handling of high-risk organisms, and SOPs are in place, and Annie and Dr. Subhas are playing a major role. And Prof. Ravi is in the ethical committee, he's a chairperson. So after going through all this thing only, the scientist is first allowed to work on any, so far to my knowledge, only class 2 organisms. 1 and 2 only, not never we touched anything on class 3. And university is in, it is in safe hands because of this bio BBB committee at university. That's all.
Yeah.
Jason, you made a good presentation. You covered all the topics.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Dr. Annie?
Yeah, good presentation, Lo Weng Heo. Actually, university has different levels of approvals also. So it starts from the faculty, where the subject experts are involved, and at different levels, the use of the organisms or how the protocol is being conducted is being monitored. So the mechanisms are in place in the university currently. So it's really a good topic, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, very good topic. Thank you. And
Thanks.
Professor Ravi?
I think it is a good topic, Jason. Dual use research concern is actually a very relevant topic. I think in terms of safety, I think your supervisors are mostly in touch with the biosafety and ethics departments to look at it. And as a student, you also should be aware of all these things. And I think it's a good topic.
Yeah,
nice
thanks.
presentation.
Thanks, Prof.
Iris, with your permission, can I say something?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Because since I'm serving as a chairman of Institutional Biosafety Committee, I think it's my duty to just to add a few things, you know. So at AIMS University, because we have developed the biorisk management manual for the university, we have developed the SOPs, and we are in midst of implementing biorisk management plan in line with the CWA agreement. Now it's ISO, but since we started, so we'll go ahead. Some other faculties still we need to bring in the stream. So I think we are working on that one. I think it will be all right in the near future, because still we are in midst of implementing the program. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subhash. Thank you, Jason. That was a
Thank
very
you.
good topic.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks.
Hi everyone. Can I proceed?
Yes, Lashini.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Loshini, and I'm proud to tell that I'm a final year student from Bachelor's of Science Honors in Biotechnology. And my presentation title is about the importance of biorisk management communication. Okay, before I go into my topic, I would like to give a short briefing about BRM, which means biorisk management. Biorisk management is effective management of risks posed by working with infectious agents and toxins in labs. Okay, moving on into my topic. What is biorisk communication? Biorisk communication is a interactive transmission and exchange of information and opinions throughout the risk analysis process about risk-related factors, and risk perception among risk managers, risk communicators, and the general public or the other impacted parties. And the next one is biorisk communication format and language is tailored to the intended audience, including policymakers, disease control authorities, animal care providers, and public. And I have listed down three main objectives of this biorisk management communication. The first one will be is to establish the structured communication process to discuss and evaluate hazards, risk, crisis, to mitigate consequences of negative public perceptions of risk that the facility and the hazardous content were imposed into the community. The second one is to enhance the aspects of communication goals exist when delivering hazards, risk, and or crisis communication. The type of information communicated or the urgency of communications, and also the media for the communications which identify based on the audience. The next one will be the content of the message and also the nature of hazards, risk, and crisis. The third objective will be incorporated value judgments into communications about hazards, risk, crisis, and that can distract from the message original intent to avoid hazardous biological substance, reporting to a full-scale alert in the event of dangerous release. The next, I'll be talking about roles and responsibilities. The roles in the biorisk management communication are the top management. The second one will be senior management. The third one will be biorisk management committee, biorisk management advisor, and scientific management. In general, all personnel in the facility should have a good factual understanding and actual risk posed from the laboratory's operation to both workers and the community. However, the specific roles of responsibilities must be defined relative to the communication of hazards, risk, and crisis information. As a conclusion, it's nearly impossible to go through a day without a use of communication. So biorisk management
system should incorporate a structured communication process to discuss and evaluate hazard, risk, or crisis to mitigate consequences of negative public perception of the risk that the facilities and the hazard content there impose into the community. Finally, I would like to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences, AIMST University for providing me this great opportunity to share what I have taught and what I have learned from this course, and also throughout all the webinars. And thank you, and special thanks to the organizers and also Dr. Subhash for guiding me through this. Thank you so much. That's all from me.
Thank you, Loshini. I think it was a very good poster. I really loved it. I love that you highlighted the roles and responsibilities that each institution should have when it comes to biosafety and biosecurity. I think this is key. I just really enjoyed, hearing you talk about it. So thank you for putting this together.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Annie, any thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. It was an informative presentation. How will you address different kind of public, like whether they understood the hazards or risks? So in that case, how will you address the public?
Sorry, Miss, I don't get it.
Actually, the public will not be same, isn't it? So you have to explain them about the hazards and risk of every agents, the pathogens. So how will you address that particular issue?
Maybe I'll put into like a mind map or like pictures for them to get more clear picture of it.
Okay.
Thank you. Professor Ravi?
I think, Loshini, you covered a very important topic, communication. Communication is very important, particularly virus communication. In this, you have mentioned the structured communication, both internally and to the external parties. I think your presentation is nice. I enjoyed your presentation, and it is a very relevant and important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Prabha?
Yeah, Loshini, you highlighted the roles and responsibilities in communication. Good, you understood the concept.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to the next presenter. Lo Kai Xian.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kai Xian from AIMST University, Malaysia. Today, I'm going to share with all of you about the biorisk management challenges. So I will basically focus on the low-resource country that face numerous challenges that severely constrain the development of sustainable capacity in biosafety and biosecurity management. In many of the low-resource countries, the laboratory capacity was found to be insufficient and their facilities are poorly maintained. And this problem can also be seen at high-resource countries also. So the objective of this poster are to investigate the challenges of biorisk management faced by the low-resource countries. Second, to alert the related departments to take action in order to improve the biosafety procedure in those low-resource countries. The biorisk management challenge can be segregated into mainly 8 categories. First is the region-specific regulatory framework. So a regulatory guideline for biological safety is essential for the consistent and uniform application of practice in laboratories. But majority of the low-resource countries do not possess a regulatory framework for biosafety and biosecurity management. So those countries should proceed to create guidelines or standards that suit their circumstance. And the second challenge is based on biosafety curriculum. There is lack of understanding about the concept of biosafety and biosecurity among scientists and the laboratory managers. Therefore, safety and biosafety at the workplace should be integrated into undergraduate and graduate laboratory courses. as this can help to ensure biosafety and biosecurity best practice become part of these student future work routines. Next is the biosafety and biosecurity awareness. As I mentioned just now, low resource countries are not really aware about the importance of biorisk management. Their lack of awareness may be due to the lack of technical guidance material available in language other than English. However, this is crucial for those in position of power to have a broad awareness of the importance of biosafety and biosecurity best practice. So low-resource country could ask help from agencies that develop the biosafety and biosecurity technical literature and request for translated material. And move on to the next challenge, management processes and administrative control. These are the critical components of a responsible biosafety program. But unfortunately, the senior manager may not prioritize. They are lack of a safety department that involve biosafety official and committee. So to overcome this challenge, CWA will be a powerful tool that permit the organization to conduct self-assessment and identify those management processes and administrative control needed to ensure effective biosafety and biosecurity implementation. The fifth biorisk management challenge is about the infrastructure, equipment, reagent, and service in the low-resource country. They are generally suffer in challenge associated with a lack of laboratory infrastructure that has a direct impact on biosafety and biosecurity. For example, the poor quality starting material combined with insufficient system maintenance. For the equipment and reagent service, the challenge may be include the availability of qualified individual to inspect, maintain, and repair specialized equipment items, and also the unavailability of equipment, reagent, and service outside of capital city. Lack of this have present a major challenge to biosafety and biosecurity capacity. Next challenge will be lack of training material that can be provided to local trainers. Training is very important, and developing expert training staff is an efficient way to initiate and maintain long-term change in biosafety practice. And the following challenge is lack of national biosafety association. This is due to the lack of support from national, academic, and corporate organizations. And in addition, there is lack of biosafety professional credential and credentialing system. The cost of obtaining and maintaining this credential is high and burden to the low-resource country. And lastly, the last challenge that I would like to mention is individual mentoring and organization tuning. The mentor is expected to assist with technical questions, provide recommended reading about issues related to biosafety and biosecurity, and those new to the field of biosafety can benefit from mentoring. Moreover, the organization training allows the developing biosafety association to benefit from knowledge and experience that had gained by existing national biosafety association. But unfortunately, low-resource countries are lacking of this program. So to conclude, and the knowledgeable professional can be bring in to take office a variety of different leadership positions to overcome those challenges. And also, international funding partner can minimize the gap in biosafety and biosecurity risk management. And I would like to thank all of you for listening to me. And I'm grateful to have this opportunity to participate in poster presentation. Thank you, and that's all from me.
Thank you so much, Lokaisian, for your presentation. I think highlighting the challenges that low-income countries face, as well as developed countries face, it's important. And I'll ask a question to you. Since you put this poster together, what do you think are the three main challenges for Malaysia from the biosafety, biosecurity perspective?
Maybe Malaysian have not so aware about the importance of biorisk management, and maybe due to not enough the funding to purchase sufficient equipment. I think it's for Malaysia.
So Malaysia needs more biosafety, biosecurity awareness sessions just like this. Well, thank you so much. I think it was very informative. Professor Ravi.
Yeah, it is Lokaizen. It is a nice presentation on the challenges. I think at the student level, now you're thinking about how we can find a solution for the people who are not following it, either it's due to the low resource or low income or unavailability of the resources. And I'm happy to see that you also included curricula, biosafety curricula. I think everyone starts, if the biosafety security cannot stay in the institution, should start at home, individual. When you start doing at the individual level, I think many of the challenges can be overcome. It's basically an awareness. So it is a good area you're covered. Actually, it's a higher level that you're trying to cover. It's a nice localization.
Yeah, thank you. And Dr. Annie, what is your take on this?
Yeah, the highlight on the challenges here is really good. The thing is like awareness, though in Malaysia, the act is in place and then the Department of Biosafety is in place, the awareness is just upcoming, like it is not complete, it is not fulfilled in this country. So it is good that you have highlighted all the challenges and even curriculum, like so it I mean it though the curriculum is implemented in many institutes, in AIMS University also we have in few faculties, but it is actually considered very minor, you know, the importance is not felt when the curriculum when it is implemented. So it is good, like individual responsibility is very important for biosafety and biosecurity. So very good overall, it's a very good presentation.
Thank you, Miss.
No, Kaizian, very good presentation you made. And my questions is towards Dr. Annie and Dr. Subhas. Is there any biosafety association in Malaysia? Second, whether is there any biosafety association in AIMS University? I think what she has highlighted is a triggering point to bring in the gathering to create the awareness as a continuous process.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Prabha, for asking this question. So just for the benefit of audience, majority are students. So in Malaysia, we do have a Biosafety and Biosecurity Association, and I want to inform participants they are working with international agencies like, for example, Sandia National Laboratories, then international IBA, International Foundation for Biosafety Association, as well as other international agencies and local, means local regional bodies, for example, One Health University networks and blah, blah, blah. So at AIMS University, we can have association, but at the moment we don't feel that urgency. So but in the future maybe we can consider, it's a good suggestion, we can have a biosafety and biosecurity club among the students, so they can promote biosafety and biosecurity. So I think it's a good idea. We have different types of clubs for environment, food safety, then blah, blah, blah. So maybe we can have one more club, biosafety and biosecurity club in the AIMS University. I think it's possible. Thank you.
Subhas, could you please highlight how to enroll our students to enroll in National Biosafety Association? It's free of cost or any registration fee?
It's a good question. So as far as the Malaysian Biosafety and Biosecurity Association is concerned, so they have a membership fee. So students can become a member for 1 year, or they can become a member for multiple years, depends on how much they are paying. So I think a student, because money comes from the father and mother's pocket, so I think they can become a member for 1 year, and that one can give them chance to learn lots of things from their activities, and they will get a feel. And those are interested in the process, maybe they will develop the passion for biosafety and biosecurity. So they can make a career in that domain, because we have a shortage of professionals. I think Iris will agree with me. Now it's a global pandemic and we have a shortage of the expert people. So we need more people in biosafety and biosecurity. So I think it's possible student can.
Subhas, my last question, whether they do organize any certification program for students. So when they get this certification, it will value add in their CV.
Yeah, excellent, Prabha. Thank you very much. Because Malaysian Biosafety and Biosecurity Association works with the international agencies I mentioned, IBA, International Foundation for Biosafety Association. So for example, in my case, because I was in contact with them and they invited me for the training program, which was organized by International Foundation of Biosafety Association, headquarters in Canada. So I got a fellowship opportunities also there. So sometimes our student can get a fellowship to enroll for the training, and after that one they have to take exam. When I took it was paper based, but now it's online, so they can take online exam, and if they score minimum required marks, so the International Foundation for Biosafety Association, IBA, so they give a certificate and they treat that individual as a certified professional. So I think our students, because we have, it's at the beginning of the laboratory virus management course, and I didn't speak much with the student. We are just we were working on the poster. So I think I will talk with students. Those are interested to become a certified professional, or those want to make a career in biosafety and biosecurity. I think student can consider those are interested in this domain, because we need more people for One Health security. And I think global community has realized the importance of it. I hope I have answered your question, Dr. Prabha.
Yes, please provide the web link details.
Yeah.
To our students.
Yeah, sure. I will not only student, staff also need to educate themselves. It will be great if we have all members of the institutional biosafety committee fully aware of what's happening in biosafety and biosecurity. So I think we can start from institutional biosafety committee members. Now we can go down. Yeah.
Thank you, Subhas.
Yeah,
thank you for your highlights.
Thank you. Iris, over to you.
Okay, thank you. That was a very interesting discussion. I think Dr. Subhash, the students have done a remarkable job so far. And Lo Kai-Xian, I think I really liked your poster highlighting the challenges, and the challenges are vast, just not only within the universities, but also with other institutions, laboratory institutions, agriculture, public laboratories as well. So I think this was a great poster. So thank you so much for your time. We should continue to the next presenter. And the next presenter is Manoshini Pan, right?
Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. My name is Manoshini Apanan. I'm studying for my Bachelor of Science in Biotechnology at AIMST University. Today, I'm going to present an overview about importance of biosecurity in poultry farming. As I mentioned, the first thing, I'm going to briefly talk about avian influenza, often known as bird flu, a respiratory disease of birds. They can spread from bird to bird through manium, eggs, and bird equipment. Malaysia is, as we know, the third largest buyer of poultry products. Poultry intakes per capita in 2019 was around 49 kilograms and is forecast to hit 51 kilograms per capita by 2025. Therefore, biosecurity is also a standard practice for protecting poultry and birds from all forms of infection agents, such as virals, bacteria, fungal, or parasites. Now, let's move on to the next thing. These are the fundamental ways in which we can avoid and protect our birds. First, we need to keep our distance. How? By limiting access to the poultry area and the bird area. And be fencing off the area where the birds are to form a buffer between clean and dirty areas must be considered. Also, we only allow the workers who take care of the birds. Second, we need to keep it clean, since germs can accumulate on shoes, clothes, move from one region to another, and can potentially make our birds sick. In order to keep our birds free from germs, we should have a pair of shoes and a set of clothes to wear around the birds only while visiting the birds. We should wash our hands with soap before entering the bird area. If a bird dies in the event, we can dispose of either buried or incineration in a proper way. Third, don't carry the infections around, where all cars, truck tires, poultry cages, and equipment can be harbor germs. Make sure to clean and disinfect before entering to the property when we are traveling. Fourth, don't borrow disease from our neighbor. We can't share birds, lawns, and garden tools with those who own birds. If we do, before we reach the property, we should clean and disinfect everything. Fifth, as a farmer and workers, we should know the warning sign of infectious bird disease. Examples are sudden rise in the death of birds in the flocks, sneezing, gasping for air, coughing, nasal discharge, and swelling around the eyes, neck, and head. 6. We should report sick birds. We should not wait for unusual signs of disease or unexpected deaths among the birds to be recorded. We should notify the agriculture agent immediately or call to the local veterinarian when we encounter such a situation. Now, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Let me conclude this presentation. Biosecurity in poultry farming are necessary to ensure that birds, farmers, and workers are protected from the disease. Last but not least, I want to thank to the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University, and Dr. Sabash for providing this opportunity to participate in this poster presentation. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Thank you, Manashini, for your presentation. I really enjoyed the take on biosecurity from the farm perspective. So far, we've talked about biosafety, biosecurity from a laboratory perspective, and that is one definition. But the definition of a biosecurity from the agriculture perspective is completely different. So I think you highlighted the risk mitigations of farm biosecurity, and I thought it was quite interesting and very good. Well done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iris.
Dr. Ani.
Yeah, I would like to appreciate the applied aspect of biosecurity on poultry farming. And so it's good. Overall, it's a good presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Annie.
Mano, you made a good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I'm happy you touched this topic.
Thank you, sir.
It's a relevant topic, Mano. I think Malaysia consumed possibly the highest in the world poultry consumption.
Second largest consumer of chicken.
Third largest, sir.
Oh, third.
So I think it's a very important. We learned from the COVID, and now I think this awareness not only among the students and public about the farmers, poultry farmers also, we should educate them. I think it's a new relevant topic, and happy to know that you presented it.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you so much, Manojini.
Thank you, Ms.
So we'll move to the next presenter.
Hey, hi everyone. I hope everyone can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I need to apologize because my internet is not that stable. So if you guys can't hear me, please do let me know. I'll repeat. Okay, I'll start now. Hello everyone. My name is Naishnavi Vijayankiran. I'm proud to tell you that I am studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor in Science Honors degree in Biotechnology. So my title today is the 3 levels of biosecurity. So now before getting into that, let's first see what biosecurity is. So biosecurity is described as the protection, control, and accountability for valuable biological material within laboratories in order to prevent their unauthorized access, loss, theft, misuse, diversion, maybe intentional release. A comprehensive biosecurity program should represent a hierarchy of conceptual, structural, and operational components, which is directed at preventing infectious disease transmission within and across farms, companies, facilities, regions, countries, and continents. Avoidance is the most effective way to prevent disease transmission involved with animals' ownership or production. But given that all movements of animals within or across groups or borders involves risk of contact, and biosecurity measures are needed to reduce unavoidable risks. So now, the first level of biosecurity is the conceptual biosecurity. This primary level of biosecurity revolves around the location of animal facilities and their various components. The most effective way to limit risk is physical isolation, making this a primary consideration when setting new confinement facilities or farms. Facilities or farms should not be located next to public roads, especially when the area has a high density of animal facilities. Similar isolation methods include limiting the use of common vehicles and facilities. Limiting access are not directly involved with the operation and controlling the spread of the disease by maybe vermin, wild animals, and wind. So now moving on to the next level, which is the structural biosecurity. The secondary level of biosecurity deals with the physical factors which as farm layout, perimeter fencing, drainage, number or location of changing rooms, and housing design. Long-range planning and programs are important and should be considered on-site movement of vehicles, equipment, and animals, traffic patterns, and feed delivery or storage. And now for the last one, which is the operational level. This tertiary level deals with routine procedures to prevent introduction and spread of infections within a facility. This activity should be constantly reviewed and quickly adjusted as needed in response to emergencies. So with this, I would like to end my presentation, and I would like to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University for providing me this wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. And special thanks to the organizers of this competition. And thank you all for listening.
Your mic is muted, Yus.
Mic is muted again.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was muted. I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. I really like the way you divided it biosecurity on conceptual, operational, and structural categories. So thank you for your time and for putting this poster together.
Thank you, Ms. Iris.
Thank you. Professor Ravi.
Yeah, it's a nice presentation. You have covered the 3 levels of biosecurity. It's a good job. Nice, Navi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Prabha.
Yeah, she has made a very good presentation. She covered all the 3 domains of biosecurity, and she understood the concept. That's more important. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Good presentation, nicely. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Annie. All right, so we'll just go to the next presenter.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melanie Roberts, currently doing my year 3 at AIMST University for my Bachelor's in Science Honours degree in Biotechnology. My presentation title is all about fundamentals of biological agents and risk groups. So what is biological agents? Biological agents are any microorganisms, including those genetically modified, which gives harmful effects as infection, allergy, or disease towards animals, humans, or plants. Okay, what is risk groups? Risk groups are actually different biological agents. They have various effects towards humans, and these effects are actually categorized into few risk groups. Moving to the literature review, biological agents are widely found in natural environment, and as a result, it is also found in many work sectors. It includes bacteria, viruses, fungi, and internal human parasites. Biological agents are classified into different groups based on their harmful effects towards humans and also based on the type of agents that causes the effects. It's usually invisible, thus it's difficult to understand that the risk they present, and by categorizing it, it will be easier to study on and to actually present to others. Example of biological agents, it's the first one is viruses, which are also infectious agents. Examples like Ebola viruses, rabies viruses, coronavirus, and HIV. Bacteria, it contains specific genes and coding toxins which can be harmful to human. Examples are Mycobacterium tuberculosis and Vibrio cholera. Then fungi and yeast. Examples are Aspergillosis, Cryptococcus neoformans, and Candida auris. And other bacterial agents such as the parasites, biotoxins like um, botulinum toxin, and prion diseases. So about the risk groups, the first risk group is risk group 1, where it has a low individual and community risk. The microorganisms or biological agents are unlikely to cause human or animal disease. The second one is very moderate individual risk and very low community risk, where the microorganisms are unlikely to be infectious, or it's only unless it is exposed in lab sessions or anything like that, and there are treatments available, and the spread of infections is very limited, like example diseases like influenza virus. The third one is high individual risk, low community risk. It causes serious diseases and does not spread from one to another, but there are treatments available like chikungunya. The last one is the risk group 4, where it's high individual and community risk. It causes serious diseases and also infection, and there are no treatments available. And it's example like the Ebola virus, which actually caused outbreak in Central Africa around 2014 to 2016. Okay, so coming to the conclusion, all biological agents has its own potential risk towards humans, animals, and plants in causing biological hazards. According to the risk groups, the potential risk has been categorized. These are my acknowledgement and references. And coming to an end, I want to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences, for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. And special thanks to the biosafety community and also Dr. Subhash for guiding me through this e-poster competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie, for your wonderful presentation and for highlighting the risk group agents. I think this was very good. I really enjoyed your poster.
Thank you, Miss.
Dr. Annie?
It's a good presentation, Melanie. And also, I mean, you have presented your deeper understanding of the contents on biological agents at this group. So really appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
Overall, it's very good.
Thank you.
Melanie, it's a good effort. You conveyed the message in simple language.
Thank you,
Keep it
Doctor.
up.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good work, Melanie.
Thank you, Prof.
Actually, you covered the fundamentals of the different risk groups.
Thank
I'm
you,
glad that you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
So we'll move next to Mr. Ngijinyin.
Yes. Good afternoon to all of the judges and my fellow friends. I'm Ng Jin Yin, student from the Faculty Applied Science of AIMST University, Malaysia. The title of my presentation today is Malaysia Laboratory Biopractice and Biosecurity Policy and Guideline. First of all, at the laboratory, harmless and innocuous microorganisms will be utilized. So there is no need to guarantee that the organism organism and microbiome are appropriately overseen and defended to foster purposeful and inadvertent delivery that could cause hurt. For the objective of having policy and guidelines are to provide an adequate laboratory capacity that include biosafety issue, and next is to avoid the staff member to infect with the hazardous agent. The scope serves as a reference for the development and establishment of the respective institutional code of practice for good microbiological technique, which is GMT, biosafety and biosecurity in a laboratory and defined contaminant zone. There is a few policy that all institutions with staff performing activity include taking care of controlling, working, utilizing, and discarding of infectious or potentially infectious agents must follow the policy, which is they must institute an organization level institutional biosafety and biosecurity committee, IBBC. Next, they also must provide a proper commensurable with biosafety reach level of infectious and potentially infectious agent handled. Lastly, they can only be performed by trained and authorized personnel. There are 4 guidelines in Malaysia laboratory. First is the administrative control. They are responsible for all matters pertaining to policy, standard operating procedure, SOP, and technique. They encompass the development, evolution, approval, monitoring, and review. Next is the engineering control. Those physical contaminants of infectious agent and potentially infectious agent and microbiotoxin constitutes most of the engineering control specified in this document. Moreover, is the SOP, which is the standard operating procedure. SOP are a set of standard instructions for performing routine laboratory activities, and there are specified procedures for activity involving the handling of specific microorganisms, pathogens, and toxins. Lastly, personal protection control is also a guideline of Malaysia laboratory. Personal protection equipment, PPE, such as respirators, goggles, gloves, or clothing, is last critical barrier to accord protection against possible exposure to infectious agents and microbiotoxins. So in conclusion for the presentation, policy and guidelines are required when there is a need for consistency in day-to-day operational activity. It can also provide a clarity to the reader when dealing with accountability issue and or activity that are of critical importance to the company, such as health, health and safety legal liabilities, regulatory requirements, or issues that have serious consequences. Thanks for all your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this was a good presentation, and you highlighted the all the biosafety mitigation measures, administrative controls, engineering controls, and all that. So it was very good. Thank you. It was quite informative.
Thank you, Denise.
Dr. Annie.
It was a detailed, informative presentation on the guidelines, Malaysian laboratory biopractice. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Good presentation on guidelines, but it would have been better because too much text in your poster. Very difficult to read. Either I have to listen or I should read to you. I mean, I should read the poster or listen to you.
Okay.
So try to avoid to improve further.
Okay. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Ravi.
Yeah, so good. Actually, good. You've taken the Malaysian laboratory biopractices and biosecurity policy and guidelines. I think at least you are exposed and you learn about it. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move next to the next, 7 minutes break. Then we'll
Great.
come back after 7 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Iris. So we have completed our second cycle of e-poster presentation and we will have a break of 7 minutes. Please come back on time for us to resume the session as per plan. Meanwhile, a video will be playing. Please enjoy the video. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another session to moderate, so I'm going to hand over to Dr. Subhash.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I think it's midnight for you.
So lovely to meet you.
Thank you very much for your support.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
And it was this catalyst that created AIMST University. Education is for improving the lives of others and for living your community and world better than you found it. And it was this catalyst that created AIMST University. Imbued with the vision of its founder, Yang Amat Berbahaya Tun S. Samivelo, AIMST University has grown to become a premier private university in Malaysia, providing quality and affordable higher education for all. At our exceptionally beautiful Garden University campus in Somali, AIMST University remains our best learning and research facilities in the country. We are dedicated to providing the best healthcare, applied sciences, engineering, and business programs. Built at a cost of over 500 million ringgit, AIMST University the state-of-the-art library. The Great Hall, modern sports facilities, which include an Olympic-sized swimming pool, are all part of this ambitious plan. We work closely with industry to produce degrees that are relevant and closely aligned to market demand. This is also made possible through partnerships with prestigious international universities and institutions the world over. AIMST University provides a rewarding and exciting student life. We offer a truly international experience. At AIMST University, we are fully committed to your holistic development. We bring excellent learning modes to fulfill your academic needs. Your first experience driving into AIMST campus will instill confidence on the security. The campus security team protects the well-being of people and the security of property around the clock through a variety of measures both on and off campuses. The Faculty of Medicine is the first and one of the most illustrious faculties. The Anatomy Laboratory and Clinical Skills Lab are designed to enhance the acquisition of clinical skills. The Faculty of Dentistry is not only elaborately set up and well equipped with modern facilities. There is also a dental hospital to complement professional dental education with clinical skills. The Faculty of Pharmacy offers up-to-date courses that cover a wide spectrum of pharmaceutical sciences. Students at AIMST University are exposed to rapidly growing information revolution and are equipped with the latest laboratory facilities. The Faculty of Applied Sciences, the Faculty of Engineering and Computer Technology, the Faculty of Allied Health Professions, and the Faculty of Business and Management reinforces AIMST University's image as more than a medical university. We teach world-class values to empower our students to be a game changer in the society. In a world where people, knowledge, and ideas move freely without borders, AIMST University creates infinite possibilities for you to make the right educational choices, to open up a world of endless opportunities. Our degrees are internationally recognized and have been making an impact throughout Malaysia. AIMST University engages local and international educators for their outstanding and holistic approach in their teaching and learning. Through our world-class education, our students have progressed to be successful, competent graduates. We also empower our students by collaborating with leading industry partners to shape a progressive culture to enable our students to perform exceptionally well. We inspire, nurture, and transform capabilities of all who walk on our path. On the threshold of the second decade, AIMST University continues to strive and shape the future of the next generation. Join us today, your pathway towards global prestige. AIMST, educating tomorrow's leaders.
Kanchana, over to you. Kanchana, are you there?
Maybe we should start, Dr. Subhash, with the next presentation.
Yes, see, slides you need to project, so maybe you can just hold on for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Kanchana, are you there? Hello, Kanchana, are you there? Are you there in the virtual room? Fazla, Kanchana is there or she is not there? Fazla? Insane.
Hi, sir. The PC just turned off.
Oh, PC is
Okay, hold on.
off. Okay, all the students, so just hold on for a few moments because Kanchana is sitting at one place since morning. So I think we can understand because one person cannot sit at one place for a longer time. So I hope you can understand. So just give a few moments, you will start.
So shall we give 5 more minutes, Dr. Subhash?
Otherwise, I will start from my computer. Just hold on. Kanchana, shall I start or you can start?
Sir, you can start.
Okay, so because I have to download that file, it's on my laptop. Sorry. Participants, just give me a few moments. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can start. I'm sharing the screen.
Okay, so you can start from there. Miss Iris, over to you. I think we can start. This one is Nisha. Yeah, sorry for the interruption, all the participants, because of some technical reason. So, Miss Iris, over to you. Please go ahead. You are muted. You are muted. Sorry. You are muted, Miss Iris.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Hi, Kanchana. Welcome back. Hi.
Sorry for the technical problem.
No worries. Things like this happen all the time. So the next presenter will be Miss Nisha Selvam.
Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah.
Nisha.
Hi. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nisha Selvam from Department of Biotechnology. My presentation title is Laboratory Biosafety Emergency Management for SARS-CoV-2. The reason why I choose this title because it is very important to understand how labs are managed during pandemic. Not only that, but we as laboratory scientists or biotechnologists should know proper management of lab to reduce accidents and infections. Therefore, our aim is to provide ideas for the emergency management of biosafety laboratories. I have divided my discussion into two parts, which are biosafety level 3 and emergency management for SARS-CoV-2. Basically, BSL or biosafety level 3 are the most frequently used because it protects the staff, the environment, and the general public from the pathogens. In that case, BSL-3 are the most suitable laboratory for experiments related to COVID-19. Now, let us look into emergency management for SARS-CoV-2. Four most important management are assessment management, management, and disinfection management, and management of experimental activities. If we look into risk assessment management, we can't be having like one strict risk assessment guidelines. The risk assessment guidelines changes time to time based on the situation.
Nisha, are you okay? Go ahead.
I think her internet froze.
Yeah.
Connection is not good.
Hello, Nisha.
Can you?
Yeah. Nisha,
And statements were constantly. Yes, sir. Constantly revised based on our knowledge. The entry time was staggered and the amount time spent by the personnel in the lab was reduced by increase in advance. Secondly, after revised risk assessment management process guidelines was made, according to the guidelines, goggles and disposable protective mask was added. And then the risk assessment management were continuously revised and improved. The laboratory were instructed to make transition from top level protection to reasonable protection. I also would like to add that experimental personnel can wear a protective pressure powered air filter hood and a one-time reverse operating suit which can be replaced conveniently after being contaminated. Now let's see personnel management. If we see personal management, the administrators plays a vital role here. The administrators will communicate with the laboratory personnel and discover loophole. Now let's see disinfection management, an important element of environment safety in laboratories. A suitable disinfection minimizes the damage to the personnel and facilities and equipment. Thus, considering the safety of the laboratory personnel, 75 of the alcohol was added as an effective disinfection. I would like to add here, 75% of alcohol was not chosen at the early stage of the epidemic because its disinfection effect cannot be verified when the pathogen is unknown. Now let's look into management of experimental activities. A complete scheme should be prepared before the experiment, not to operate prolonged period of time, but operating frequently and shortening the operation time. As a conclusion, by taking appropriate emergency management and tracking clinical management to standardize the use of PPE and personal behaviors, the risk assessment process guidelines have been constantly to ensure the safety of the personnel. Lastly, I would like to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. Special thanks to the organizers of this competition. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nisha. I think this was a very relevant topic to discuss and applying the risk assessment management to SARS-CoV. A very good overview. I really enjoyed your talk actually. So thank you for putting this together.
Thank you.
Good presentation, Nisha.
Thank you, sir.
Very clear understanding of the subject and on laboratory safety emergency management of COVID.
Thank you, sir.
Good, ma. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Dr. Annie?
It's a very good presentation and very relevant to the current situation globally, actually. So good, keep it up.
Thank you, Nisha. So we'll go with the next presenter.
Should I start?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yes, please.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Ong Yong Chi from AIMST University. Today, I'm going to present about importance of signage in laboratory. Laboratory is the facility that equipped for experimental Laboratory is the facility that equipped for sorry. Restart. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ong Yong-chi, Year 3 student from Biotech M University. Today, I'm going to present about importance of signage in laboratory. Laboratory is the facility that equipped for experiment, testing, and analysis of research. There are 5 common hazards that happen in lab, such as abrasion, chemical burn, skin absorption, inhalation of toxic, and cut to the skin. Therefore, safety sign was important to provide instruction in lab by using combination of shape, color, and symbol. Objective of this poster is to increase public awareness about the signage in the laboratory in order to minimize the dangers that happen in lab. Next, I'm going to talk about information of safety signboard. I will start with color of signage. Red is represent prohibition. Yellow is represent caution. Green is represent positive action, and blue is mandatory. Next, I will talk about the shape of signage. Circle sign means prohibition. Triangle sign represent warning, while the square sign is represent emergency and information sign. For the prohibition sign, the example was drink and food are not allowed to bring in lab. Next, open flame is not allowed because flammable bacteria is stored. Another example of prohibition sign is smoking are not allowed. For the mandatory sign, the example of sign is eye protector must be worn, hand protection must be worn, and exclamation mark was represent fire escape must be kept clear. For the warning sign, example including corrosive warning symbol because acid is highly reactive substance and it can damage to the living tissue. Another example is radioactive sign and laser radiation warning sign. Laser warning symbol is to alert people in order to minimize the risk of laser accident, especially those involving eyes injuries. In a nutshell, public should aware about the signage that present so that accident can be avoided. Lastly, I want to thank to the Department of Biotech, Faculty of Applied Sciences, AIMST University for giving me this opportunity for participate this e-poster competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ong Yong-chi. I hope I pronounced it correctly for your presentation. I think it was a good overview of signage, postage signage within the laboratory. Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Dr. Annie?
It was a nice presentation highlighting the signages that are used in laboratory. Good.
Dr. Prabha? You are muted.
Good. You outlined the different signages and you presented very clearly. Good, ma. Keep it up.
So next we'll move to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ranjita Rivindran from AIMST University. The title of my e-poster is about good laboratory practice, also known as GLP. GLP is a quality system that involves with the organizational process and the conditions under which the non-clinical health and environmental safety studies are planned, performed, monitored, recorded, archived, and reported. GLP was first used in New Zealand in 1972 and later it was instituted in US following the cases of fraud generated by toxicology labs in the data submitted to FDA. GLP is a formal regulation created by FDA, United States Food and Drug Administration. So the GLP was created due to the fraudulent activities and also poor lab practices such as equipment not being calibrated to standard form and also inadequate test system. The main objective of GLP is to promote international acceptance of tests, maintain a good and safe operating procedures and recording system, and also make sure the data is traceable. Besides, in 1982, an organization named OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, published GLP principles that are international standard. The purpose of the principle is to promote the development of quality test data and to obtain a reliable and reproducible data. Moreover, GLP also applies to non-clinical studies which carry out for assessment of the safety or efficacy of chemicals like pharmaceuticals. It is not only limited to chemicals, but also applies to cosmetic products, food additive, and also for medical devices. So there are 10 principles included in the GLP principles, which is organization and personnel, quality facilities, equipments, reagent and materials, test system, test and reference items, standard operating procedures, performance of study, reporting of result and storage of records and reports. So in conclusion, GLP plays a major role in creating a better recognition of the company's quality producer in the global market. It provides guidelines and a better control for the maintenance of instruments and also environmental control. So before I end my presentation, I would like to thank Dr. Subhash for giving me this opportunity to participate in the poster presentation. Thank you.
Ranjita, thank you for this. This is a very good topic, the GLP topic. So it's again a mitigation measure within biosafety. Thank you for touching upon this topic.
Thank you.
Very good presentation. Dr. Prabha.
Thank you, Ranjita. You highlighted the biosafety and biosecurity measures in GLP studies. But it's much more because here the biosafety bioregulations are controlled by international regulations. You are highlighting only OECD guidelines. Okay, there is FDA guidelines are there, totally regulated. So it is inbuilt. Biosafety, biosecurity concepts are inbuilt in GLP. Good, I'm happy you are learning about GLP. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a nice presentation, Ranjita.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll go next to the other presenter.
Very good afternoon to the and I'm proud to inform all of you.
Renu Priya, can you hear us?
Yes, Miss, I can.
Your connection is a little bit poor. Your voice is not coming through.
Okay, Miss, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, a very good afternoon to the respectful judges, lecturers, and my fellow viewers. My name is Renu Priya, and I'm proud to inform all of you that I am a Year 2 student at AIMST University pursuing my Bachelor's in Science Honours degree in Biotechnology. The title of my presentation is Developing a Sustainable Biorisk and Biosafety Management in Low-Resource Countries. It is important to know that any country operating laboratories provide combinations of diagnostic, clinical, or research activities should have biosafety and biosecurity capabilities, but unfortunately, in many low-resource countries, laboratory capacity was found to be inadequate and facilities poorly maintained. Biosafety and biosecurity in low-resource countries are constrained due to numerous challenges which can be grouped into 5 categories, including country regulatory framework and standards, biosafety awareness, management processes and administrative controls, biosafety curricula, and also individual mentoring and organizational twinning. For country regulatory framework and standards, majority of these countries do not possess a regulatory framework for biosafety and biosecurity management and do not consistently adhere or formally endorse the use of any particular guidelines. In establishing national biosafety and biosecurity guidelines, country officials may choose either to adopt or adapt the guidelines that have been developed by international organizations or other countries. The use of existing documents provides a solid foundation for establishing local biosafety guidelines, and a given country can also proceed to create guidelines suited to its circumstances. For biosafety and biosecurity awareness, there is often a general absence of awareness of best practices at the laboratory level and lack of broad appreciation for the importance of biosafety and biosecurity in these countries. For international biosafety and biosecurity development initiatives to succeed, technical literature such as guidelines published by the local government or other governments and biosafety research articles should be readily available, as it ensures the community with the means to self-educate and keep up with the updates regarding the progress and innovations in biosafety. Development partners can get local governments to increase funding necessary to improve worker safety and pathogen security through awareness raising activities like seminars to leave behind informative literature. Language is another reason for the absence of awareness. Thus, these countries should translate these materials locally and ensure these materials receive the broadest distribution through multiple platforms. In terms of management processes and administrative controls, some authorities may not prioritize or endorse the administrative processes required to implement biosafety practices, as well as lack a safety department, a biosafety officer, or a designated institutional biosafety committee. Achieving a successful integrating biosafety throughout an entire facility requires international support in applying the management standard CWA and through the presence of a dedicated biosafety officer with authority to develop and implement a comprehensive biosafety program. For biosafety curriculum, safety and biosafety at the workplace should be integrated into and modeled in undergraduate and graduate laboratory courses. This approach would reach students at the formative period in their professional training and help ensure biosafety and biosecurity best practices become part of these individuals' future work routines. For the last category, which is individual mentoring and organizational twinning, mentoring is effective of changing norms, maintaining long-term change in biosafety practices, and also creates an opportunity to individuals in becoming the next generation of trainers once qualified within each country. Organizational twinning allows biosafety associations to benefit from the knowledge and experience gained, as well as increases the likelihood of success for the younger generation. In conclusion, these countries must diligently allocate given resources for maximum value and create a sustainable plan in implementing biosafety and biosecurity practices. I would like to end my presentation by thanking Dr. Subhash, the Department of Biotechnology, the Faculty of Applied Sciences, and the organizers of this competition for this wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition, as well as with a saying, in our quest to provide a safer world today and for the generations to come, we must shift our consciousness from national responsibility to one of a global responsibility and from a national community to a global community. Thank you to everyone for listening.
Wow, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. I think your presentation, as a previous presentation, captured on the challenges that a lot of countries are facing. I think these challenges is not just in the developing world, it's also in the developed world. And the biosafety curriculum, biosafety, biosecurity curriculum, you'd be surprised. Here in the United States, there are not a lot of universities that have integrated biosafety and biosecurity. They are starting now, but it's not, you know, already integrated. So twinning, by twinning, what they mean here is, and there have been programs where Sandia National Laboratories has worked with institutions in Malaysia and has paired those institutions with institutions in the US, where institutions are learning from each other. And so this is what they're talking about, the twinning, twinning of organizations. I really liked your poster, and again, you know, I really love the way you have divided it visually as well. So thank you so much for your presentation. Dr. Prabha, I can see you're eager to comment on it. So
yeah, Renupriya, excellent presentation. A very good layout of your poster, very clear and well articulated. And I appreciate your confidence, which is reflected in your practice. Keep it up. Thank you.
It's a very good and excellent presentation. The way you presented and also your posters were very good. The graphics you have used in your poster is also very excellent. Good.
Thank you, madam.
thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Hi.
Next. Hello.
Hi. Can
Hi.
I start now?
Yes, please. Hi, Satana. Please do.
Okay, thank you. Good day to all. I'm Sadhana Raju from AIMST University. I'm currently pursuing my degree in biotechnology. Today, I would like to present on the topic public health concepts in biosafety and biosecurity. First of all, allow me to briefly explain what is public health. Public health is the science of improving and protecting health through the promotion of healthy lifestyle, researching disease, detection, and control of infectious disease. Public health is mainly concerned with protecting the health of the entire population from a global level through regions, nations, communities, families, and finally impacting on individuals. Public health are primarily geared towards the prevention of illness and injury rather than focusing on the recognition, diagnosis, and treatment of disease. A significant portion of public health work is aligned with health protection, particularly health measures that decrease impact and increase resilience to important threats such as emerging infectious disease and other health risks. Next, how do public health contributes to biosafety and biosecurity? First is through risk management. Recognizing biological agent hazards and creating strategies to reduce the risk posed to humans. Secondly, through clinical processes. This happens by providing expert advice to develop appropriate protocols, techniques, and procedures for conducting appropriate and safe research with high-risk biological agents. Thirdly is through preparedness. This is done by assisting decision makers, policymakers to expend resources in protecting population against biological threats most effectively so that the response to a biological event is efficient. Fourth is through logistics. It is done by devising strategies to best utilize healthcare system resources to achieve the highest level of biosafety and biosecurity. Fifth is through outbreak response, by leading health teams in responding to epidemic events and providing advice and support decision makers during outbreaks. Lastly, by providing decision support. This can be done by assisting policymakers and decision makers in making decisions surrounding biosafety and biosecurity that are ethical, efficient, and effective. Furthermore, let us take a look at the role of public health practitioners. They develop awareness in existing or potential zoonotic disease which may affect public health. They work with veterinary health officials to implement activities to increase biosafety and biosecurity. They are recognized for expertise in human disease epidemiology and prevention, and they do develop professional relationship with local healthcare providers, veterinary health officials, and practitioners. So in conclusion, why should we invest in public health? Most of our health depends on public health. Investing in public health means there will be strong disease surveillance system. Public health surveillance provides and interprets data to facilitate the prevention and control of disease. We need research capacity to develop vaccine and medicines for emerging diseases. Building a strong public health system with public health officials can benefit during emergency. I've now come to the end of my presentation. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Department of Biotechnology of AIMST University for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sadhana. I think this was wonderful, linking biosafety and biosecurity to public health, or I should say One Health. It was very good. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Annie.
Yeah, actually, public health plays a major role during the pandemic that we have experienced now, the current situation. So it's a relevant topic. We have related the biosafety and biosecurity with the public health concept. So this is very informative. So thank you very much, Sadhana.
Thank you.
Good, Sadhana. You dealt with public health, their awareness on biosafety and biosecurity. And your presentation is really good, very clear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, we'll go next to another presenter. And the topic will be the AMP model in biorisk management. Ms. Sangeeta?
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Sangeeta. Can you all hear me? I'm proud to tell you that I'm studying at AIMST University for my Bachelor's in Science Honours degree in Biotechnology. My presentation title is about the AMP model in biorisk management. Firstly, biorisk is a combination of the probability of occurrence of harm and the severity of that harm, where the source of harm is biological agent or toxin. The biorisk management is the analysis of strategies to minimize the likelihood of the occurrence of biorisk. So in the AMP model, A stands for assessment, M for mitigation, and P stands for the performance. This model is a universally accepted model for biorisk management system. AMP model is a management system approach to safety that is analogous to a quality management system. So the objectives of this e-poster are to discuss biorisk management as a concept and also to identify the three components of biorisk management in AMP model. So now let's discuss briefly about the AMP model. Firstly, biorisk assessment is a process of identifying the hazards and evaluating the risks associated with toxins and biological agents, taking into account the adequacy of any existing controls and deciding whether or not the risks are acceptable. On the other hand, biorisk mitigation involves the control and actions measures that are put into place to decrease or eliminate the risks associated with the toxins and the biological agents. Meanwhile, biorisk performance is for improving the biorisk management by measuring, recording, and also evaluating organizational and outcomes to reduce biorisk. So the biorisk performance is also the implementation of the entire biorisk management system, for us, including evaluating and ensuring that the system is working that the way it was assigned. As a conclusion, every individual should consider implementing the AMP model in biorisk management. These kind of initiatives will boost the attributes among the community and best practices of biosafety and also biosecurity. Finally, I want to thank Dr. Subhash and also the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIM University for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this e-poster presentation competition. Special thanks to the organizers of the competition. Thank you everyone for listening. That's all from me.
Thank you, Sangatha. It was a very good capture of the AMP model. Again, it's, I think, the basis of biosafety and biosecurity, the AMP model. Thank you for capturing that with the poster. Dr. Annie.
Yeah, it's a good presentation. Nicely described about the AMP model in biorisk management. Good.
Thank you, Doctor.
Very good presentation, Sangeeta. Thank you for reinforcing the AMP model. And your layout is good, but bit crowded. You would have reduced the text.
Thank you, Doctor. Sure, next time.
Very good, Mark. Keep it up. Thank you.
We'll go to the next presenter. The next person will be Sangari Ramesh.
Okay, hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, a very good afternoon to all the judges and all the presenters as well. So I'm Sangri Ramesh, year 3 student, year 3 biotechnology student from AIMST University. I would give a brief explanation regarding the PDCA concept for today's poster presentation competition. PDCA concept is actually an efficient tool for continuous quality improvement. So what does it mean by PDCA actually? So it is actually mean by plan, do, check, and also act, which is invented by Dr. William Edwards Deming. And this PDCA concept is actually can be known as Deming cycle because the person who names is Edwards Deming as well. Okay, so the basic motive of this PDCA concept is to identify the causes of the products to fail meeting the customer's expectation. So it helps all the businesses, including inside the labs and also outside the labs, for example, like agricultural sectors, agri businesses, something like that, to check on the quality of the food and also to check the quality of the water that we are consuming. Okay. So the basic definition of this PDCA is planning, where the problems has been analyzed and also solved according to all those definitions of the problem. And also we have to ask some questions, the 5 whys. We have to ask questions and need to get the answer for the problems. So the next step is do, where they get hands-on or executing what was determined previously. What is the problem that has been determined previously, and we have to practice the method and measure the record of the results. The third step is actually check whether the standard is being obeyed or not, and the last one is act to correct and prevent the errors and improve the work system. So there are some considerations when we are using this PDCA concept. So what are the consideration is, first one, if during the act stage there is some repetition, please return to the plan stage as well, because we cannot skip any steps in this PDCA concept. We have to follow the flow of this concept: plan, do, check, and also act, and do not skip any stages in between. And then there are some common mistakes we might be done. First one is lack of reasoning to all those questions we have been asked. Second one is the incomplete scenarios, inefficient training, and inaccurate measurements as well. So this PDCA concept is actually simple and also reasonable concept, but it is much slower than a direct method, so that we cannot use it for an emergency problem, to settle an emergency problem as well. It requires huge purchase in from colleagues and also offers less open doors for extremist advancement. So I think The conclusion is this PDCA concept is basically a theoretical, practical, and also methodological concept, which is an easy approach to determine all those new and also old problems that we are facing in industries, especially in agricultural industries as well. So I think I've come to the end of my presentation. So thank you so much everyone for giving me this opportunity for presenting in this poster presentation competition, and thank you so much for hearing patiently although it has been lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangari, for your presentation. I think the PDCA, it's a great model, and this is also the model that mirrors the AMP model: assess, mitigate, perform. So very good overview of PDCA. Thank you so much for your presentation. Dr. Annie.
Thank you very much, Sankari. So you have presented the PDCA concept with respect to food safety, isn't it? Food products. Okay, so you have elaborated on food products and its biosafety and biosecurity. Okay, it's a good approach that you have given towards, deviated from laboratories, right? So good, very good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good presentation, Sankari.
Thank you, sir.
You, how to say, the content is, you made it so clear. So without listening to you, I can understand the messages, what you want to convey. Good, ma, very good articulation. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangari, for your presentation.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank
I
you.
don't want to mention your name because I know I'm not gonna pronounce it correctly. So.
All right. I'll begin with my name first. My name is Kandeshwara. Well, you all can call me Skandesh as well. And first of all, greetings to everyone. Thank you for joining me on this beautiful day. So today I'll be talking about laboratory risk assessment methodology. So, well, I'm year 2 from Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences, AIMST University, Kedah, Malaysia. Well, I would like to begin with what is laboratory risk assessment? Well, laboratory risk assessment is a structured process to identify and manage the biorisks present within a biological laboratory. A risk assessment reviews all aspects of the work environment, including location, proposed work activities, personnel, storage, sample transfer and transport, destruction, access, and security, among others. However, methodology discussed is also applicable to quantitative or semi-quantitative processes. So what is the basic risk assessment process? Well, the first thing we need to do is by defining the situation. Well, what was the work occurring? What was the work going on at that particular time of when the let's say experiment is being carried out? Secondly, define the risk. What can go wrong? What harmful substances can spread, and so on and so forth. Third, characterize the risk. How likely is it to happen? Fourth, determine if the risk is acceptable. If it's not acceptable means we need to implement risk mitigation measures, like corrective measures and preventive measures also as well. So there are two differences. There are differences between a biosafety and a biosecurity risk assessment. So, well, what are the differences are? Well, biosafety is the severity of the consequence of a lab worker or to the environment if there is an exposure or an infection. Well, severity of the risk depends on 3 factors. First being with properties of the biological agent. Second would be the properties of the host. Third, the workers' practices and procedure used when handling an agent in the laboratory. So next, I would like to talk about the biosecurity. Biosecurity is the severity of the consequence of the theft-based, basically malicious intent towards let's say for chemical or maybe a lab animal. So the malicious intent by stealing it and using it for in a bad way. So the risk based upon a malicious intent, the severity of risk is difficult to identify and characterize because they are dependent upon the intentions of an individual. So next, I would like to talk about the biosafety risk, the biosafety and biosecurity risk assessment processes. So this, I would like to go in more detail about it. So basically, the first thing of a biosafety risk assessment process is to define the situation. By defining a situation, we can first identify the hazard. Well, by identifying the hazard, we need to find out what are the biological characteristics of the agents. Secondly, we need to consider the host, whether it's a lab staff, a human community, or animal community. This is basically whoever is exposed to the, let's say, an outbreak or breachment. So third, we would define the work activities and the lab environment. What are the locations? Where was it? Where did it take place? Procedures, equipments used, and manuals and guidelines. So then we need to define the risk. By defining the risk, we need to consider all risks and determine which risk should be defined. Should it be should it be more than one risk assessment being conducted or more? So thirdly, characterize the risk. So we need to perform hazard assessment and define the likelihood of an infection of the agent. Secondly, perform a host assessment, define how likely is a staff being infected. Thirdly, perform a work activity and environment assessment, define the likeliness of infection considering the work activities and lab processes used with the hazard. Fourth, determine if the risk is acceptable. If it's not acceptable, you need to implement mitigation measures if it's needed. Next, I would like to talk about biosecurity risk assessment processes. So the same thing as well, define the situation, but the only thing different is, like I said earlier, biosecurity is mainly because of malicious intent, like bad intention towards the bad intentions toward stealing the, let's say, for example, stealing the, let's say, experiment and all so on. So first, define the situation is by identifying the assets, whether it's a pathogen, toxins, or equipments being used in the experiment, intellectual property, or either lab animal. So then onwards, we need to identify the threats. What are the adversarial types? Whether it's an insider or an outsider job. What are their capabilities? The motives of the people that's stealing it, and the means. Then we would define the facility and the lab security environment. We would review the 5 biosecurity pillars, which is physical security, personnel security, material control and accountability, information security, and transport. Then we would also define the risk by constructing a series of potential risks. We construct a series of potential risks by constructing a potential scenario and considering various assets and adversarial types. So then we would characterize the risk. By characterizing the risk, we would do asset assessment. By doing an asset assessment, we would define the likelihood of an asset being targeted and consider the consequence of malicious use or destruction of the asset. And then we would move on by doing an adversary assessment, define the likelihood of an adversary successfully targeting the asset. And also this is very important, we'll do a facility vulnerability assessment, because if a facility is very vulnerable, it means it's very easy to breach, and so a lot of things would be stolen from it. So there's no point of having the facility in the first place. So then next we will determine if the risks are acceptable. If it's not acceptable, we need to mitigate the risk. And I would like to talk about the benefit of risk assessment. Firstly, it's effective allocation of resource to mitigate risk. Secondly, is identification of training needs and supervision. Thirdly, advanced planning of renovation. Fourth, evaluation of procedural changes. Fifth is compliance with governmental regulations. Six is justification for space and equipment needs. 7, evaluation of emergency plans. 8 is planning of preventive maintenance. So in conclusion, with my presentation here, I would like to create an awareness to others that do not know about this. At first, I also didn't know about this, but thanks to Dr. Subhash for hosting this event, this month event. I learned a lot actually from biosafety and biosecurity, because initially, if someone would have told me about this, I would have taken it lightly. But then, as I watch everyone else's presentation, I also feel it's a very heavy thing that need to be taken in consideration. I mean, among everyone else. So I would like to thank the moderators, and sorry for my speech if I'm being too stuttery and all. So thank you guys for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, you know, first of all, I want to commend you because you just chose a topic that is not easy
Thank you, Miss.
to deliver, you know, in front of everyone, especially laboratory risk assessment, safety, and security. And for the audience here, you know, when we're talking about hazard and threat, that has two connotations. One is hazard is the pathogen. It has to do with biosafety, and a threat has a human component, the misuse, someone who has bad intention. So that has to do with biosecurity. I just think, you know, I commend you for your bravery to put this poster together on this topic. And I would, the only feedback that I would have for you is, how would you illustrate this in more a graphic or something that is visually more appealing? Because I can see the columns and I can see 1A, 1B, 1C, you know, and I'm sure there is a graphic of how to do a risk assessment, you know, with a step.
Yeah. Yes, Miss.
All in all, I thought, as I said, like, kudos to you. It's not easy, and I haven't heard it so far in so many presentations, someone to tackle both biosafety risk assessment and biosecurity risk assessment. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Annie?
Yeah, it was a very good presentation, but textual facts were given here. If infographics was included, as Dr. Iris has mentioned, it would be better. I mean, easily reachable to the audience.
Yes,
Right?
Miss. All right. Okay.
Okay. So you can,
Thank you, Miss.
you can improve yourself in future presentations.
Sure,
but
Miss. Sure.
overall, it's a very good presentation. You have detailed the methodology, the risk assessment of biosafety and biosecurity. Good.
Thank you, Miss.
Dr. Prabha?
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah, you highlighted the structure and the various components for the risk assessment methodology. Something different. But as the other comments, too much text to digest.
Doctor. Okay, Doctor.
Okay,
I'll change it.
to improve with more graphics and pictures.
Sure, Doctor. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
job.
Miss Iris. Thank you.
So we'll go to the next presenter, Ms. Srinivashni.
Yeah. A very good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start my speech today by introducing myself. I'm Srinivashni, biotechnology student from AIMST University. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Subhash, the AIMST Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences, and the organizers for giving me an opportunity to participate in this poster competition. The subject of my presentation today is about the types of biosafety cabinets and its use in laboratories. Biosafety cabinets, also known as biological safety cabinets, are enclosed ventilated laboratory workspace areas designed to protect the user, the product, and the environment from pathogens. Biosafety cabinets are used in many laboratories, including clinical and research labs. The continuous airflow is discharged to the atmosphere via a HEPA filter. HEPA is an acronym that stands for High Efficiency Particulate Air. They are made from either plastic or fiberglass. There are three main classes of biosafety cabinets, which include Class 1, Class 2, which is divided into Class 2A and Class 2B, and Class 3 biosafety cabinets. The Class 1 Biological Safety Cabinet are partially enclosed workstations that protect the worker and the environment from contamination. The Class 1 Biological Safety Cabinets are used in microbiology labs, pharmaceutical research and development labs, and in cancer research labs to protect the environment from bacteria, viruses, and carcinogens. The first standard class of biosafety cabinets is considered largely outdated. The Class 1 safety cabinet has an open front for access to the materials inside of it, negative air pressure to pull air from outside of the cabinet, and a HEPA filter that from inside the cabinet goes through before returning to the lab or being vented outside to remove the contaminants. Overall, this class has a low to moderate risk and an inlet velocity of 75. Next is the Class 2 Biosafety Cabinet. The second class improves upon the first by having a dual HEPA filter system in which air both taken in and pumped out of the inner chamber is free of contamination. This ensures all three protection factors, which is personal, chemical, and environmental. This class is most commonly used, but it does split into two subcategories, that is Class 2A and Class 2B. The main difference between Class 2A and Class 2B is that the exhaust of Class 2B is ducted to the exterior of the facilities rather than being recirculated into the building like in Class 2A. This brings an additional level of protection from chemicals producing harsh fumes. This class has a low to moderate risk and an inlet velocity of 75. Lastly is the Class 3 cabinet. The Class 3 Biological Safety Cabinet, also known as glove boxes or isolation glove boxes, are enclosed work areas designed to protect the worker, the environment, and the sample from contamination. The laboratory technician can manipulate materials inside the Class 3 Biological Safety Cabinet by using rubber gloves that are attached to the cabinet. Outside air is filtered through a HEPA filter prior to entry. An air leaving Class 3 Biological Safety Cabinet is filtered through two HEPA filters before vented outside. Anaerobic chambers are also available. These units allow researchers to easily process, culture, and examine samples without exposure to atmospheric oxygen. Accessories for Class 3 cabinets include heating elements, filter, and ionizers. However, because of the harsh materials at hand, this class has a high risk and an inlet velocity of 100. Above all, I would like to emphasize that biosafety cabinet should be located in a low traffic area free from drafts. The cabinet must be tested and certified at installation after moving and annually thereafter. The exhaust stack should not exhaust in close proximity to the air intake. HEPA filters should be disposed as contaminated biological waste, preferably by incineration. To summarize, biosafety is an essential consideration at all levels of the laboratory network and depends on three principles, which is good laboratory practice and technique, use of safety equipment, and facility design and construction. Thank you everyone for lending me your ears.
Thank you so much, Sri, for your time. I think you captured all the biosafety cabinets, the classes very well. So thank you for your poster. Looks very good.
Thank you.
Dr. Prabha, what
Sri
is your...
Nivashini, you are second year student?
Yes, sir.
Where is our biosafety cabinet 2, level 2?
Okay.
Whether you have seen?
Yes, sir. It's
which lab?
It's above here.
Which lab? I'm talking. We have one biosafety cabinet.
I've
class
not seen
2
it before,
in
sir.
our lab.
I've not seen it in AIMST before, sir.
Okay. This is in PG lab. Okay. And I'm very happy, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
You understood what flow and what is the difference between biosafety cabinet, and you talked about different types of biosafety cabinet. So when you visit to our lab, PG lab, after seeing the biosafety cabinet level, class 2, we'll have a much more hands-on knowledge. Your presentation layout very good, very clear, very precise. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
it was an excellent presentation on biosafety cabinets. So, I mean, it's a pictorial and you have explained it with the help of the pictures. So it's good, and we also understand that you have understood the concept, right? So, good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll go to the next presenter.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Shatu Shafika binti Suratin. I am proud to tell you that I am studying at AIMST University for my bachelor in Science Honours Degree in Biotechnology. My presentation title is Potential Conflict Between Biosafety and Biosecurity. So, what is biosafety risk? Biosafety risk is a type of biorisk that can affect both human and animals, where the personnel working in the laboratory face numerous biosafety risks, especially that directly working with infectious agents. As for biosecurity risks, it is malicious intent type, where it is typically focused on value items or assets within the laboratory. It also can include the misuse and theft of biological agents. Biosafety is to keep bed bugs away from people, and biosecurity is to keep malevolent people away from bugs. These are sentences that also often used to briefly define what is biosafety and biosecurity. Now, let me explain briefly about my topic, which is potential conflicts between biosafety and biosecurity. Firstly, the potential conflict that commonly arises between biosafety and biosecurity is transportation of dangerous pathogens. As in biosafety protocol, the pathogens that being transported should have a clearly labeled, while in biosecurity perspective, the labeled pathogens that being shipped may increase the risk of this division. Next is potential conflict is communication security, where biosafety has an open communication while biosecurity has a restricted communication. However, there are possibilities that the information generated by insider being released accidentally or intentionally and used to threaten the public health and security. The potential conflict that also commonly arises between biosafety and biosecurity is signage. Biosafety requires enforcing of signs that warn about the presence of dangerous pathogens, thereby allow individuals to avoid those areas. Unlike biosafety, biosecurity may seek to hide the presence of agents which can cause harm. They limit the information to avoid the divulge too much information. Last but not least is emergency response, which rapid egress of staff and rapid ingress of first response. For example, control that reduce unauthorized access might hinder emergency response by fire or rescue personnel. So, as my conclusion, although biosafety and biosecurity serve different objectives, they are often addressed together, especially in a contained use setting. Biosafety and biosecurity considerations must be balanced and proportional to the identified risk when developing institutional policies. Before I end my presentation, I want to thank Dr. Subhash and the Department of Biotechnology Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. Special thanks to the organizers of this competition. Thank you everyone. Thank you for listening to me.
Yes, sorry. I just want to say thank you so much for this presentation. I think you captured it perfectly, you know, the difference between biosafety and biosecurity and where they are in conflict with each other. So thank you so much for it. Dr. Prabha, do you have any? You're muted as well.
Aitur, very good presentation, highlighting the conflict between biosafety and biosecurity. Very clear picture. Little more articulation I'm expecting from you. Content is there. You should deliver with the confidence. You have prepared the slide, so you should deliver with confidence. Okay, Otherwise, very good presentation. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Miss Iris.
Thank you. And Dr. Annie, do you have?
Yeah, Ms. Satul. Okay, your
Yes.
presentation was good. Your recommendation is also, I mean, it is well taken, like when developing institutional policies. Okay, so that balance and proportion should be considered between biosafety and biosecurity. So, good. Overall, it's a very good presentation.
Thank you.
We'll go next to the next presenter.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeannie. I'm currently pursuing Bachelor in Science Honor degree in Biotechnology. My e-poster title is Pillar of Biorisk Management Framework for Responsible Life Sciences Research. So do you all know what are biorisk and biorisk management framework? Biorisk is a combination of probability of occurrence and severity of harm where unintentional or intentional source of harm is a biological agent or toxin. Whereas biorisk management framework is a structure of ways and strategy developments analysis to minimize occurrence likelihood of biorisk. So let us proceed to literature review. There are 3 pillars in total, which are research excellence, ethics, biosafety, and laboratory biosecurity. For the first one, which is research excellence, it fosters quality in life science activities, develop new treatments and therapeutics, protect and improve health and well-being of all organisms. Besides, the second pillar is ethics. Ethics promotes good research practices and ethical conduct through education and training. For the last pillar, which is biosafety and laboratory biosecurity, it promotes safe and secure laboratory measures to prevent exposure to pathogen and toxic. For the discussion part, investing in, developing, and reinforcing each pillar are required to implement the biorisk management framework for responsible life sciences research from different perspectives. There are 3 different perspectives, which is the first one, researcher, institution, and countries. They should have capacity responding to public health needs. Besides, the second perspective are student, researcher, laboratory staff. They should receive appropriate education and training on ethics and best practices in the responsible conduct of research. They should also discuss and collaboratively reflect on issues related to the risk of life sciences research. For the last perspective, which are countries and institutions, they should promote safe and secure handling of pathogen, assess specific needs of pathogen with respect to education and safety, and implement risk-based laboratory procedure. As a conclusion, biorisk management framework for responsible life sciences research incorporate public health approach built on elements that already exist in country for other public health activities. It also makes public health community, policymaker, institution, and researcher aware of the risk and encourage thinking about the wider implications of the research and about how to deal with unexpected discovery. For my reference part, I refer to an online book which entitled Responsible Life Sciences Research for Global Health Security by World Health Organization for my e-poster. Last but not least, I want to thank the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Sciences of AIMST University for providing me a wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation. So that's all from me. Thank you for lending me your ears.
Thank you very much. I think this was a good overview. My only feedback would be there's so much text in it, so maybe a little bit of a visual presentation, would be more helpful. But other than that, was very good. Dr. Annie.
Yeah, presentation was good, but I go with the comments given by you. Like it's more of text, visual. The graphics is missing, so you can improve yourself for the next presentation. Good.
Thank you for highlighting the WHO's points on responsible life science research for global health. Very good.
Thank
you. It's a good topic. It's a very good topic. But what has happened, what the other judges told you, there is no visual treat. The content is there. You would have given little more visual treat. And you're good in presentation.
Thank
That
you.
would have taken to a higher level.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good, Mark.
Thank
Keep
you.
it up. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll go to the next presentation. Nice. So, Tae Ting,
yes,
you are up. You're next.
Yeah, can I start now?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tae Ting, Year 3 Biotech student from AIMST University. And today I would like to present my e-poster, which entitled Importance of Good Microbiology Work Practices for Biorisk Management. For introduction, as we all know, microorganisms or microbes are microscopic organisms that exist as unicellular, multicellular, or cell cluster. They can be subdivided into 6 major types, which are bacteria, archaea, fungi, protozoa, algae, and viruses. Some microbes are beneficial to life, but some can cause serious harm. They are widespread in nature. They can live in water, soil, or in the air. They can be found all around us and are too small to be seen by naked eyes. The main purpose of microbiology laboratory is to assist in the diagnosis of infection diseases. There are few importance of good microbiology work practices. Aseptic technique is a fundamental and important laboratory skill in the field of microbiology. Proper aseptic technique can protect the product or prevent the contamination of the culture from foreign bacteria inherent in the environment. For example, airborne microorganisms, microbes picked up from the researcher body or the lab bench top or other surfaces, and also microbes found on the unsterilized glassware and equipment, which may potentially contaminate the culture, then will interfere the lab result. By using proper aseptic technique can greatly minimize or even eliminate the risk of contamination. In addition, aseptic technique is important to maintain pure stock culture while transferring culture to the new medium. Furthermore, good microbiology work practices can help to protect environment and also protect the operator. This is because proper aseptic technique prevents the microbes used in the laboratory from accidentally being released into the environment or infecting the people working in the laboratory. This is especially relevant when pathogens are being handled. There are a few tips when handling with microbes. First of all, we need to treat all microorganisms as potential pathogens. Then we need to sterilize equipment and materials, especially before use. And we should not pipette using mouth. Then we need to disinfect work areas before and after use. Not only that, we need to wash our hands frequently. And most importantly, we should not eat or drink in the laboratory which contain microbes. Then we shall clean up the space carefully and we need to label everything clearly and autoclave or disinfect all waste material. In conclusion, human body is home to millions of microorganisms, so we need to handle microbes with extra care when working with microbes. Lastly, I would like to thank the Department of Biotech, Faculty of Applied Sciences, AIMST University for giving me this opportunity to take part in this e-poster presentation competition. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this was so beautifully done. I really love, the visuals and the pictures. Thank you for the topic that you chose. Very nice.
Thank you, Dr. Harris.
Dr. Prabha.
I am very proud of you because I taught you the microbiology in first year.
Yeah.
And it is reflected here. Little more, you have changed the visual. This can be a permanent poster in our microbiology lab.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yeah, sir.
Very good, very good. I'm happy, ma'am. More visual treat. It was good, very clear. You bring in the PPP inside the cloud.
Yeah.
Some more thing, and it can be a permanent poster in microbiological lab. Keep it up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Very good presentation on the importance of good microbiological work practices, okay, for biorisk management in the laboratory. Good.
Okay,
A good presentation.
thank you, Dr. Annie.
Thank you. So next we have another presenter,
Tina Garan.
Tina Garan.
So shall I start?
Perfect.
Okay. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to present about something interesting. A kind of like a Superman or Supergirl, something like that. I know and we know that we all see them in only movies, but trust me, they exist in our real life. So before I start my presentation, I would like to tell everyone should be safe during this pandemic and practice your social distancing whenever you are out. That's so important. And wear your mask and sanitize frequently. Together, we fight and to get rid of this COVID tiny little thing. So now I would like to start my presentation on roles and responsibilities of biosafety officer at the university. So trust me, if you are in future, if you are going to be a biosafety officer, everyone going to love you. This is a secret, don't tell to anyone, because you are putting your lives in order to save the people around you. Isn't like, oh my God, that's so wow and that's so cool, man. So for our introduction part, before that, I would like to quote something. Without laboratory, men and women, science are soldiers without arms. So like they are like something like a very big soldiers. So for the introduction part, I would like to tell a biosafety officer develops and participates in a program to promote a microbiological practices, procedures, and proper use of containment equipments and facilities. And also, these teams are responsible for activities among the workers and provide advice on a laboratory design. They tend to hold a range of qualification from undergraduate diplomas throughout to doctorates. So those in a job recommend at least a master level of knowledge of microbiology and molecular biology because those will cover the most risky research. So that level of education is important because the training will be used daily in critically evaluating complex scientific ideas, anticipating potential hazard, and executing research protocols. So my objectives of my title is as a biosafety officer is responsible to provide a safety laboratory environment for the faculty, staff, students, and also visitors. And not also that, they also minimize the risk of injury and illness to lab workers. Last but not least, they also ensure the workers have proper training, information, and support the need to work safely in a lab. So let me tell about the duties and responsibilities of a biosafety officer. Firstly, coordinates, check and monitors the delivery of biosafety educations and training to all staff and students who work with or have a potential exposure of biological agents. Second, monitor all the university teaching and research activities involving the use of hazardous biological materials. Next, they also develops, implements, and coordinates a comprehensive biological safety program for the university just to enhance the institute biosafety related objectives. Next, they inspect the research and teaching facilities for compliance with the regulations and guidelines pertaining to use, handling, and disposal of potential hazards and recombinant DNA. Moreover, they also develops and implements emergency responses procedures for incidents involving biohazards agents and materials. Furthermore, they also develop a medical surveillance criteria for the activities involving biohazards and related response to the biohazard material as appropriate. Last but not least, they also provide a technical guidance to the faculty of staff in the development of safety plans for the grant application also. Lastly, they also participate and provides a leadership to the various internal committees such as the Biosafety Committee. So in a nutshell, I would like to tell, taking time to identify the potential hazards through a job analysis and to think through its safety aspects is necessary to avoid accidents and illnesses. This practice has proven to be immense value of industry. The process should be designed by a biosafety officer with the input of employees and should be outlined in a writing for tasks with the potential for the injury and other incidents as well. Moreover, safety awareness should be a part of everyone's habits and can only be achieved if a senior and a responsible staff show a sincere, visible, and continuing interest in the prevention of injuries or occupational injuries. Lastly, laboratory personnel for their part must accept the responsibility for carrying out their works in a way that protects themselves and their fellow workers. So from this, we know that biosafety officer is a superman or supergirl. So they are playing a huge role in a biosafety and biosecurity things. So I feel like they are heroes in realities, not the superman or supergirl. They are the real heroes for me. So who knows? Maybe in future I might be a biosafety officer because I always put my life in order to love in order to help the people around me. Thank you very much. And thank you to the team, Dr. Subhash, and also AIMS University to give a grateful opportunity for me. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Wow, thank you very much. I love your enthusiasm. You just won all the points just because of that.
Thank you very much.
That's a very, very good topic. I think there are countries that don't even have biosafety officers, and I agree with you 100%. Having a biosafety officer is a very important role for universities and institutions. So I thought it was a very good presentation. As I said, I loved your enthusiasm. That won all our hearts. Dr. Annie?
Yeah, very, very interesting presentation, Karan. Actually, you have explained my JD here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And welcome and congrats that you have that, interest in becoming a biosafety officer. So hope to see you in future at AIMS University as biosafety officer.
Sure, Miss.
Tina, excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And your dream should come true. You should become a biosafety officer.
Thank you, sir. Bless me.
No. Okay. Then, believe me, biosafety officer is a job title very commonly available in most of the biotech industry. And in near future, there is going to be a demand for biosafety officer. Good, you highlighted that the responsibilities of a biosafety officer. Good, I'm very proud of you. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. And since you are at the university in the US, there are a lot of all Harvard University, Stanford, all these universities with big names, they have biosafety officers because of the research that's being conducted and just to keep the laboratories safe and secure. So it is a very important role, really, to consider. So thank you for bringing that up, in this session.
Thank you, Miss.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
By the way, I love your smile, Miss.
Oh, thank you. Next.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hello everyone. My name is Vedendra Muniyandi. I'm proud to say that I'm studying in AIMS University because I have three great lecturers, Dr. Subhas, Dr. Rava, and Prof. Ravi. So my title is about guidelines of handling bioweapon in biodefense. So what is bioweapon? Bioweapon is a genetically engineered microorganisms that are used as weapon to cause diseases and deaths in human. So let's say if country A has larger number of army and your country does not have good armies, good fighters. So you engineer your own genetically engineered weapon and you can win a war by transmitting that virus. So that's how it happens lah. So I'm a gamer. So there's a gas called Nova gas in a game where it's like a sarin type gas. It kills your nerve and you will die in a minute. So the guidelines is manipulate infection fluids carefully to avoid spills, use needles, syringes and other sharps carefully to avoid self-inoculation, use protective and special laboratory coats and gloves. So if you have seen a movie called Outbreak, there would be a infected monkey. So the hunter will try to capture this monkey and tries to send him into one zoo. So he will get infected and the whole town gets infected. But the government has already quarantined that country, but they haven't found out the source of the outbreak. So the scientists will find out and try to calculate who transmitted the virus. So in this one scene, the scientists will go into this one chamber, decontaminate themselves, and enter to this virus chamber where they will find out the cure for the virus. So they'll be wearing like one big hazmat suits, covering their face, having like oxygen supplies. That was a very good movie. I think everyone should watch this. Wash hands, following all laboratory activities, decontaminate work surfaces before and after use, and immediately after spills. Do not eat, drink, or smoke in the laboratory. That's like the basic things. So I'll straight go to the solutions where you should detect the outbreak area and start immediate countermeasures. Start providing appropriate training for medical staffs because like for an example, even COVID-19, where most of the medical staff at first they didn't know about how to overcome these cases. So as day goes, that they are good at it. Now we have sent a lot of nurses to Sabah to treat them. So we must provide them a good training so that they could actually treat upcoming outbreaks or any diseases easily. Minimize the panic by informing the public because right, public will try to buy things, everything they can. So it's like they think it's a zombie apocalypse, but then we have to like inform them. Analyze the attack so it can be documented to aid the response to an attack on future occasions. So in conclusions, always be ready for any outcome. Learn the basic safety measures to protect yourself. Include these safety measures in early age education. We can't be just teaching our young kids ABCD 1, 2, 3 and all. We just have to like tell them how to sanitize yourself, how to wear a mask at this early age so that they can protect themselves. Avoid going to affected places and quarantine yourself if affected. So I want to thank the Biotech Department of AIMST University for providing me this opportunity to participate in this biosafety and biosecurity awareness. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dr. Subhash.
Well, thank you for your presentation.
Bye,
I think it was interesting, it was very good to hear about, again, how important biosecurity is and how pathogens can be misused for bioweapons and being prepared. It's very important. And I think, again, we go back to risk assessment, and biosecurity risk assessment is one of those important elements to always consider. Yeah, thank you very much. I really like your presentation. Dr. Prabha, what did you say?
Very informative and very educative poster presentation by Vedendran. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You got your own style of making presentation.
Yeah, I included some movies because I was watching yesterday.
Very good, very good. You brought the life. Good, good, good.
Okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's a creative presentation, actually, what you have done here. So
Yes,
good,
yes.
excellent, excellent, good.
Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss.
Thank you. Next person is
Yamuna.
Yamuna.
It's me, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Hi, everybody can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I would like to start my presentation with a quote. If you do not attack the risk will attack you. A very good day to the most respected panel of judges, Dr. Subhash, my lecturer, classmate, and dear viewers. On this amazing day, I'm Yamuna Parameswaran, final year student of Biotechnology, AIMST University, proudly presenting my e-poster. The title of my poster is Easy Peasy Fundamental Elements on Biorisk Management. The objective of my poster is to create awareness on basic concept of biorisk management among biomedical students and staffs. Before moving in detail, I would like to explain the meaning of biorisk and the meaning of fundamental elements. First of all, biorisk means biological material and the exposure to danger with the consequences. Besides, fundamental element means importance and the basic concept. Now, I will briefly explain the fundamental elements of biorisk management, which follows the AMP model. AMP stands for Assessment, Mitigation, and Performance. Moving further, biorisk assessment is the process to identify acceptable and unacceptable risk and their potential consequences. Risk assessment is a systematic process of evaluating the potential risk that may be involved in a projected activity or undertaking. A risk can be based on either asset or threat. An asset is a source or situation with the potential for harm, while threat is a person who has the ability to cause harm. Besides, likelihood is the probability of an event occurring. It considers the hazard characteristics, while consequences is unpleasant effect of a danger event. The next element is biorisk mitigation. Mitigations are actions and control measures that help to reduce or eliminate the risk associated with biological material like agents or toxins. This involves engineering control, like physical changes to the workstation, lab designing, and chemical storage equipment for safer environment. Moreover, administrative control is the policies, risk management plan, guidelines, records for the accidents, and laboratory science. Furthermore, practice and procedure consists of processes and activities that have been shown in practice. Mitigation also consists of personal protective equipment where devices are worn by workers to protect against hazards in laboratory. Moving on to the last element, performance is management system which functions to control the risk associated with handling, storage, and disposal of biological material. Firstly, control consists of a structure, organization, and responsibilities. This is to ensure laboratory is authorized and to prevent threat. Besides, assurance is checking system through audits and inspection. This includes pre-analytic phase, test standardization, and post-analytic phase. Moreover, improvement is all about setting and achieving management goals based on internal and external feedback. Last but not least, understanding the fundamental elements of biorisk management and practicing it benefit us in giving a safer place and risk-free. Well, that's all from me. I would like to end my presentation with a conclusion. Managing your risk is managing your equity, followed by my acknowledgement and references. Thank you, wonderful judges. You are doing a great job. Special thanks to Dr. Subhash for inspiring me to participate in this competition. I would also like to thank the organizers, AIMST University, my friends, and dear viewers. Thank you. Sorry, Miss, I couldn't hear you. I think you're muted. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I was on mute. Thank you so much. It was fantastic. I really love the poster. I love the visuals, and I loved the recap of the AMP model. So one thing that's common here is that all of you have understand and know the AMP model. So this is amazing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss.
Your title. Yeah, your title is also very attractive. Easy, peasy, fundamental elements of biorisk.
Because it's very essential element, so that's why I put it as easy peasy to make it catchy, actually.
Okay, so I mean, let's test text in your posters, and you have explained it very well. Good. Overall, it's a very good, excellent presentation.
Thank you, Miss.
Yamuna, excellent presentation.
Hi, sir. Thank you, sir. I miss your classes, sir.
And it's a real visual treat. Good layout of your slides. And I really enjoy your take-home message. Managing your risk is managing your equity. Very wisdom thoughts.
Yes,
Keep it
sir.
up, Ma. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a nice
Thank
day.
you. You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Yasota.
Yasota.
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yasita Jivanandam and currently doing my degree in biotechnology at AIMST University. My e-poster title is The Opportunities and Threats of Industrialization and Personalization. So I would like to do some introduction on biosecurity. Biosecurity risks are likely to evolve a great deal over the next 10 years, in large part as a result of two ongoing and escalating trends in the biological sciences. Petroleum, essential to the manufacture of scores of goods from plastic to paints, is being gradually replaced by biological products as the basis for myriad commodities. Biological manufacturing is now the focus of big corporations, and nations are interested in growing their bioeconomies. The second trend is towards greater individual control. Ever more powerful biological techniques are increasingly accessible to individuals who use them as they see fit. So, what are those two trends? These two trends will be dominating biosecurity over the next decade, shaping both opportunities and threats. The first is the industrialization. As biotechnology becomes a globally important manufacturing base and economic force, multiple industries that never relied upon biology before are now taking it up, replacing traditional petroleum chemistry. The pharmaceutical industry is making more and more medicines based on biological processes. Currently, biofuels are hampered by the fact that they cannot compete financially with their main competitor, oil, but this may not always be the case because new biofuel technologies are in development. The second trend is personalization. As an increasing number of individuals become able to harness the biological sciences to their own needs. The biological sciences are not just performed by large companies with multidisciplinary teams or groups of highly trained scientists in academic labs. Powerful synthetic biology tools have become democratized, allowing for much greater participation by expert individuals. The best example of this phenomenon that I stated is the International Genetically Engineered Machines competition, where the undergraduate teams are given a kit of standard biological parts called the BioBricks, where the team use the parts they are given and they create to engineer biological systems and operate them within living cells. In industrialization or personalization, it is important to consider the possibility that a major biological accident will occur. Even in model, well-run biological laboratories, mishaps do take place. Of course, in a well-run laboratory, the potential for accidents has already been thought through, with plans for many layers of contaminant. Unfortunately, biosafety is uneven throughout the world and almost always underfunded, as more and more institutions become able to perform work that requires biosafety controls, including handling transmissible pathogens that have the potential to spread beyond lab walls. The risk to the public grows. So we move on to the importance of biosecurity. The regulations of applications that use new, powerful gene editing techniques like CRISPR for large-scale, open air trials, stem cell, genetic manipulation, and new synthetic biology products will depend on who is pioneering the technologies. Biosecurity is also a process of managing biological risk associated with food and agriculture in a holistic manner. Beside hands-on productivity, sustainability, and profitability, interest in biosecurity is increasing as national regulatory. So to conclude, both of these trends have tremendous beneficial potential for human health, the environment, and economies, but they will also shape future biosecurity risks. Anticipating how the challenges are likely to change over time and taking action now to establish the right rules and to promote safety cannot erase all dangers for sure, but it could put us in a much better position in 10 years than we are in today. That is all from me. I would like to thank Dr. Subhash, the Department of Biotechnology, Faculty of Applied Science of AIMST University, for providing a wonderful opportunity to participate in this poster presentation competition. And special thanks to the organizer of this competition also. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Yasoda. That was a very nice presentation. As I said, the only thing that I think is you need to put some sort of visuals because there's so much text and it's like paragraph after paragraph. And so that takes away from, the message that you are saying. So you just want to make it visually a little bit more appealing. Dr. Annie, do you have?
Madam. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your presentation on the opportunities and threats is very good on industrialization and personalization. Okay, so your conclusion, like what would be beneficial for the human health and how it would be like taken into consideration is really good. Overall, excellent presentation. Good.
Yasoda, you made it, but I agree with
thank you, sir.
Yeah, you got good command over your language, but too much text, it is pulling you down. So go with more.
Okay, sir. Because I was finding for pictures also regarding industrialization and it doesn't match too much. So I had to put in text. So that's the reason.
Good topic you covered.
Thank you, sir.
Nobody will dare to touch this topic. It's very wide and broad topic, which you covered it.
Thank you, sir.
Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
thank you.
We will continue with our presenter Tanmi because two of the previous people are missing due to some problems. They will not be joining for now.
So do we have Tanmay, Sunil?
Yes, Daniel, your microphone is already unmuted. You can present your presentation.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Tanmay Sunil Golde. I'm currently studying first year MBBS in Dr. Vaisangpan Memorial Government College, Maharashtra, India. Today, I will present before you biosafety in medical colleges. So as we know, hands-on student experiments, tests performed in labs are an important part of student learning as well as holds a very great importance in research activities and clinical experiences. Hence, medical laboratories primarily process and perform testings on human specimens to provide results for individual patient management, infection control, and public health purposes. Hence, these specimens potentially contains biological agents, for instance, viruses, bacteria, fungi, or parasites, making it a requisite to ensure biological safety to avoid proliferation of any infectious agents from the laboratory. bringing us to a point of what is biosafety. Biosafety is an incisive set of practical guidelines for bringing us for handling and disposing of biohazardous material having potential to contaminate any life being. It provides information needed for immediate improvement of safety practices. It discusses biological agents, remedy of these pathogens, and covers waste disposal in detail. Then objectives, then pathogens that are handled in labs can contaminate the body and can be transferred to surfaces and various objects. This spread of pathogen presents a risk of exposure to any person that touches these contaminated surfaces. Hence, it is important to minimize and ban the possibilities of release of hazardous pathogens from laboratory distressing the surrounding environment. Then, considering this contagious nature of pathogens, numerous samples come in hospital regularly. Hence, it is necessary to ensure quality safe work environment for the professional as well as students, hence fostering effective delivery of laboratory and clinical services and taking preventive measures to ensure a safe and healthy environment. Then providing students access to laboratory where they can practice and improve skills, and as discussed earlier, hands-on student experiments provide a platform for students to test their practical knowledge. But prior to this, student performing experiments should take proper precautions like wearing personal protective equipments, that is PPE kits, covering open wounds, cuts or scratches with waterproof dressings like bandages, then covering and disinfecting work surfaces using a suitable disinfectant before handling the biological material and equipment such as slide, culture tubes, etc. Then washing hands after handling biological material and immediately after removing gloves. And if sinks are not available, use hand sanitizer to decontaminate hands as a temporary measure until hands can be properly washed with soap and water. Then during performing these experiments, students should be provided with a safe surrounding and a professional guidance to perform skills in a stimulated environment, thus mitigating the risk involved in direct patient exposure. And as mentioned above, students should oversee themselves by abiding the above listed precautions. And PPE kit is one of the most primary safeguard while investigating or executing the test or experiment. It is used to protect the user from various dangers such as and acts as a physical barrier between the user and the biologically handled material. The most common examples of PPE kits are lab coats, masks, eyewear, etc. And lab coat is one of the most commonly used PPE kit as it protects the user's body and personal clothing against contamination. And due to this contagious nature of pathogens, it is recommended to cover the whole body and personal clothing. And then disposable gloves can also be used and it but it cannot be reutilized as they become permeable with extensive use, hence can be absorbed by skin. And when harmful microbes may be present during an experiment, it is recommended to decontaminate waste as soon as possible after experiment is finished. And waste that contains microbes may be stored temporarily provided strict segregation. Then waste can be stored or frozen or refrigerated to slow down the growth of microbes. Thus, I will conclude my presentation by stating summary as it is vital to practice these guidelines for elimination of various risks involved in conducting research or experiments, considering the preservance of surrounding by proper disposal of waste products followed by a remedy of disposal. I would like to thank my college and AIMST organizing committee to give me opportunity to present myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Tanmay, for your presentation. It looks great. I just think, again, there's so much text that maybe a little bit graphically or from a design perspective, you could have showcased a little bit better. But other than that, I think it was good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Prabha.
Yeah, Sunil, good presentation you made. Very good content. But you would have gone with more visuals, little more graphics.
Okay, sir.
That would have been created a much bigger impact on your biosafety in medical colleges. It's a hot topic because your first line, you're taking high risk. You're saving us as a doctor, and this is all the more important for you. So bring in next time, bring in more visuals, graphics. Then it will be a real visual treat.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Keep going. Keep it up. Thank you.
Yeah, overall, it's a good presentation. Like you have highlighted the guidelines which are present in medical colleges. Okay, so very good. Keep it up.
Thank you, ma'am.
All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think we have one more presentation. Is that right?
Only one more? I saw three.
The last presentation.
This is the last presentation.
No, as per the number 57.
Yes, sir.
One,
Two of them are
two,
not joining us today.
Three more, ma. Archana is, this is the last, who is absent?
Two contestants, participants are not in the virtual room, sir.
Can you read out the name?
Yap Yong Yao and Sheikh Chandini Sultana.
Okay, Yip Yong Yao and Syed Chandini, these two are absent.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Hello everyone, greetings of the day. I am
Hi,
Vivek
Vivek.
Badane, currently pursuing my bachelor's in biotechnology from PP7 University, India. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank AIMST University for providing me opportunity to present my views. So starting with my presentation. So according to European Committee for Standardization, they have defined biorisk as the combination of the probability of occurrence of harm and severity of the harm where the source of harm is a biological agent or a toxin. So the source of harm may be intentionally or unintentionally, or they may be misused or may be lost. So to overcome this biorisk, we need an efficient management system, which is referred to as biorisk management system. Under biorisk management system, we have one of the well-known model, that is AMP model. So today I am going to discuss about AMP model in little detail. So generally there are three main pillars of AMP model, that is assessment, mitigation and performance. You cannot neglect any of the pillar from this AMP model. So according to me, under assessment, we need to look for the potential risk which are occurring to the people from the facility or to the facility from the people. So steps which we need to undergo during assessment are, first of all, identifying the source. Then we will look for the assess for the potential threat and the vulnerabilities. And after that, we will try to analyze the risk and the security scenarios. After that, we will try to design and model and procedure to reduce the biorisk. And then after that, we will try to regularly evaluate the model that which we have prepared. So talking about the mitigation, under mitigation, we will try to take action and control and preventive measure to overcome the reduce of biorisk. So for that, there are mainly five main approaches. That is elimination, which is most effective, substitution, academic control, engineered control, and administrative control, and the least effective, that is PPE. Now talking about the performance, under performance, we need to regularly monitor, record, and evaluate organizational actions and outcomes to reduce biorisk, so that we can get to know that where we are lacking with our system and how can we improve it. So there are five main tools through which we can measure the performance, that is creating audits, or we can have surprise inspections, or we can have regularly interview and interrogate the people working in the lab and around the lab. Or if an incident occurs, then we should try to prepare an incident report over it. At last, I would like to conclude that and put on my views that my biorisk management system should be one of the important systems which need to be practiced by all the institutions and laboratories. And managing your risk is managing your equity. So I would like to say that one should never compromise or do partiality while implementing the biorisk management system. and each step of the AMP model should undergo Deming cycle, that is plan, do, check and act. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. I think this was wonderful summary and recap of the AMP model. I agree with all what you just said. So my only feedback is the visuals need to be a little bit better to capture the AMP model. So, but thank you so much for your contribution. Dr. Prabha.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek, for re-emphasizing the AMP model. And actually, you are the last speaker. You have summarized everything on our behalf.
Yes.
Good presentation. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Vivek, it was a nice presentation. Actually, it is exciting to see the different ways how it has been presented, the AMP model alone. Okay, so we could actually, I mean, see, like the students are so enthusiastic and different ways had made us so interesting. Okay, so thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Overall, you have covered, summarized the biorisk management and the AMP model, and especially the PDCA concept. Right. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek.
Yes, thank you so much. And I think, Kanchana, the floor is yours. If you don't mind directing us, what are the next steps?
Thank you, Ms. Iris. We have completed our poster presentation for the day. Thank you to all the presenters. Panel guest requires time to compile all the results and to categorize students into bronze, silver, or gold medal. Thus, we will go for a break of 20 minutes. Let's just be back on time to know who are the winners. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, welcome back. We really apologize for the delay. I think the judge members need an additional time to calculate the marks. So without wasting the time, we have a very special video to show which is recreated by our biotechnology AIM students to show our biosafety and biosecurity month moments. Please have a look and enjoy the video. Thank you.
aim of this Biosafety Month raise the biosafety and biosecurity awareness among students, staff, all stakeholders, and associates of AIMST University. However, all these webinars we made it open to everybody. Anybody who is having interest to learn more about biosafety and biosecurity can join us, and we have many participants. I firmly believe that 12 webinars and poster presentation competition which we have organized will help participants to raise their awareness about biosafety and biosecurity.
Last year was the first year where AIMST University observed Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. It gave a huge success to the AIMST IBC committee. As an evidence, a fellowship of $3,200 were received from U.S. Department of Defense's Biological Threat Reduction Program to attend 63rd Annual Biosafety and Biosecurity Conference.
By this time, I might be about to all the participants. Thank you very much for joining So, University from Malaysia. Currently, she is on
some of us may not aware that in Malaysia, we do have bioterrorists try to develop attacks as a bioweapon. In fact, he was detained by the national security. But because of him, we would like to remind everybody, including the university, research institute, biolab, to put biosecurity measures in place. Because the terrorist might not he himself try to get
it's okay.
To anyone
Yeah, yeah.
on the land, like this is why biosecurity measures is very, very, very important to be in place in our premises, in our backyard.
There are a number of challenges, but if you see the topmost three challenges, the important component, the pandemics, biological risk, for example, the flu pandemic, it was caused by influenza in 100 years ago, around 20 to 50 million people. Before that, there was this Black Death, which also was caused by bubonic plague and killed somewhere between 75 to 200 million people.
What happened to animals after the first vaccination trial? As with everything in life, nothing is risk-free, especially with something new. Before you conduct an activity, you need to conduct a risk assessment of your activity. From that risk assessment, you need to develop your risk management strategy. We are saying you can do whatever you want. That is up to you. It's fine. Just before you conduct an activity, just make sure that you are aware of any possible risks that may arise from your activity. We are training so many graduates in biology. I mean, where are these people going to go? So we need to create that industry for them and research facilities for them. So for that, we need to have a robust science-based biosafety act and the implementation process as well. We cannot be ignorant about biosafety for GM itself when countries are moving to gene editing. So we need to move on. We need to make sure that we comply to this
compared previous incidents, laboratory incidents, and found that the workers working in animal house and the researchers working in animal house have a high chances of getting allergic reaction and allergic symptoms. And also he found that the increased risk of allergy and allergic symptoms duration of exposure to the animals, with increased duration of exposure to the animals.
The journal reviewers asked for test results for more animals, that is statistical purposes, but the ethics committee approved only limited animals. How to resolve that issue?
Dental instruments such as high-speed handpieces, the particles generated are also then they are able to remain in the air. This is ideal standard PPE in dentistry. Scientists say ventilation is key.
System, we look at both these aspects. So the routine maintenance is basically the audit which is conducted periodically, and this periodicity is defined by the IDC in consultation with the biosafety officers. So they may, for instance, if you have a laboratory with high traffic, you may have a periodicity maybe even once a month. Or if you change biological agents, you have multiple experiments, you may have to do multiple assessments. So basically what we have is our standard operating procedure, and we also have a checklist. And we usually work in a buddy system. So when we follow our checklist, our buddy will tick off on that the checklist itself. So we have this system in place. Now, if there is a breach of containment, we basically refer back to the records. Okay? That's the aspect of the routine maintenance. The other aspect, which is the breakdown, what I refer to as the breakdown, is basically looking at incident and accident analysis. So we have three basic levels: near miss, incident, and accident.
We do need to invest in public health. I know our priority seems to be investing in high technology because we want to extend our lives, but actually our health depends on public health, basic public health. And a country like right now in COVID-19, we are strong as a public health is. So in investing in public health means a strong disease surveillance system. And it doesn't happen overnight, the surveillance system. We need to work on it. Every country needs to build on it. We need to train your workforce, and we need to make them competent right down to the lowest level. And we need to have the lab networks in place. Again, it is not something that happens overnight. It is built over the years.
Since pets are so popular nowadays, will pets be the target of terrorists to spread zoonotic disease among humans?
People are getting a lot of exotic pets. If you remember the monkeypox outbreak in the US a long time ago, so pets can be used. Terrorists are very innovative these days. Anything can happen. There are a lot of I can't predict.
We have somebody with zero experience, field experience in managing infection, managing emerging diseases, managing zoonotic outbreak situation. Definitely, it will take the students to a different level of understanding from the theory by which they have learned in class to how it can be applied in the real situation. So it's a different level of learning, more experiential in a way, even though they don't experience it themselves, but listening to people who have had the experience facing and doing and exercising those knowledge on how to apply theory to application.
Biosafety and biosecurity is one action package very important for everyone concerned. And of course, that is a big easy as our COVID-19. These medicines were very actively correlated with each other. But during the course of specialization, the human medicine and the veterinary medicine, they got departed little. It is not the condition in India, it is everywhere. The things like zoonotic disease, AMR, food safety, they reminded us again to come together and to work together. WHO again to be in the picture in terms of outbreak of diseases. Okay. And another platform to accommodate when we receive the military assistance, be it from the ASEAN members or even be other challenges. Yes, we welcome assistance from all over the world, but it has to be well coordinated and harmonized between these different platforms that are existing available here among ASEAN countries. COVID-19 has really shown us how rapidly a pandemic can emerge and how rapidly it can diffuse. Very much in favor of having transnational collaboration immediately and always. What's going on with the crisis of COVID-19? Everybody thinks that's not my vote. That's around the world. Is our risk management system working as intended to be structured? Essential as leading to adverse consequences. Exactly. It's very difficult to convince Christians to invest in a vaccine for a disease which is about to occur. So that's the theoretical possibility. So our research must be on the frontier. It must pick up this potential. It is very, very urgent. We have, or the world has seen the Ebola problem in Africa for several years, but there was they still no vaccine for that. I don't know. I think see when countries like the big countries, the 10 countries like America and Germany and Japan, they are affected, and they pour money to this type of research. But how many lives were lost due to Ebola in Africa? But there was no concerted effort to developing a vaccine for cure.
Risk assessment is a very important component of when we build laboratories, and risk assessment from biosafety aspect as well as biosecurity. And so what kind of actions should we take to handle laboratory accidents?
Yeah, so now what happens if there's a fire in the lab and the sprinkler gets discharged? Now, when the sprinkler gets discharged, there'll be a lot of water that comes into the lab. Now, and you can't simply let this water out into the common area. You need to treat this water, or you look at other mitigation factors. You go for a dry sprinkler system. India, for example, the standalone lab, the authorities said, don't worry about sprinkler waters. If there's a fire, please allow the lab to be burned down.
To everyone present here, my name is Amanda and I'll be presenting on the topic. Furthermore, all chemicals should be correctly Next, to create awareness on the importance of biosafety, there are 10 principles meeting and moderating for sure, with plans for many layers. Amazing day, I'm Yamuna Parmeshwaran here from AIMST University, Malaysia, proudly presenting my
In my opinion, it would be nice to welcome more students from other countries to present their case studies as well, to present similar cases from a regional perspective to promote the awareness of the disease and also build and strengthen the biosafety and biosecurity network.
I really gained so many knowledge. The talk was really effective. I get to know so many things that actually I didn't know. I have learned a lot of new things that I am not aware of. Learned the importance of biosafety and biosecurity in laboratories. These two programs like biosafety and biosecurity will be developed tremendously in the near future so that it can help to prevent such an event to ever happen again. If it ever happens again, we will be more prepared, we will be more aware of what to do, how to handle it in a proper way.
During the Biosafety and Biosecurity Month, crucial for the future as they are applicable for almost all the services to get exposure.
In a nutshell, over 300 students registered for all the webinar series organized by AIMST IBC. A large network involving 12 countries was created under the program of Biosafety and Biosecurity conducted by AIMST University. The involved 12 countries are Malaysia, Nepal, Vietnam, Indonesia, Australia, Algeria, USA, Nigeria, Libya, Japan, India, and Philippines. At this moment, we would like to thank all the speakers, moderators, collaborators, and last but not least, our wonderful participants. Thanks and bye from Biosafety and Biosecurity Month organizing team.
Thank you very much for the wonderful video. Now I would like to pass over to Dr. Subhash. Dr. Subhash, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kanchana. So all the participants, thank you very much for your patience, and you are waiting for a long time. So while waiting for our, results, I'm still waiting for file to come. So now I would like, because there is a little bit change in the plan, our specially invited moderator and the chief of the judging panel member, Miss Iris is here, and now here we have in Malaysia, it's a 4 o'clock and 40 minutes. So she's behind, 10 hours. So it's 2 o'clock and 40 minutes midnight. Her daughter is not able to sleep. So there is a plan in the change. So Miss Iris, I want to thank a lot because nobody will sacrifice midnight for somebody else. So thank you very much for accepting the invitation and becoming a part of our AIMST University's Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. I highly appreciate, actually, I owe a lot for you. Midnight you are moderating the session. It's something special and great. So before, we'll do other things little bit later, since you want to exit. So because you have seen our different types of webinars, you participated in it. You have also attended the special dialogue session. You have also moderated our today's special session on poster presentation, student engagement you have seen. Previous session you have moderated. So maybe may I request you to say a few words about our Biosafety and Biosecurity Month from your perspective, because you have seen what we are doing, and I'm passing the messages to you what we have done. So maybe you can share with audience what you think.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, Dr. Subhash, for putting together such an amazing event within such a short notice. You have had so many sessions and fantastic guest speakers, and I'm truly impressed. I am truly impressed by today's session as well, because all the students were able to put those posters and talk about biosafety and biosecurity. And we heard students talk about the AMP model, about waste management, but cyber biosecurity, about risk assessment, about CWA and ISO 35001, dual use. So such a big array of topics, and I was truly impressed. You, Dr. Subhash, were one of the main guest speakers for Vietnam One Health University Network, which I'm also very proud of, because they've done a fantastic job of promoting biosafety and biosecurity from a case-based discussion. However, this one is amazing because I heard from all 56 students their perspective on biosafety and biosecurity. In addition, I think it's an honor, and I think it should be highlighted that Malaysia and AIMST University is taking the lead on biosafety, biosecurity. One of your engagement was to bring my own Malaysia One Health University Network and Vietnam One Health University Network, these two big networks, to talk about One Health and preparedness of workforce, again, for when it comes to biosafety and biosecurity. So I'm truly impressed. And I hope the students will continue learning about biosafety and biosecurity. They do have a fantastic grasp. And I'm also very proud of you, Dr. Subhash, and the students. Kanchana, you've done a fantastic job, not only moderating or helping with the moderation, but also working with the Vohon students. And I'm, again, proud to say that AIMST will be part of the APSA conference and have an e-poster. And this speaks highly to the commitment that the institution has towards this topic and for securing global health and for preparing the next generation. So thank you very much for making me part of this session. And congratulations to all of you. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Iris. I do highly appreciate. What is very touching for me is because it's time now and situation over there. So I'm on behalf of AIMST University, on behalf of Institutional Biosafety Committee, I mean of the AIMST University, and on behalf of all my students, because they are extremely happy you are moderator and you are there. So that's why they were preparing very sincerely, very nicely, because somebody special is coming. So thank you very much for making our session wonderful. Thank you very much for moderating today's session and previous session. So I thank you for everything, for your support and your time. I do highly appreciate your valuable time.
No, don't mention it. It's an honor. And as I said, during these times of pandemic, everybody has a lot of stresses. And I just want to highlight this point. Look, we are here having this virtually. If it was not for COVID-19, we would have been, I'm sure, in a big room and had opportunity to socialize. But again, kudos, congratulations to the students for putting together those posters, given that we all are faced with this pandemic that's still ongoing. It's not easy. And as students, they have a lot of other studies and stresses related to this COVID. So I just want to say congratulations. And Dr. Subhash talks, all this has to do with your leadership and your commitment, again, to biosafety and biosecurity. So thank you all for having me. And I'd love to hear you continue this path. I would love to see you at APSA. I'd love to see you engaged with other university networks down the road. So this is not the end. This is the continuation of the road. So thank you so much, Dr. Subhash.
Thank you very much, Iris. So Dr. Annie, are you there in the virtual room? Dr. Annie, are you there? So Ms. Iris, change in the plan. So you can just distribute the 10 awards, gold awards for this poster presentation competition, because your daughter is waiting for you. It's a very late.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, very late for you. You are waiting to exit. So sorry for holding you for a long time. So Dr. Annie, are you there in the virtual room? So you can distribute the 10 first gold awards. Then we will continue the rest of the silver, bronze, and gold medal awards and the closing, because we don't want to keep you till otherwise it will be whole night. Tomorrow you will not be able to do anything. Whole night is spoiled, you know.
Thank you for understanding.
Yeah. So just give us few moments. I'm waiting for Dr. Annie to open the slideshow. Then from there we can start declaring the gold medal winners. First 10 you can do, then you can feel free to exit because it's late. Dr. Annie, are you there? Dr. Annie is logged in but not responding. Your mic is muted, Dr. Annie. So just hold on for Dr. Annie. I think maybe she's just cross-checking to make sure that everything is fine and correct. Just to make sure that everything is fine and perfect, because she's very meticulous and she's very, very, particular about work. So I think most probably she's cross-checking the work just to make sure that there are no mistakes.
Yes, sir. 5 more minutes, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. You are here. So in meantime, I think Professor Ravi is here in the virtual room. Professor Ravi? Professor Ravi, are you there?
Prof. Ravi is not.
Okay, he's in another meeting. He said he will join later. Dr. Prabha, he sent me a message. He has to go. Dr. Prabha, I think he left. Okay, so while waiting for Dr. Annie, so maybe I can ask Kanchana, because I'm highly impressed by some students. Those are helping me a lot. So Kanchana, what do you think of this experience working for Biosafety and Biosecurity Month to promote the biosafety and biosecurity from our platform? Maybe you can share with us in short.
So hello everyone. To be honest, as I've already mentioned during my e-poster presentation, I already knew what was biosafety, but biosecurity was really new term when was I newly joining the the laboratory biorisk management course. And from there coming to a biosafety and biosecurity one was really very new for me. And I will definitely say I learned a lot of new things. And those things does not restrict to my education, but as well as two technical things like handling Zoom. I think it's very important to learn the skills to handle Zoom, because nowadays Zoom has become almost everything. It's all through virtual sessions. So I think this is one of the best part that I really learned Zoom. I think A to Z I can handle a Zoom account right now. And apart from that, the knowledge which I gained was really amazing. From all the 12 webinar sessions with a dialogue session, it was a fun moment. And I think I was really honored because I was able to meet a lot of people through the session, like Dr. Fook, Miss Iris. I think it would not happen if it wasn't a biosafety and biosecurity month. I think all of us was honored meeting them and having a session with them through just this event. So I would really like to thank Dr. Subhash, because he really take up a lot of time. We really know how much time he spent. I think even yesterday he went back home after 12 o'clock. So thank you very much, sir. I think you have sacrificed a lot of your time for us. So thank you very much. And I hope you have at least come somewhere to what you thought of this program. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Kanchana. So while waiting for Dr. Annie, can I request Fazla? Fazla is also actively involved in this Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. We would love to hear from Fazla. Fazla, what do you think?
Sir, she is not here. She went to the washroom.
Oh, so Insing. So Insing is there. Insing, are you there in the virtual room? Insing, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, you can open your camera so people knows MC face, because you serve as a MC for few programs and you did a wonderful job and you deserve lots of appreciation. You don't know how good you are, because I have seen you are handling everything perfectly and we are proud of you. So please share with us your experience.
First, thank you very much for all the participants for joining us. It's my great honor to as a part of this biosecurity and biosafety month. Actually, this is the very first time I serve as the MC, and I'm still on the way to learning. And it was really a hectic month for us, but it's very meaningful and fruitful because finally we can do it successfully. And I would like to thank Dr. Subhas for the guidance and my teammate Kanchana and Fazla for the guidance along the way. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know last night you also slept late to prepare lots of things. So I think I can understand. So thank you very much, Insing. You have done a wonderful job. Fazla is back. Any biotechnology student want to just unmute and talk, it's perfectly fine, because you are the one who made this month great. So feel free to open the mic and talk and share your thoughts. Dr. Prabha, thank you very much for joining back. We are just getting ready. So Fazla, are you back in the room? Fazla?
Not here yet, sir.
Okay. Dr. Annie, do you need some more few minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. We are waiting for you. Our special guest is also waiting to finish the job and go back. Okay. So anybody biotechnology student want to say anything, because you have a chance to say something, and our special guest is going to witness. Anybody? Is there Kalai or Dina? Feel free to open your mic and talk. So I think it's a long day. We started 8:20 login. It's a whole day. I think everybody is tired. I can understand. So Dr. Annie, if you are ready, we are ready. So first of all, Iris will distribute 10 gold awards. Then she will make an exit because she's really late and she really need to exit because it's 3 o'clock in her time zone, 3 o'clock early in the morning.
Just 2 minutes, sir. Finished.
Yeah. Dr. Prabha, while waiting for Dr. Annie, you want to say a few words as a panel member of today's program?
Dr. Subhas, I'm really proud of our biotech students, and I sincerely appreciate all your efforts in imparting the biosafety, biosecurity knowledge to our students. It's more relevant now because they got real hands-on experience with COVID, and now they can start appreciating why we are talking about all this thing and why we whole month we are organizing around 12 webinars and so on. Great effort, Subhas. The entire credit goes to you and your team in making this webinar as a big hit. Keep going. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prabha. Dr. Annie, do you need some more minutes or you are ready, Dr. Annie?
Almost, sir.
Okay, okay. So Professor Ravi, are you there in the virtual room, Professor Ravi? Professor Ravi is not there. I think Fazla is back. Fazla, you are back, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we would love to hear what you think about our Biosafety and Biosecurity Month, because you are actively involved in this whole exercise and you are helping to do lots of things. So please, would you please share what you think about whole Biosafety and Biosecurity Month as from students' perspective?
When I first was working in the lab, I got a call from you that I was selected as an APSA fellowship. And that was so shocking to me because I was just doing my daily life. And then I got a call and I was told that I was receiving this 800, not really receiving, but a fellowship of $800. But then I didn't know that this webinar's 10 session was really going to be that big. But then when I did join and help all of it out, I learned a lot of things from many speakers. And then I get to work with Kanchana and Hinsing. That was really cool because I never worked with someone that close and working for a long period of time with like high load of work and we managed to pull it off. So I'm really happy that this whole Biosafety and Biosecurity Month had given me this experience and having a chance to be an MC for the first time and for 3 times. And I would love to do more. It has built my confidence and I'm really grateful for Dr. Subhash for calling me that day. And I hope I could make more experience like this in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fazla. So my another question, are you proud to study biotechnology at AIMS University?
Totally, completely. Was suggested to a lot of people because it's not just about the studies, it's about life.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to explain, but the experience, the network you build is very key in your life that will bring you forward. So I hope my juniors out there will pick up on this and learn more, study hard, and don't be afraid to speak up. And I hope you will look up to Dr. Subhash for all these things that he's done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fazla. I'm delighted to hear all these things from you. So what's about you, Kanchana? Are you proud to study biotechnology at AIMS University?
Definitely, sir. I think if you even Google it, of course, I have did my research before pursuing my biotechnology, and the program that was offered to me through a lot of suggestion was to pursue degree in AIMS University is one of the finest for the biotechnology program. So definitely, I can't neglect that point that there was someone who told me that you should do in AIMS. Biotech is very known in AIMS University. So definitely, I'm proud of studying here for biotechnology program.
Yeah, thank you very much. Because I'm asking these questions because hearing from the students' mouth is the reality, because we can talk our program is great, biotechnology program is wonderful, but if students are not saying, it doesn't make sense. So I'm just asking you what you think. So Ko In Sing, what do you think? Are you happy to study biotechnology program at AIMS University?
Sure, sir. That's why I'm here.
Okay. So thank you very much. Everybody is, I'm sure everybody is tired because little bit wrong calculation. Biosafety and biosecurity discussion became more interesting, and our moderator, specially invited moderator and chief of a panel of judges, Iris made it more wonderful. So we took, we enjoyed the session. And as a result of that one, we are a little bit delay, but I think it's very, very fruitful. It's really wonderful, and it serves the purpose, because this is the ultimate aim, to engage the student, to have an interaction. Students should learn more. So I think we have achieved that goal, and that one makes Biosafety and Biosecurity Month successful. So thank you all the students. So Dr. Annie, back to you. Are you ready, Dr. Annie?
Yes, sir.
So maybe from, yeah.
I would like to thank Iris from US. It's too early morning there, no? From midnight. What's the time there? What's the time?
It is 3 a.m.
US now?
It is 3 a.m. where I am.
3 a.m. morning.
In the morning.
Oh,
yes.
Great. I think I appreciate your commitment and the motivation behind supporting Dr. Subha's efforts in bringing in the heart of biotech students with bubbling confidence with biosafety and biosecurity. Great
Thank
going.
you, Dr. Prabha. I think it's
Very
an
happy.
honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
I think it's an honor. I think Dr. Subhash has done a fantastic job promoting AIMST University, not only in Malaysia, but also internationally, especially with our VOHON engagement, Vietnam One Health University Network. He is the only one who presented on behalf of Malaysia a case on anthrax from a biosafety and security perspective. There were over 200 people in attendance. It was a global attendance. And I just want to say, Dr. Subhash is really committed to biosafety and biosecurity, and he's promoting also AIMS University. And this is also reflected this month. We can see all the students. It's also your work Dr. Sabah and Dr. Annie for organizing this, for being part of this. But I'm just stating that Dr. Subhash has done a fantastic job promoting AIMST and the students and their work. Just the fact that Department of Defense threat reduction was part of one of the sessions, that speaks highly of Dr. Subhash's skills of connecting with people and the right institutions and the right funders to promote, again, AIMST, university, the students, and the fantastic work that you all do. So yeah, thank you so much for that. And it's an honor to be here, you know, and to be part of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, all the participants, those are still in virtual room, and all the, panel of judges. So I just received the file from Dr. Annie. Just give me time to download and open. So I will share and we'll start the distribution of the awards. So Ms. Iris can have an exit. Download is complete. Let me open the file. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so first of all, we'll distribute the only 10 gold medals, because our special guest, Ms. Iris, need to exit because of time limitation. So then we will continue the program. So I invite Ms. Iris to announce the results. So I'll just project the slide so you can take the name of the student and congratulate them for becoming a gold winner. So just let me share the file. Everybody is able to see?
Yes.
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 Okay, so now we are going to start the distribution of the gold awards. So, but before that, I would like to, tell all the participants, because we have a gold winners, gold award winners, we have silver medal winners, we have bronze medal winners. So we'll just, this one should be at the end, but because of time limitation, our special guest need to exit. So I will just request on behalf of all of you to Ms. Iris to distribute the first 10 gold awards. So first one, I will just go. So Ms. Iris can announce. I will just put it on speakers mode, I think. Okay. Okay, so let's start. So Iris, over to you, okay?
All right. So the first gold award is going to Fazla. Fazla, congratulations. I totally loved your presentation. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, so our next winner is, I will just go to the next slide.
The next winner is Manoshini Apanan. Congratulations, you did a fantastic job as well.
Okay, so let's go to the next one.
All right, the next one is Tina Garan. I'm so sorry, Dr. Subhash, I'll need your help with pronunciation.
Yeah, his name is
Subramanian.
Thank you very much, Miss.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next.
Next one is Renu Priya. Congratulations.
Okay, next.
Hugo Kyle Lip Peng. Congratulations.
Our next gold winner is?
It's Kor Yin Singh. Yin Singh, you've done a great job moderating as well. So, of course,
Thank you,
congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is, oh.
Dr. Subhash. Of course, you get the golden medal. Congratulations.
Miss Iris, I just want to highlight, because I'm teaching the bioethics, bioregulation, and biosafety. It's a conflict of interest. So I didn't get involved in marking and calculating, because my son and daughter is involved. So it's a conflict of interest. So I didn't touch anything. Dr. Annie calculated, and all the judges marked, you know. Just want to highlight.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next one is, yeah.
Yamuna Paramansawaran. I think I'm butchering the names, but I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, shall we go to next?
Yes.
Oh.
Kanchana, congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. I would like to apologize that most of students can't reply to you because due to security purpose, we have locked the speaker so they can't unmute themselves.
Okay, no worries.
Thank
you.
Kanchana, what I will do, I will log the meeting room, but I will allow everybody to unmute. Is it okay?
Sure, sir.
Just hold on.
I think they really want to thank Miss Iris, but
they
could not unmute the speaker. Sorry, the microphone.
Just hold on. I think I have cleared everything. Now can they unmute? Clear all. Clear all. Okay, so I think some another setting maybe there. Let me push it. Okay, so next one is the next gold winner is, you can announce, Miss Iris.
Lo Kai Xian. Congratulations. Fantastic job.
Thank you, Miss.
Kanchana, you are from host computer. Can you unmute everybody from your computer? Unmute everybody. Go to speakers and unmute everybody. I have also allowed. Now all the students, you can unmute yourself, okay? So unmute yourself, it's possible now. Okay, so shall we go to the next one?
Yes. Sangari Ramesh, congratulations.
Shall we go to the next?
Yes. Skandeswara. Congratulations.
Shall we go to next? Oh,
yes, next one.
Okay, good.
Barshpor. Okay, who is this? Your daughter? Your son?
Okay. Shall we go to next one?
Yes. Yasota Jibandam.
Yashoda, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay, shall we go ahead, Miss Iris?
Yes, please. Lim Wei Yang, congratulations. Great job.
Next one is
Loshini Punyamurti. Is that correct?
yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right, good. Congratulations.
Next one is this one.
Kalai Selvan Danaskodi.
Thank you, Miss Iris.
Oh, thank you. You did a fantastic job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Shall we proceed, Miss Iris?
Yes, please. Lo Wang Hong, congratulations.
Next one is
Nisha Selva. Nisha, congratulations.
next one is this one.
Sia, I'm so sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. Sia Zatul Binti Suratin.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Next one.
All right. Hima Maleni. Maleni. Great. That's a very long last name, but congratulations, Hima.
Okay, shall I proceed next? Yeah.
And Amanda Alvin. Congratulations.
Thank you, Miss.
Excellent.
Next gold award winner is, you can announce.
Kalidasan Vasudevan. Congratulations.
Next one.
And Sri Nivashni Kumar. Congratulations.
Thank you, Miss.
You're very welcome. Congratulations. Good job. Lim Chiajing.
Thank you, Miss.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Melanie Roberts. Sami Mutu. Congratulations. And Ang Ching Er. Congratulations.
So, Miss Iris, I don't want to punish you because I have done more than 10, sorry.
I realized that, but I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you very much again. Thank you, Dr. Subhash. Thank you, Dr. Prabha and Dr. Annie. It was a
Thank you,
pleasure.
Dr. Iris. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Iris.
Yes. Have a good day. We'll talk to you soon. Bye. Thank
Good
you.
night. Good night,
Bye,
Miss.
Miss Iris.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Miss.
Okay, Kanchana, over to you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Subhash. So due to some reasons, Ms. Iris have to left earlier, so we will continue with our bronze medal. I would like to invite Dr. Annie to announce the participants receiving bronze medal. Dr. Annie, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Kanchana.
Hello.
Kanchana, can you mute? Somebody is talking. Mute all. Kanchana, you mute all.
I think it's Dr. Annie's background.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so bronze. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so all the participants did very well. You all were very close in the score, so there was not much difference between each of you. So I would like to congratulate all the presenters who had participated today for your wonderful presentations, enlightening. It shows your deeper understanding of on biosafety and biosecurity. So once again, congratulations. So we'll move on to the bronze awards. The first winner for bronze award is Ong Yong Ki, poster number 39. Congratulations, Ong. Next winner in bronze award is Ms. Maisnavi, poster number 35. Congratulations to you, Maisnavi.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you.
Next award goes to Teo Seamin, poster number 3. Well done. Next award goes to Eo Ching Kui, poster number 4. Congratulations. Next bronze award goes to Chung Li Sheng, poster number 11. Well done. Good
Thank you,
job.
Miss.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kanchana.
Thank you, Dr. Annie. Now I would like to request Dr. Prabha to announce the participants who are receiving Silver Award. Dr. Prabha, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Saktivel Naidu, you deserve the silver medal. You have done very well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Still, your words, your presentation is lingering in me.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you very much.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Eng Jing In, you deserve it. Congrats. Poster number 37. Next, Hitendran Muniandi. Yes, you've done a good job. You deserve the silver medal. Keep it up. Next one, Sangeeta. Good job. Keep it up.
Thanks, doctor.
Thank you. Fazila.
Thank you, doctor.
Congrats, ma. Congrats. Keep it up. Next one, Ranjita. You deserve it.
Thank you, doctor.
Keep it up. Next one, Mr. Sunil from India.
Dr. Prabha, his name is Tanmay Sunil Gorde, you know.
Yeah, Tanmay Sunil Gode. He has done a good job. Congrats, Tanmay. Next one, Limjia Da.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, ma. God bless you.
Okay, thank you.
Next one, Kamini. Good job. Keep it up. Congrats. Next one, Tei Ting. Good job. Congrats. Poster number 49. Next one. Congrats, Pong Zian. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next one. Keteshwari, congrats for winning silver medal. Next one. Vengat Sai Karthik, congrats. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Miss you, sir.
Welcome, welcome. Next one. Vivek from India, congrats for winning
Thank you,
silver
sir.
medal. Next one, Phúc Lung Ing.
Thank you,
Congrats.
sir. Thank
Keep
you, Dr.
excellent.
Brava.
Next one, Unique. Congrats. Keep it up. Next one, Kanchana. Next one,
Dr. Subhash is operating the slide.
Go ahead.
Sadhana. Congrats, Sadhana. Next one,
Dr. Subhash.
next one, Kanchana. Gui Ker Min. Congrats. Keep it up. Next one, Tang Zingi. Congrats.
Thank you, sir.
Keep it up.
Yeah, thank you.
Next one, Clemens. Congrats. Keep it up. Go forward. Next one.
So,
Over.
We have completed for the silver medal. Now I would like to call Dr. Subhash. I would like to invite him to announce the remaining participants that receiving gold award for today's e-poster presentation. Dr. Subhash, please.
just I think I need to do setting. Something is wrong. Just few moments, please, all the participants. So I'll just go ahead. I just want to ask, is there Professor Ravi in the virtual room? Professor Ravi? Prof, are you there?
No, sir.
Okay, so okay, I will just go ahead because this I'll just proceed till that slide. You just remind me, Kanchana, till where we have finished. Did we announce this one, Kanchana?
No, sir. We stopped at Melanie.
Oh, Melanie. Okay. Okay, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. So we have only few gold awards. Needs to be announced. So since Professor Ravi is engaged in another meeting, he was supposed to announce the gold medals. Kanchana, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Professor Ravi was supposed to announce these gold medals, but since he's not in, so since we are running out of time, I'll just announce. So our next gold award winner is Kanchana. Music, please.
Yes, sir.
You can increase volume.
Can you hear it, sir?
Okay, it's mild. Okay, so let's move on. So our next gold winner is Ang Ching Year. Congratulations, Ang Ching Year. Are you in the virtual room, Ang Ching Year? Congratulations. Our next gold award winner is Ang Yi Wen. Ang Yi Wen, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome. So our next, I want to see, I mean, is there, or it's an end. So let me check. So next winner of the gold award is Choi Hung Yi. So congratulations, Choi Hung Yi. Wonderful job, keep it up. And our next winner is Ang Wee Kiet, Gold Award winner. So congratulations, Ang Wee Kiet. Wonderful
Thank
job.
you, Dr. Subhash. Thank you.
Keep it up, keep it up.
Okay.
And I think this one was the last one. So on behalf of Institutional Biosafety Committee, as well as AIMST University and all whole team members, those are involved in implementing Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. I congratulate all the winners. Those are winners in all three categories. I think everybody is a winner. So you have done a wonderful job in this difficult time. And you have shown how students can do the wonder when they are committed. So once again, congratulations to all the winners. I think you deserve more than this, but we are just giving the gold award, silver award, and bronze award. So keep it up. You are doing a wonderful job. So Kanchana, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Subhash. I think we have came to end of our meeting. Dr. Subhash, can you stop sharing?
Yeah, that one is frozen. Just hold on.
Yes, sir. So meanwhile, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our amazing judges for spending their wonderful time with us till 5:30 p.m. Really thanks to all the participants for attending our program of Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. Before ending the session, we would like to hear feedback from all the participants. We will be posting the QR code in a short while. You can scan the QR code to give the evaluation survey. Upon completion of the evaluation survey, you will receive a participation certificate through email. Take note that you will receive a grading certificate through email in a short time.
Kanchana, you go in sharing, you stop. Thank you.
So participants, you can scan the QR code to give the evaluation survey. Once you have completed the evaluation survey, you will receive a participation certificate.
Dr. Subhash and the team, shall I take a leave?
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Prabha. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Keep it up, Subhash.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Prabha. You can go to previous slide here.
I'm sorry.
So all the participants, participant number is less, but you can give a feedback. You can download all the posters.
It's already 2 minutes. I hope everyone have scanned both the QR codes by now. I'm going to end the meeting. See you next time in our next upcoming webinars in AIMST University. Thank you. Before we end the session, I would like to invite Dr. Subhash for a short closing remarks. Dr. Subhash, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Kanchana. I just want to briefly just thank some important people, those made this Biosafety and Biosecurity Month wonderful success. So because it's not a one man's job, or it's not only me, because there are number of speakers in all, number of moderators are in all, number of students are in all, number of stakeholders are in all, and participants from 12 countries are in all to make this month successful. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for participating in our Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. And especially I want to thank today, I just want to record my special thanks to Iris, because it was 3 a.m. Still she was there and helping us. And all the speakers, which you have seen a summary of the Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. So I will not go to elaborate it, but all the speakers, when they are delivering a talk, they spend at least 10 hours or 12 hours, or depends on talk, to prepare for the talk. So if you consider time of the speaker spent to prepare, time of the students, time of the moderator, time of the other participants, so it's thousands and thousands of man hours those have spent for this Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. So I want to thank all the speakers, those those accepted invitation. Altogether, we had 12 speakers in 12 webinars. And today, because it was a e-poster, but 5 minutes we were talking, so I treat you was the speaker for 5 minutes. So today we had 57 speakers. So 57 plus 12. So you can see how much time all of you have spent for delivering your talk to prepare, promote the biosafety and biosecurity. So especially I want to thank moderators, because moderators for individual session is very, very important to make it impactful and successful. So we started with the first session when Dr. Badrul gave the talk, and that session was moderated by Senior Professor Yam Ravichandran, and I want to thank him. The second talk was hosted by our collaborator from India, PP Sawani University, and Dr. Archana was the host. She was the coordinator. So I want to record my special thanks to PP Sawani University for hosting that webinar and becoming a part of our Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. So the next talk was given by the Ms. Azarina from Department of Biosafety. And she gave a wonderful talk about the Biosafety Act and what researchers need to know. So that session was wonderfully moderated by Dr. Maha, who is the Executive Director of MABIC, Malaysian Biotechnology Information Center, and she is also Global Coordinator for ISA. So I want to record my special thanks to Dr. Maha. The following session was moderated by Dr. Richa from India. So Dr. Richa was so kind to accept our invitation. So I want to record my thanks to Dr. Richa for accepting our invitation and becoming part of Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. Then interestingly, Dr. Susan Kelly from United States of America, she moderated 4 sessions. So she spent considerable time in moderating the session. So I want to record my special thanks to Dr. Susan from United States of America for moderating the sessions, including the special dialogue session, which was held to bring in important people to share their experience and thoughts with the audience. Then after that, webinar session was moderated by Senior Professor Krishnan Raja from our AIMST University. and he did a wonderful job. So I want to record my thank to Senior Professor Krishnan Rajam for moderating that session. And after that, last session, which was on 28 and today 38. So these two sessions were moderated by Miss Iris Shuddhi from United States of America, from Sandhya National Laboratories. So I want to record my special thanks to all the moderators for making all these sessions impactful, live, and meaningful. So thanks to all the moderators. So last one but not least one, I want to just record my special thanks to Mr. Christian Kando, who is Indo-Pacific Command Regional Manager. So he's extremely busy, but for special session, he accepted our invitation and he became part of our webinar and dialogue session, which was very, very important, which brought coordinator of Malaysian One Health University Network and coordinator of Vietnam One Health University Network together to share how our students are prepared for the future and how the workforce is developed for the future. So I want to thank Mr. Christian especially for his special presence despite his busy schedule. I also want to especially thank Professor Latifa, who is the coordinator of Malaysia One Health University Network. She's extremely busy. She's also extremely busy, and she accepted our invitation and came for that special dialogue session. Dr. Phuc, who is a coordinator of Vietnam One Health University Network. I want to record my special thanks on behalf of AIMST University and Institutional Biosafety Committee for his commitment to accept our invitation and become part of Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. For the special dialogue session, we had a specially invited expert panelist. We had Dr. Ashok Kumar from India, and we had Dr. Jason Blackburn from University of Florida, United States of America, and we had Dr. Badrul from Defense University of Malaysia. So I want to record my special thanks to all these expert panel members for becoming part of our Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. And finally, I want to take this opportunity to record my special thanks to senior management of AIMST University, because if they are not supportive, it was not possible. So our acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Baidi, our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Ambi, Registrar, I want to thank them for supporting the event and making this, supporting this to make it successful. I also want to record my thanks to all IBC members for supporting this Biosafety and Biosecurity Month, because without your support, it would have been difficult. And most importantly, I want to record my special thanks to all biotechnology students, because they have done a wonderful job. They were playing different roles in implementing Biosafety and Biosecurity Month. So I think they deserve a great appreciation. And on behalf of AIMST University, as well as on behalf of Institutional Biosafety Committee, I want to record my special thanks to all biotechnology students. I want to tell you that you are the best. You are the best. Don't believe me. So you are doing a wonderful job. Keep it up, and it will take you to the next level. Last one, but not least one, I think I should admit, because my wife and my children are tolerating me. So I want to thank my wife and children, because I am during weekends and during after office hours, I'm spending the time. So I want to thank my wife, Kanchan, and my daughter Silky and Sparsh, because I'm sacrificing their time. So thank you very much for tolerating me. That's what I can say. So thank you very much for tolerating me. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your active participation and making this month Biosafety and Biosecurity Month a great success. So once again, thank you very much and see you soon in our other webinars. Kanchana, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Subhash. Thank you to all the participants for bearing with us till the end of the program. Thank you very much once again. Bye and see you in the next upcoming webinars conducted by AIMST University.
Okay, bye everybody. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.